Moonlight Forest, Green Cottage, and other wizard organizations were once very powerful, and their bases were not in the present locations. There's little information in this regard. According to what Herag has heard, these wizard organizations were driven here by even stronger wizard organizations. Those stronger wizard organizations occupied places richer in resources and more conducive to cultivation. However, although the wizard world is powerful and has conquered many planes, there are still planes that even the wizard world shies away from. The Abyss Plane is one of them. In many people's minds, the Abyss Plane is synonymous with strength and horror. In the wizard world, many people pray to evil deities to quickly gain power, offering their souls, flesh, and other sacrifices to exchange for strong power. These evil deities are basically powerful beings from the Abyss Plane, and any one of them has the power to destroy a single plane. Hereg understands why his magic power operates so awkwardly. It belongs to the power of the wizard world. It's like that between different planes. Powers not belonging to this plane will be suppressed. Hereg's forehead was sweating. No wonder even a random stone seems eerie, and any black imp can chase me down. The toad looked at him and said, I don't know why you ended up here either, but you carry an aura I'm familiar with, so I come looking for you every time you appear. Last time, the surrounding space was very unstable. It didn't last long and I didn't have a chance to speak with you. Familiar aura, Herag felt a little confused. I also just woke up not long ago and have forgotten many things, but the aura on you is very familiar and it gives me a sense of being home, the toad said. Hereg noticed the words just woke up and asked, Have you been asleep for a long time? In his cognition, many beings similar to evil gods, which are incredibly powerful, fall into slumber, possibly sleeping for tens of thousands of years. The toad appeared to be reminiscing, shook its head. I don't remember either, but it should have been very long ago. What's the level of your strength, evil god? Herag asked. The toad answered, Evil god, you're referring to those lords. I should be a bit stronger than them. But now my power has decreased a lot, according to your wizard world system. I'm about at 4th ring to 5th ring level. 4th ring to 5th ring. Herag was speechless. Power equivalent to level 4-5 official wizard is described with just and only. He thought for a moment, revealed the faint mark on his palm and asked, Do you know what this is? Herag thought he was just a 3rd-class wizard apprentice, and in front of him was a level 4-5 big shot. Rather than running when he couldn't, it's better to seize the chance and ask. The toad looked at the mark and realized. So that's it, this is a planar coordinate. Planar coordinate. It was the first time Herag heard about such a thing. The toad explained. Your planar coordinate is likely made using fragments of the wizard world's plane, which automatically accumulates planar energy. Once full, it can lead to the Abyss Plane. Herag, upon hearing this, quickly said, Then, won't I automatically come here whenever it's full? The toad shook its head. No, now this coordinate belongs to you. When the energy is full, whether to activate it depends on you. If you want to come here, just use your mind to communicate with the coordinate. Herag finally felt relieved. Having control in his own hands was fine. Otherwise, every time this mark accumulates enough energy, it automatically triggers. Constantly running to the Abyss Plane would be too dangerous. If I want to go back, do I also communicate with the coordinate using my mind? Herag asked. The toad said, Yes, the time you can stay here each time is related to your strength. The stronger your power, the longer you can stay. So that's it. So the last time I left so quickly was because I was just a 1st-class wizard apprentice. Herag understood. He immediately asked, What was that black imp just now so powerful? It's just a regular demon with a trace of the thunder god ancestor's bloodline, so it has a bit of strength. The toad explained. Thunder god ancestor. The toad continued. Ancestors are the origin of everything. It's not something you can access now, don't know too much. Hereg thought and asked, Is the black imp I just ate still around without being completely digested? I'd like to study its bloodline. The toad listened and spat out a piece of black leg. It should still be usable. Hereg picked up the leg, still covered in slime, and carefully preserved it. This leg is very useful to him. After advancing to official wizard, he can see if the great dark heaven could absorb the black imp's bloodline. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly started rippling, creating many ripples. The toad said, It's almost over, you're about to go back. Thank you for helping save me. By the way, what's your name? Herag asked. The toad showed a troubled expression, touching its head with some pain. Name, I forgot. Luckily the places you appeared were relatively close, so I've been able to make it. Next time, I may not be able to come so quickly. Be careful out there. Herag nodded, and just as he was about to speak, the surrounding scene changed instantly, and he was back in his own bedroom. Looking down at his palm, the planar coordinates mark was still faint. The leg in the space ring was still there. Herag took out some simple equipment and prepared a simple magic potion to soak the leg, preserving it so it wouldn't spoil in a few days. After these events, Herag suddenly had more ideas. Since he has the ability to reach the abyss plane, he needs to fully utilize this ability's potential. Currently, the strong bloodlines in the abyss plane are the greatest assistance for Herag. He could rely on the great dark heaven to indefinitely absorb these powerful bloodlines to enhance himself. Although Herag cannot tackle those evil deities or ancestors, he could confront low-level demons with their bloodlines. But this is just the plan ahead. Even if Herag advances to official wizard, he won't enter the abyss plane in the short term. The place holds opportunities, but also enormous dangers. Even if he advances, he would only be a level 1 wizard, estimating he can only defeat that black imp, not even facing Shivara. The toad also mentioned that it might not always be able to come quickly. He couldn't always rely on it to save him. He must elevate his power to a certain level to venture into the abyss plane. The snoring next door sounded again. Fred was sleeping soundly. Herag heard his snoring and thought of another issue. Back then, Loon and the others also entered the abyss plane. In a sense, it was indeed he who caused Loon's death. However, now Fred is next door, and there are other third-class wizard apprentices upstairs, but they weren't dragged into the abyss plane. Compared to last time, aside from my increased power, other conditions shouldn't have changed much. Could it be a matter of space stability? Herag pondered for a while and guessed that his power was too weak back then, leading to instability in the surrounding space when connecting to the abyss plane, which dragged Loon and the others along. Herag remembered that back then the surrounding space had boundaries. The area was small, even the moonlight forest couldn't be left. But this time, he was chased by a little black figure for a long distance without encountering a boundary, indicating that this time the space was more stable, so others weren't dragged along. But these are all Herag's guesses. The specific reasons should be asked from Toad next time. The commotion from Herag went unnoticed by others. Everything seemed normal. After that night, a peaceful guarding life began. Moonlight Forest has a protective barrier. It is very safe, and Herag and the others are quite bored daily. Herag spends most of his time on the spell model of Great Dark Heaven, constantly understanding its principles and studying the various structures of the spell model. Herag Merlin, Power 9.7, Agility 9.3, Constitution 12.1, Spirit 24.3, Magic Power 100%. Reached the gene limit, unable to continue enhancing. In Herag's mind, 15 stars twinkled, and the second array map had lit up 5 points with 10 remaining points. After completing the meditation of the last star, Herag's spiritual power reached 24.3, far exceeding the minimum requirement for wizard ascension. All body data has reached the limit and cannot be improved further. Since the task of guarding Moonlight Forest ended, Herag hasn't been assigned any other tasks. The conflict between Moonlight Forest and Green Cottage has completely subsided, with no more large-scale battles occurring between them. At least conflicts at the level of official wizards have stopped, though disputes among wizard apprentices are still common. Herag spent a few days getting himself into the best condition, then took Ancient Magic Potion and Amanda's Potion to Larry's house. He planned to complete the ascension there, with Larry overseeing things to prevent unexpected incidents during the ascension. The small house in the northern forest region seemed not safe enough to him. You came. Larry personally opened the door and took Herag to the 8th floor. The 8th floor was very spacious and neat, with no sense of chaos. Larry took out a string of golden keys and opened a heavy door that required some effort to push. He told Herag, "This is my meditation room. The walls and door are made of special materials. You can complete the ascension in peace here." "Thank you, teacher." Herag took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous now that the moment had arrived. Larry patted Herag's shoulder. "It's fine, you're only 17, and your spiritual power is very good. Just trust what I say, keep your mindset stable, believe in yourself." Herag nodded, took out ancient magic potion and Amanda's potion, and entered the meditation room. Once inside, the door slowly closed, sealing off all external noises. The meditation room was completely empty. Without even a table or chair, just a bare room. Herag took out ancient magic potion and said to Shenlin, "Shenlin, start monitoring my body status continuously." Task archived, execution in progress. A 3D human model appeared in Herag's vision, surrounded by various parameters, making his body status clear. Official wizard ascension first requires drinking ancient magic potion, then breaking one's own limits. After successfully breaking through, quickly complete the construction of a level 1 spell model, solidifying it as a personal talent spell, then stabilizing spiritual power completes the ascension. If unable to break through limits, Amanda's potion must be used to burn lifespan in exchange for stimulating body potential and aiding in breakthroughs. This is why ascension should occur before age 18, as aging reduces available lifespan for burning, possibly leading to death without achieving breakthrough. At only 17, Herag could only drink 3 doses of Amanda's potion at most. Drinking more would lead to death by burning through lifespan. Herag opened the stopper of ancient magic potion and inhaled the fragrance, then drank it all in one go. The taste of ancient magic potion was much better than Herag expected, sweet without stimulus, the best taste among potions he tasted. Lack of stimulus indicates good potion stability. It requires stable properties for such effects. Ancient magic potion results from generations of wizard development and improvement, achieving today's stable state. Once ingested, ancient magic potion quickly spread through the bloodstream to all parts of the body. As the potion spread throughout, its properties penetrated every cell. Warning: 20% of cells in the body are entering a decline state. Warning: 30% of cells in the body are entering a decline state. Warning: 40% of cells in the body are entering a decline state. As ancient magic potion exerted its effects, Shenlin continuously issued warning messages. Herag monitored his status, noticing half of the cells were declining without signs of breakthrough. Without hesitation, he drank a dose of Amanda's potion. After ingesting Amanda's potion, Shenlin reported, "Cells throughout the body are accelerating division, division times are reducing." Herag knew this indicated a limit to cell division. Accelerated division meant reduced lifespan. Warning: 20% of body cells are entering an unknown state. Use magic power to forcibly stop. Shenlin issued another warning. Herag knew ascension had started, replied immediately, "Don't stop." Warning: 40% of body cells entering unknown state. Warning: 40% of body cells gene structure is changing. Result unknown. Not enough, still not enough. Herag shook his head as the ascension process stalled at 40%, risking failure. If ascension failed, he would find it difficult to become an official wizard again. He took another dose of Amanda's potion and drank it immediately. Warning: 60% of the body cells are entering an unknown state. Genetic structure is changing, the result is unknown. After Herag drank another portion of Amanda's potion, the advancement continued. He simultaneously noticed that his spiritual power was also changing. Spiritual power 25.2. Spiritual power 27.3. Spiritual power 34.7. His spiritual power was rapidly fluctuating, changing every second, surging at an intense pace. Warning: 90% of the body's cells are entering an unknown state. Genetic structure is changing. The result is unknown. Spiritual power 41.2. When his spiritual power reached this number, it gradually stabilized, with only small decimal changes still occurring. Herag looked at his physical data and felt it was the optimal time, thus he issued a command. Shenlin, start constructing the Great Dark Heaven spell model. Larry originally intended to help Herag prepare a level 1 spell, but Herag claimed he acquired a level 1 spell while venturing outside. Herag didn't provide specific details, and Larry naturally didn't ask. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Forest believed Larry had provided Herag with the level 1 spell. Task has been recorded in progress. Estimated completion in 3 hours and 2 portions. Estimated magic power consumption 70%. After his spiritual power exceeded 40 points, Shenlon's computation speed increased exponentially, with the spell model construction speed reaching an astounding level. The Great Dark Heaven is a level 1 spell. Its model's complexity is on a different scale from a level 0 spell, yet now it only requires 3 hours, accelerated by an unknown factor. This time, Herag did not entirely let Shenlon handle the spell model construction, but participated himself. He and Shenlon began constructing the spell model simultaneously, each responsible for different modules to hasten the model building process. The spell model's construction is the most crucial and fundamental part of the entire advancement process, determining success or failure. During this process, any mistake in constructing the spell model could lead to advancement failure, then an erupting spiritual power might shatter the mind. The Great Dark Heaven, chosen by Herag, has a spell model exponentially more complex than regular level 1 defensive magic, significantly increasing its difficulty. Usually, during advancement, people select conventional, stable, simple level 1 spells as their talent spells, ensuring the spell model construction process remains relatively straightforward. Herag, in pursuit of greater personal limits, boldly chose the Great Dark Heaven, an ancient magic. Of course, with Shenlon's support, he had confidence in completing the Great Dark Heaven spell model. Originally, Shenlon estimated the Great Dark Heaven spell model would need 3 hours and 2 minutes to construct, but with Herag's involvement, the time was reduced to 2 hours. Herag had spent considerable time researching the Great Dark Heaven spell model, mastering the structures, parameters, and formulas by heart. The meditation room was silent, while outside Larry held a cup of coffee, staring at it, lost in thought. In Herag's mind, a vast and intricate spell model fully formed. At this moment, Herag saw a floating vision of a stone slab in his mind. After discerning it carefully, he realized it was the ancient stone slab recording the Great Dark Heaven. A mysterious force flowed from the slab, permeating into every part of Herag's flesh, bone, and every cell. Energy particles around him frantically surged into his body, rapidly enhancing Herag's data. At the same time, from the slab's vision, much information was transmitted into Herag's mind. Herag suddenly understood how the Great Dark Heaven was inherited in ancient times. Back then, people naturally didn't understand spell models. Their inheritance method was simple, reliant on bloodline. Once a tribe member came of age, they would drip blood onto the slab to receive the Great Dark Heaven's inheritance, thus gaining the ability to devour other bloodlines to strengthen themselves. Herag also grasped how to utilize this devouring power. It felt like his body had gained an instinct, as innate as breathing. 100% of the body's cells' gene structure changes have ended, checking the results. Cell structure as follows: predicted number of cell divisions can reach 300 plus. Herag inspected the cell structure, noting no significant changes from the original base, but there were red energy attachments at the cell nucleus. This energy was neither magic power nor any known energy system to Herag. Could it be the power of the bloodline? Herag speculated. Herag Merlin. Power 13.3, Agility 12.5, Constitution 15.7. Spirit 42.2, Magic Power 20%. When his body stabilized, Herag reviewed his physical data. Attributes like power and agility had significantly increased, and spiritual power reached 42.2 points, a substantial surge. No wonder the gap between official wizards and wizard apprentices is so vast. I've just advanced, and my spiritual power is already on a different level. Herag took a deep breath, adjusting his own state. When facing Malcolm initially, he had only been able to flee the entire time, without any chance to launch a valid offense. With his current physical data, although there's still a considerable gap with Malcolm, it shouldn't be so embarrassing anymore. While inspecting the bodily changes, Herag suddenly noticed a lot of white mist like gas in his mind. Is this spiritual power vaporization? Herag knew a level 1 wizard has 3 phases: gaseous, liquid, and crystallization. During the wizard apprentice phase, apprentices cannot see their own spiritual power. The stars and array maps in Herag's mind weren't spiritual power, but visualizations of the meditation method. Different meditation methods have their own visual manifestations, each varying greatly. Upon advancing to official wizard, spiritual power will float in mind like white mist. The first phase for an official wizard is to meditate hard until the entire mind is filled with white mist. Different wizards have varying aptitudes, and due to different meditation methods, the mind's capacity also varies. Herag wasn't sure if his mind was large or not, but it seemed larger than ordinary official wizards. Once the mind is filled with white mist, an official wizard begins the second phase, refining all the white mist into a drop of water. Completing this process marks entry into the liquid stage. After liquefaction, wizards would then fill the whole mind with liquid spiritual power. Wouldn't that make the brain full of water? Herag wondered to himself. Once the liquid spiritual power fills the mind, further condensing it into a spiritual crystal marks the crystallization wizard stage. Dino and Malcolm were crystallization wizards Herag had encountered, while Larry, being younger, was still in the liquid stage. However, according to him, he's almost reaching crystallization. The detection range of Shenlong has reached 1,500 meters. As Herag's strength improved, Shenlong not only enhanced its data analysis and storage capabilities, but its detection range also expanded significantly. The strength enhancement from the Great Dark Heaven was not as obvious, unlike other defensive magics that take effect immediately, providing basic means of defense upon promotion. Herag still needed to devour the power of other bloodlines to gradually strengthen himself. Compared to other newly promoted official wizards, his current defensive ability is somewhat weak. Even though Herag really wanted to immediately devour the Black Little Man's bloodline power, being in Larry's meditation room now, he couldn't rush. The door to the meditation room made a noise, then slowly opened, and Larry looked up at the sound, seeing Herag walking out slowly. He immediately observed Herag's state, then smiled and said, "I told you that you would be fine." It seemed that Larry only then exhaled a breath, visibly somewhat relieved. The promotion to official wizard is filled with the unknown and danger, and even highly talented individuals might fail to promote, something Larry had seen many times over the years. Herag took a deep breath, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and smiled. "Thrills without peril." "How many of Amanda's potions did you use?" Larry asked. Larry nodded and said, "Then it's fine. If it were 3 portions, the situation would be quite urgent, with the danger greatly increased. The people of Moonlight Forest should be returning soon. The contract will become invalid at the moment of your promotion, and they will sense it immediately." Just as he finished speaking, his expression changed, then he smiled bitterly. "Salen is already downstairs." Herag and Larry went downstairs to it. Salen glanced at Herag and praised. "Very impressive spiritual power. Are you really not considering staying?" Herag thought for a moment and said, "I still decide to go out and take a look." Salen knew he had made up his mind and didn't persuade further but said, "If that's the case, you can only leave Moonlight Forest with a time limit of 7 days. During these 7 days, all your actions will be under strict surveillance. I hope you don't mind. This is also for the safety of the forest. If after 7 days you haven't left, we will forcibly expel you. Of course, if one day you'd like to return, we will always welcome you. For an outstanding young wizard like you, the gates of Moonlight Forest will always be open." Herag sighed and said, "I will also remember Moonlight Forest forever. Thank you for everything here." Reaching this point was also due to the resources and safe cultivation grounds provided by Moonlight Forest. Since there was no enmity between the two, parting on good terms was the best outcome. "You have to return your talisman stone," Salen said. Herag took out the talisman stone, looked at it for a moment with his head lowered, and then handed it over to Salen. Salen continued, "From now on, you don't belong to Moonlight Forest. You cannot visit any stores in town or trade at the flea market. The ownership of the cottage in the Northern Forest region will be reclaimed after 7 days. In the meantime, you can still temporarily stay there until you leave." "Understood," Herag nodded. After explaining these matters, Salen left without saying much more. After seeing Salen off, Larry said to Herag, "Clean up over the next 2 days. I've already called for family members to come and escort you. You don't have to worry about your safety on the road." It's my Uncle Blake who is coming to fetch you. A powerful crystallization wizard responsible for guarding the family's magic potion garden. You will often deal with him in the future. I will follow the teacher's arrangements, Harag said. Having a crystallization wizard personally come to escort him showed the Checky family's high regard for Harag. They were already involved in a lot of magic potion business and naturally understood the value of a talented alchemist, especially one who had been promoted to official wizard at just 17. Harag walked through the town, looking at the familiar streets and houses around him, unable to resist taking a few more looks, as he wouldn't have the chance to come back in the future. He saw the Lion Cafe and the flea market, though he still didn't see Leo but noticed many figures similar to Leo, setting up stalls to sell sundries to exchange for resources while working hard to learn was the normal state of most lower-level wizard apprentices. On his way back, Harag encountered some wizard apprentices, who, upon feeling the strong magic power wave from Harag, lowered their heads and stepped aside. They didn't know who Harag was, only that an official wizard must be a big shot, at least to them. When Harag reached his cottage in the northern forest region, he found Bessie already waiting there. He didn't have a talisman stone to communicate with Bessie. It must have been Larry who informed her of the news. Really decided to leave? Bessie asked. Yes, I don't like being bound, Harag nodded and said. Bessie smiled. That's good. With your talent, you can achieve success anywhere. Mr. Larry's family is also very powerful, more than capable of protecting you. I bought some food. I'll cook for you this evening. Otherwise, there won't be a chance later. Harag smiled and said, There will always be opportunities. I just can't come back, but you can come out. I should be with the teacher over the next period. You can come to me if you need anything. He immediately added, I'll keep researching your matter. Don't give up on yourself too early. Anything is possible. Bessie took it as him comforting her and didn't take it to heart. No worries, you don't need to comfort me. I've already come to terms with it. Anyway, the future is long. As long as we live this life wonderfully. The two had dinner together at Harag's place. It seemed Bessie had learned a lot of recipes recently, making a table full of dishes, all tasting quite good. After dinner and a 2-hour chat, Bessie left. After she left, Harag began to pack up his things in the room. He didn't have much stuff, mostly experimental equipment in the lab, with other personal belongings mostly stored in the space ring. Harag glanced at the black leg in the space ring, resisting the urge to extract its bloodline power. Salen did say he would be under strict surveillance for the next few days until he left. Harag couldn't possibly devour bloodline under others' watchful eyes and would have to wait until he left. Through Shenlin, he observed and didn't find anyone monitoring him. But there was always a feeling of being watched in the dark, a sense stemming from the wizard's intuition. Harag had never used Shenlin to detect data from any official wizard, afraid they might find out he was watching them. Now it seemed that official wizards indeed had such intuition. At night, Harag entered a state of meditation as usual. Although he had already been promoted to an official wizard, meditation practice could not be neglected. Some white mist drifted in his mind, which was the spiritual power that had been gaseous. At this stage, many sensations were completely different from before. Harag now only needed to flick his finger to condense a fireball in his hand, which was no weaker than the small fireball technique. Due to being monitored, it was inconvenient for him to test the change in the strength of his magic for the time being. Before starting the meditation, Harag drank a portion of the Starry Sky potion, wanting to test its effect. As expected, the Starry Sky potion has no effect anymore. During meditation, Harag found that the Starry Sky potion's speed boost to his meditation was now negligible. He was not surprised by this. The effectiveness of the Starry Sky potion had already greatly diminished when he was a third-class wizard apprentice. I need to develop new potions afterwards. Harag planned to continue experimenting with and researching new potions to accelerate his meditation speed once he settled down. Being monitored now made everything inconvenient. Though he hoped to reach the Checky family's magic potion garden and settle in soon. Early the next morning, Harag wrote a letter to Lillian, briefly explaining his situation. He then took out a wooden box, placed the Heart of the Ocean necklace inside, and finally found someone to send it out. The original plan was to give it to Lillian in person, but the potential threat of Malcolm had not yet been resolved, so Harag could not go to Augustus Academy alone. Malcolm was proficient in the divination technique, so if he wandered around outside, he might be found at any time. Harag had just advanced and was in the gaseous stage. Malcolm was already a crystallization wizard, and Harag was not yet able to contend with him. Malcolm was always a hidden danger, a bomb that could explode at any time. Harag had been pondering how to solve this problem. In terms of current strength, the gap was too large, and a hard fight was definitely not feasible. Only by stabilizing his practice and quickly improving his strength could he overcome the issue. Larry's actions were swift. As soon as Harag returned home after sending the letter and necklace, Larry arrived. "How's the packing?" Larry asked. Harag looked around. The room had been cleaned thoroughly, with tables and chairs back in their places, and everything was just as it was when he arrived. He nodded and said, "All packed." Larry patted his shoulder and said, "Then let's go, the family members have arrived." Harag took one last look at the room before following Larry out. When they left, they took the Hellfoot, heading to the Red Maple Post Station on the east side. This was the far eastern part of the Moonlight Forest, where the main activity area of the Checky family was located, in the Eastern Kane Kingdom. The Kane Kingdom was the largest kingdom in the east, under the jurisdiction of Augustus Academy. The people sent by the Checky family to meet him could not approach the post station and were waiting in the Red Maple Forest outside. Harag needed to walk there by himself. When Harag got off and left, the Hellfoot nudged him gently with its head. "Goodbye," Harag said with a smile, patting the Hellfoot's head. This Hellfoot was familiar to Harag. It was the one he often rode before. It seemed that this Hellfoot still remembered him. At the Moonlight Forest stables, Harag still had 2 horses, gifts from Urza for pulling carriages. He directly transferred ownership to Larry, leaving them under his name to continue being maintained by the Moonlight Forest, since it was cost-free. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 horses could live out the rest of their lives at the stables, no longer needing to go out to pull carriages every day. Larry accompanied Harag as they walked out of the Red Maple Post Station, and then descended the mountain into the Red Maple Forest. After about half an hour of walking, a carriage was parked not far away. Beside the carriage stood 2 people. From their aura, one was a great knight, and the other was an official wizard. As soon as Harag saw them, the 2 also looked over. Larry stepped forward and introduced, "Uncle Blake, this is Harag." Blake had a beard that made him look in his 40s, with a large sword at his waist and wearing armor, looking more like a knight than the great knight beside him. "Harag, this is my uncle, Level 1 Crystallization Wizard Blake Checky. This is the family's great knight Pete, who usually takes care of some chores in the Magic Potion Garden," Larry introduced Harag. "Mr. Blake, Mr. Pete," Harag greeted them individually. Though Pete was only a great knight, he was part of the Checky family. Harag understood that just because he was an official wizard, he should not look down on others, but should show basic respect. Being kind to people could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Of course, this was also selective. With some people, indifference and ruthlessness were necessary. Pete was surprised that Harag would greet him, his face showing a hint of surprise. He had met many official wizards, and few had ever looked at him directly. Pete's impression of Harag improved slightly, and he said respectfully, "I'm responsible for the daily operations of the Magic Potion Garden. If you need to purchase any daily necessities or other supplies, you can come to me, Mr. Harag." In the Magic Potion Garden, he managed everyday logistics and personnel matters. For Harag, Pete was essentially an errand boy who could help handle some daily tasks. Blake looked at Harag and said, "Thank you for joining. Our Checky family welcomes such an excellent wizard like you, and we will do our best to provide you with a good environment and excellent resources." "Thank you, Mr. Blake. Thank you to the Checky family, and thank you, Mr. Larry, for providing me with a place to stay. I will do my best to prove my worth." Harag was well aware that the Checky family would not offer something for nothing. He had to show his usefulness. Larry spoke up, "Uncle Blake, this kid is very quick at learning, and he has a great talent for magic potion refining. You can trust him with many things, and he'll surprise you." Hearing this from Larry made Blake pay more attention to Harag. As Larry said, If Herag was new to the magic potion garden, Blake certainly would not assign important tasks to him immediately. First, he was not familiar with Herag's character, and second, he was not yet sure about Herag's capabilities. Even though Herag was Larry's student, that only indicated sufficient talent, not necessarily experience. But with Larry's strong recommendation of Herag, Blake began to reconsider some of the arrangements he would make for Herag. Blake laughed and said, "It seems you have a lot of confidence in your student." "Of course," Larry replied proudly. After a brief conversation, they were ready to set off. Herag sat in the carriage facing Blake, while Pete sat at the front driving the carriage. Larry turned around to return to Moonlight Forest. He still had some magic potion order tasks to handle temporarily. Moonlight Forest was making full use of him. The master of magic potions, after all, the employment fee was quite high, and they had to earn back the cost. The safety of the road didn't need to concern Larry. With Blake, this crystallization wizard, there basically wouldn't be any problem. Even if something did happen, he, as a liquidation wizard, couldn't help much. Moreover, Larry wasn't good at fighting. Most of the time he was studying magic potion. The carriage followed the main road through Red Maple Forest and came to a crossroads. When Herag returned with the caravan, it was here that he parted from them. The carriage continued eastward at the crossroads, taking the same road the caravan had taken. The carriage gradually entered flatlands. The terrain was flat, and the horizon was visible to the naked eye. Shadow of a city appeared in the distance. This was William City, a border city on the westernmost side of the Kane Kingdom. Entering the city also required strict ID verification and other procedures, but Pete just showed a metal badge, and the border soldier respectfully allowed them through. This badge was the family emblem of the Checky family, with the main feature being a plant engraved on it. Even if the soldier didn't recognize the badge, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. The carriage was driven by great knights, so what kind of person would be sitting inside? They're not foolish. They can tell at a glance who they can afford to offend and who they can't. Herag and the others stayed in William City for a day, mainly to bathe, eat, rest, and also to replenish some supplies like water and food. They didn't need to rush. They rested whenever necessary. After resting for a day, the three continued their journey, spending 5 days passing through 2 small cities before finally arriving at a valley. This place is called Blackrock Valley, belonging to the Checky family, mainly used for cultivating various magic potion materials and common herbs. The soil in Blackrock Valley is special, pure black, making it very suitable for the growth of various magic potion materials. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the valley, which had a small castle. 3 guards stood atop the castle, all of knight level. Additionally, there was a 3rd-class wizard apprentice responsible for the defense work at the valley entrance. When they saw Blake and the others get out of the car, they opened the castle gate. Blake introduced, "This is Blackrock Valley. The whole valley is set up with defensive witch arrays. This array was purchased from the wizard organization in the Land of Dawn. Even a level 3 wizard can't break through it quickly. So you can rest assured about the safety here. It's no worse than Moonlight Forest." Herag observed the terrain while having Shenlin record the surrounding data. He asked, "What is the Land of Dawn?" "Larry hasn't mentioned it to you." Blake asked in surprise, then realized, "You just advanced not long ago, so it's normal not to have had the chance to tell you." Blake took out a map, a standard map of the Kala continent. The map of the Kala continent extends from the Doris Kingdom in the west to the Kane Kingdom in the east, with every place marked. The map Blake held was also detailed with the locations of each wizard organization and their jurisdictions. At the northernmost part of the map, there was a void, depicting countless mountain ranges. Blake circled a marked area with his finger. This is the position most maps of the Kala continent will label. He then moved his finger to the continuous northern mountain ranges. As for here, it has always been an unknown area to most ordinary people of the Kala continent. And this is the Land of Dawn. Blake continued, "This place we are currently in is called the Barren Land by the people of the Land of Dawn." "Barren, does it mean a lack of resources?" Herag asked. Blake said yes, but it's not entirely accurate. Besides the scarcity of resources, like magic potion materials, another critical point is the energy particle concentration. Energy particle concentration. This sentence suddenly made Herag realize that the energy particle concentration of the Kala continent seems to be much higher than that of the Kolson continent. Before coming here, he was only a first-class wizard apprentice with not much understanding of energy particles, so he wouldn't have noticed the issue of energy particle concentration. Now that Blake mentioned it, Herag recalled that the energy particle concentration in the two places was indeed different. Blake nodded, "That's right. It's about energy particle concentration. You won't feel anything because you've always been here, but once you go to the Land of Dawn, you'll experience how high the concentration is there. Meditating in such a place will be much faster than here. Moreover, in the Land of Dawn, there will be more people with wizard qualifications, making wizard cultivation and ascension relatively easier there." Then why don't people here go to the Land of Dawn? I haven't even heard of this name before. After thinking about this question, Herag guessed that there might be some restrictions. The inside story here was apparently not something ordinary wizard apprentices could access. Blake said, "These wizard organizations in the Barren Land, like the Green Cottage, Moonlight Forest, and Aleph Swamp, were once all wizard organizations of the Land of Dawn. Then why are they all here now? They were all exiled. Once, the Land of Dawn had countless powerful wizards, and the number of people embarking on the wizard path kept increasing. With the development over time, another issue arose: the resources were insufficient. A lack of resources would lead to war, and war would have winners and losers. The wizard organizations here now were the former losers. They lost that war and were exiled here. Additionally, people from these wizard organizations can never set foot in the Land of Dawn again, unless under special circumstances, like Augustus Academy. Augustus Academy is special. It is a wizard organization of the Land of Dawn. This is just a branch. The people of this organization can enter the Land of Dawn, but if people from other organizations enter rashly without permission and are discovered, they will be exterminated. In fact, Augustus Academy acts as the manager of the Land of Dawn here, monitoring everything and occasionally intervening in some matters." Blake tapped the mountains in the north with his fingers. Originally, there weren't so many mountains here. After these wizard organizations were exiled here, the wizards from the Land of Dawn created endless mountains to block people from the Barren Land from going over. Ordinary people would have a hard time going over. Wizards naturally have ways to pass these mountains. But as I said, once discovered, it would be a death sentence. As he said this, he seemed to remind Herag not to impulsively venture over. Herag understood this principle. He definitely wouldn't act recklessly. From Blake's description, if you go from the Barren Land to the Land of Dawn without permission, that's equivalent to illicit crossing. If illicit crossing is discovered, you won't just be sent back, you'll be executed on the spot. Herag had no doubt that the wizards of the Land of Dawn had this capability. They occupy better regions with better conditions. Moreover, over the years, they've had a larger wizard population, creating a positive cycle where more outstanding wizards emerge constantly. Herag finally understood why Augustus Academy was so unique. Not only does no one dare provoke them, but they also mediate disputes between wizard organizations. Even internally, it's open, allowing other wizards to visit. This is all due to their strong background and powerful strength. Herag quietly took note of this matter. Although he had no way to go to the Land of Dawn at present, if there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely seize it. Being able to cultivate in a place with better conditions is undoubtedly the best choice, and Herag had no reason not to go. Blake sighed, "Alas, if a talented seed like you could go there, you'd have a better development. Unfortunately, there are too many restrictions. I've seen countless outstanding wizards over the years stuck at the level 1 crystallization stage, unable to step into the level 2 wizard threshold. In the Land of Dawn, it's relatively easier to break through to a level 2 wizard. They have abundant resources and have the conditions and strength to plunder from other planes, so as long as you're talented enough, there are ample resources to nurture you. But in the Barren Land, we don't have such conditions. For most people, advancing to an official wizard is already very difficult, let alone advancing to a level 2 wizard. In fact, this is also a means for the Land of Dawn to restrict the Barren Land. Without sufficient resources, we can never surpass their control." Herag nodded. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Blake, for clarifying this for me. He finally understood why wizards like Dino and Malcolm were always in the crystallization stage. Ereg originally thought the threshold for level 2 wizards was too high, causing these outstanding wizards to be unable to advance for a long time. Now it seems that resource issue severely restricted their advancement pace. Is Dino always at sea looking for a solution? Herag suddenly thought of this problem. Since the land route is blocked, he might as well look for resources in the sea. Herag continued to ask, since the Witch Array was purchased from the Land of Dawn, does this mean you also have channels to connect with them? Blake nodded. Consider them some intermediary channels. There are always some resource transactions, but they sell to us at a particularly high price. Speaking of this, he gritted his teeth a bit, indicating that it was exceptionally expensive. This is also understandable. The Land of Dawn controls most resources and sells them to the barren land, pricing them however they wish. Because you have no other choice. Let's go inside and talk slowly. Blake smiled as he put away the map and walked ahead. Herag followed closely behind, with Pete driving a carriage at the back. As Herag passed through the castle gate, he felt a magical wave sweep over his body. Blake turned back and said, "That's the scanning feature of the Witch Array, mainly to detect if you have any evil spirits or resentment, as these are usually well hidden and troublesome to handle." I see, Herag nodded. He previously had hidden evil spirits on him. The Moonlight Forest should have had similar defensive measures, but they didn't detect them. If it weren't for Lady Morin helping him deal with the evil spirit, the Witch Array in Black Rock Valley might also have failed to detect it. Black Rock Valley initially had narrow paths, but after a few hundred meters, the view opened up. In front of Hereg was a vast plain, divided into many different plots like farmland, each plot growing different types of plants. In the middle of these fields, there were wooden houses every so often, seeming to have people living in them all the time, which Herag guessed were for those tending and watching over the fields. Blake introduced, from here on, it's the Checky family's magic potion garden. Our Checky family produces many magic potion materials every year, selling them to many wizard organizations or wizard families. Besides, we also refine finished magic potions for sale, or others commission us to refine magic potions for them. These are some of our business and may be among your main tasks in the future. With such a large magic potion garden, the variety must be rich. Can I buy materials here regularly? Hereg asked. With such a large-scale magic potion garden, Hereg would no longer have to worry about lacking materials for magic potion experiments. The only thing was, he didn't know what the rules here were. Blake smiled. You're truly a qualified alchemist. Of course, you can buy here. Most magic potion materials here can be used if needed. Just follow the process to register, and the cost will automatically be deducted from your compensation. By the way, you will earn a compensation of 100 magic stones per month. If you receive any alchemy tasks, each one will come with a separate commission. In reality, most of an alchemist's income comes from these orders. When using the magic potion materials here, prices are much lower than market prices. You'll find magic potion materials surprisingly cheap. Hereg smiled. That's pretty nice. Since this is the origin, the magic potion materials can naturally be priced very low. As a single individual, Hereg wouldn't use much magic potion material, so to the Checky family, it was negligible. Moreover, this can be seen as part of the cost of nurturing an alchemist. Receiving compensation of 100 magic stones per month was more than satisfactory for Hereg. He never asked Larry about compensation before, as his main purpose in coming here was to have a safe environment to develop, making compensation the least important issue. Furthermore, Hereg believed Larry wouldn't treat him poorly. That's mandrake over there, and over there is stone root grass. Blake led Hereg along the roads between the fields, introducing the magic potion materials planted around, and Hereg took notes of them all. All right, you can learn more slowly later. Let's go to your residence. Blake led Hereg all the way to a broad crossroad, heading north with Hereg. Here's where you'll live from now on. Blake brought Hereg to a castle and turned around to say, this castle looks very ancient, at least 700 or 800 years old in style. The castle also occupies a large area. Hereg estimated it should be over 6,000 square meters. Despite the size, the castle was very quiet, without any sounds of human activity. This castle belonged to the nobles who originally lived here when Black Rock Valley was purchased. Usually no one lives here, it's always empty. Those wizard apprentices and servants are not fit to live here, and I don't like it either, it's too big. What do you think? Blake asked. Herag was quite satisfied and said, "It's pretty nice. I like it here. For others, it might be too deserted and too quiet, not at all suitable for an ordinary person to live in long term." But for Herag, it was just right. He liked being alone without anyone disturbing him. Being alone made it much easier to do many things. "Let's go inside and have a look." Blake led Herag into the castle. There were many buildings inside the castle, and Herag chose the innermost inner castle as his bedroom and experiment place. "I'll arrange for 2 servants for you. They will live in the gatehouse at the castle entrance and help you handle some daily chores," Blake said. Herag said, "Thank you, I quite like this place." Blake laughed and said, "I was afraid you might find it lifeless here, as long as you like it." "That's good, I'll leave now. I live in a compound to the east. If you need anything, you can come find me. Servants will help arrange food, clothes, etc. Just tell them if you need anything." After Blake left, a male and a female servant reported for duty. The man's name was Lennon, 40 years old, and he was skilled at driving and horse rearing. He was mainly responsible for relaying messages and running errands for Herag. The woman was named Mary, in her 30s, responsible for cooking, laundry, cleaning, and other chores. "Just do your respective tasks as usual, and you are not allowed to enter the inner castle without my permission," Herag ordered. The 2 bowed and expressed their understanding. Herag glanced at their physical condition. There seemed to be no problems currently, just that their appearance and age didn't quite match. Both were only in their 30s or 40s, yet some gray hair could already be seen on their heads. Inside Black Rock Valley, if not a wizard, one would be a wizard apprentice. Ordinary people staying here long-term would be affected by radiation, greatly reducing their lifespan. But they were just servants, mere consumables for the Checky family. No one would care about their lifespan. Only someone like Pete, a great knight, could barely counteract these radiation effects with his strong physique. This was because there were very few official wizards in Black Rock Valley. Most were wizard apprentices. If you placed Pete in a place like Moonlight Forest, where official wizards gathered, without taking some anti-radiation magic potion, his lifespan would also be reduced by radiation. After going out, Lennon returned driving a carriage, which would belong to Herag from now on for travels. He unloaded many things from the carriage, including bedding, mattresses, and other living supplies. The hygiene of the castle had already been cleaned in advance, but Mary still meticulously cleaned every part of the inner castle. This was the place where Herag was going to live. She dared not slack off, even picking up single strands of hair to throw into the trash heap. Mary's work included much more. Afterward, Lennon would have to bring a lot of vegetables, some of which needed to be stored in the castle's cellar, while others had to be pickled and dried. There were also things like cured meat and smoked fish that needed to be stocked up. Herag might not eat that much for the time being, but it was necessary to have them. Herag wandered around the castle, inspecting each room and planning future uses for them in his mind. Upon discovering that the inner castle also had a spacious basement, Herag decided to set up the laboratory there, offering more concealment and sound isolation. Herag took out some experimental equipment from his space ring, quickly dividing the basement into different sections. Soon, the prototype of a laboratory took shape. A few days later, in the basement. Over the past few days, Herag had become completely familiar with the castle and unexpectedly found 2 secret chambers, though there was nothing inside them. The operation of the castle was also on track. Every mealtime, Mary placed the prepared food on the designated table. Tonight, Herag would begin the most critical step, the cultivation of the great dark heaven. Before Herag, a glass vessel was filled with potion, soaking a small black leg. A long time ago, practitioners of the great dark heaven directly consumed the flesh and blood of the target bloodline to digest and devour its bloodline power. Herag didn't need such a primitive method. He had complete experimental equipment and Shenlin to help extract the bloodline, so there was no need to directly eat this remnant limb. The black little man's leg still maintained its vitality, without decay or deterioration. Herag clamped out the small leg from the vessel, simply processed it, and infused it with magic power to extract all the blood into a beaker. The subsequent steps were more complex. Herag needed to use magic power to eliminate all other impurities from the blood. Herag slowly removed the impurities one by one with the help of Shenlin. An hour later, the beaker contained only bright red blood. Herag infused magic power into the great dark heavens spell model, and a stone slab phantom appeared behind him. With a thought, the blood in the beaker was absorbed into the stone slab phantom. Immediately, the bloodline power from the blood spread from the stone slab, merging into Herag's own bloodline. Herag felt some pain all over his body, indicating that the bloodline power was being absorbed and integrated. An hour later, Herag slowly opened his eyes, a spark of electricity flashing in his eyes. Shenlin, check my physical state. Herag Merlin, power 16.5, agility 17.3, constitution 17.4, spirit 42.2, magic power 100%. There was a significant improvement in all physical data, especially agility, which directly increased to 17 points. This was just the enhancement to the physical body after absorbing the bloodline power, without using the bloodline power yet. After absorbing the bloodline power of the Black Little Man, Herag gained a talent ability, namely the power of thunder control. Through bloodline power, Herag could stimulate muscle tissues across his body with electricity, greatly enhancing his body's speed, defensive capability, and power. He also learned through bloodline power inheritance that when the bloodline power becomes stronger, he could cover his entire body surface with the power of lightning, leading to a qualitative improvement in speed, power, and the like. There are two ways to strengthen bloodline power. The first is to continue absorbing the same type of bloodline, directly enhancing one's corresponding bloodline. The second method is to enhance one's own strength. As strength increases, the hidden power of the bloodline will gradually reveal itself. Detected a special mark. Shenlin suddenly provided a prompt. Upon hearing the prompt, Herag glanced at his chest as instructed, where there was a black mark. The mark resembled a humanoid figure with a pair of wings on its back. The specific shape was unclear, only a simple outline could be seen. Shenlin, what is this? Herag asked. Shenlin, searching the archives, querying relevant information. Based on data speculation, the likelihood of the mark being a bloodline mark is 97.7%. Generally speaking, a bloodline mark only exists on the most original and purest bloodline of this line. Due to the subject absorbing the humanoid figure possessing a trace of the Thunder God ancestral bloodline, it is speculated that the subject has awakened the true Thunder God ancestral bloodline during the absorption process. Shenlin provided the data-based speculated results. The true Thunder God ancestral bloodline. Herag suddenly understood. The humanoid figure originally only had a trace of the Thunder God ancestral bloodline, and this amount of bloodline power was already very thin. Generally speaking, even if he absorbed the figure's bloodline, most of the bloodline power would also just be the figure's. However, Herag had now awakened the Thunder God ancestral bloodline, which meant that he was now truly a direct bloodline of the Thunder God ancestral line, a true bloodline holder. What is the function of this bloodline mark? Herag continued to ask. Shenlin provided data. The bloodline mark usually harbors more core bloodline power. The possessor can activate the bloodline mark to gain more powerful bloodline power. Herag moved his thoughts and communicated with the Thunder God ancestral mark on his chest. The mark quickly reacted, emitting a black glow. Starting from the mark, the skin began to gradually turn black, and it seemed poised to cover the whole body. Herag quietly waited for the change to complete, but surprisingly, the blackness was quickly suppressed by some force, retreating back into the mark. At this moment, he also felt a strange sensation, as if the world around him was rejecting him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Once the black completely retracted into the mark, the sense of rejection disappeared. This is, I understand now. Herag recalled his experience in the Abyss Plane and suddenly understood. The Thunder God ancestral bloodline power belongs to the power of the Abyss Plane and would be suppressed and rejected by the world will in the wizard world. That is to say, Herag would have difficulty using the true Thunder God ancestral bloodline power in the wizard world plane. After trying twice more, he found that he was indeed being suppressed by an inexplicable force, preventing him from activating the bloodline mark. It seems I'll have to wait until I get to the abyss plane next time to test the true power of this bloodline. Having tried twice without success, Herag could only temporarily abandon activating the mark. Unable to activate the bloodline mark, Herag began attempting to use the existing bloodline power. He moved his thoughts, mobilizing his internal bloodline power, and faint electric lights began flashing across his skin. Power plus 1.2, agility plus 2.3, constitution plus 1.7. Shenlin simultaneously provided the bloodline power enhancement data. Herag continued to mobilize his internal bloodline power, the electric lights on his body increasing, making his hair stand slightly on end. Power plus 5.3, agility plus 5.7, constitution plus 5.5. This was the current enhancement brought by the bloodline, and the increase in data was not very significant. Herag still needed to continue absorbing the thunder, god ancestral bloodline, or continue increasing his strength to stimulate more bloodline power. However, he was not limited to absorbing only the thunder god ancestral bloodline. The great dark heaven was all-encompassing and could absorb any bloodline power. After verifying the bloodline power, Herag began casting other spells, recording the relevant data. First were various level 0 attack type spells. Small fireball technique, 2.5 units. Magical missile, 1.7 units. Ice cone technique, 2.9 units. Ice arrow, 1.5 units. The intensity of each level 0 spell saw considerable improvement, with a significant enhancement in attack strength. Herag currently lacked level 1 attack spells, but this was not something that could be rushed, only gradual progress could be made. He planned to have Blake contact the Checky family's channel to see if he could purchase some suitable level 1 spells. He currently had over 2,000 magic stones, which seemed like a lot, but level 1 spells were expensive. Herag could not use all of them to purchase spells, some needed to be reserved. Now that he had left the Moonlight Forest, many things were not as easy to obtain. There were many rare magic potion materials and casting. Materials that, if they suddenly appeared, could not be purchased without sufficient magic stones and would be quickly bought by others. So one must always keep a reserve of magic stones at all times, just in case. After experimenting with all attack spells, Herag then began testing his strongest defense spell. Initially, during the 3rd class Wizard Apprentice stage, it had a defense intensity of 18 units. Now, he wasn't sure what the intensity would reach. Shenlin, calculate the strength value of absolute defense. After calculation, the estimated strength value of absolute defense is 45 units. 45 units. That's enough to block Malcolm's blood manipulation. Technique twice, Herag was quite satisfied with this result. Malcolm is a level 1 crystallization wizard, and it seems blood manipulation technique was his commonly used level 1 spell. In terms of attack intensity, blood manipulation is definitely not Malcolm's strongest attack spell. But to some extent, it indicates that the average spell attack intensity of a level 1 crystallization wizard is around 20 units. Herag's current level 0 attack spell intensity was below 3 units. I wonder what kind of intensity I would have using a level 1 spell. Herag felt that even if he used a level 1 spell, the intensity would likely not exceed 10 units. After verifying the intensity of absolute defense, Herag smeared a portion of blood on his palm, Blood Python's Fury. He wanted to continue verifying the enhancement brought by various beneficial spells to himself. Various beneficial spells were continuously applied to himself, as Herag constantly monitored the data changes. Herag Merlin, Power 26.1, 3.1, 3.3, 3.2, Agility 24.5, 2.1, 2.2, 2.9, Constitution 26.3, 4.3, 4.6, Spirit 42.2. After amassing a variety of beneficial spells, Herag's body data reached a quite good level. He believed that with this body data, it would not be so easy for Malcolm to kill him. The only shortcoming was that, although his body data was high, it might not be capable of countering various strange spells. At least Malcolm could not possibly engage him in melee combat, Not enough, let's add the bloodline power and try again. Herag closed his eyes, beginning to mobilize the Thunder God ancestral bloodline power within. As electric lights flashed across his body data began to rise once more. Power 31.4, Agility 30.2, Constitution 30, Spirit 42.2. After Herag used his bloodline power, his strength, agility, and constitution attributes all broke through 30 points. He casually clenched his fist, feeling that explosive power. With an average attribute of 30 points, Herag felt like he could punch the mammoth in Valley Town to death with one hit. Now, even facing Malcolm, he believed that as long as he had the chance to get close, without Malcolm being on guard, he could at least severely injure him. This level of power is not something an ordinary body can withstand. I wonder what kind of power will emerge from the bloodline. Mark in the Abyss Plane, Herag thought with some anticipation, but he suppressed this impulse. The Abyss Plane is certainly not a place to recklessly visit. It's too dangerous over there. The Land of Dawn serves as a barrier from the barren land, to some extent providing Herag with a relatively safe environment, at least not worrying about encountering a level 2 or level 3 wizard right outside. After advancing to level 1, with the means he now possesses, Herag at least has some ability to protect himself. I wonder how long it will take for the energy to be fully charged. Herag glanced at the plane coordinate mark in his palm. The shadow was more solid than before, indicating some energy had been replenished. He tried to communicate with it, and from the feedback of the mark, the energy was still insufficient. If he wants to visit the Abyss Plane next time, Herag must be fully prepared. Early the next morning, Lennon was quietly waiting outside the inner castle. The two servants already knew that if they had something to report to Herag, they just needed to wait outside the inner castle. Herag noticed him immediately. Knowing there was something to report, so he left the basement. "Sir, Mr. Blake asked me to tell you that he will take you to visit the magic potion field this afternoon," Lennon reported. Herag nodded and said, "All right, I got it." For the past few days, Blake hadn't looked for him, and with nothing else to do, Herag focused on cultivation and research. In the afternoon, Blake arrived outside the castle and upon seeing Herag already waiting at the castle gate, smiled and asked, "Getting used to it. If you need anything, just let me know." Herag replied, "It's quite good, no discomfort." "There is indeed something I need Mr. Blake's help with." "What is it?" Blake inquired. "I'd like to purchase a couple of level 1 spells. Does Mr. Blake have any connections for that?" Herag expressed his thoughts. Blake nodded. "That's possible, absolutely no problem. What type of spells do you need?" Herag pondered, "Preferably shield magic, offensive magic, or beneficial magic of these 3 kinds. What's the general price range?" As for the price, it's hard to say. The price difference between different level 1 spells can be significant. The cheapest could be around 70 or 80 magic stones, but expensive level 1 spells could cost thousands of magic stones. Blake continued, "I'll ask for you. When there are specific spells and prices, you can decide on what to purchase based on the situation." "Thank you, Mr. Blake." Herag expressed his gratitude. Blake waved his hand. "We're family, just a small favor. Having you join our Checky family, if I couldn't even help a bit, I wouldn't have the face to keep you here." "Mr. Blake, you're too kind," Herag said with a wry smile. He knew clearly that being able to stay here was the best outcome. After all, his main purpose for coming here was to evade Malcolm's threat, with work being secondary. "Let's go take a look at the magic potion field." Neither of them rode horses, choosing instead to walk. Riding is strictly forbidden in the magic potion field because the paths between the fields are relatively narrow, and if a horse gets out of control and charges into the fields, the losses could be significant. Currently, there are over 700 plots of cultivated land, with people watching over the fields every so often. These people are mostly first-class wizard apprentices, or ordinary night-level individuals. As Blake walked through the fields, he introduced some of the circumstances here. The wooden houses Herag saw earlier were where the field watchers lived. Their job is to sow the magic potion seeds and monitor the growth of the magic potion materials, handling any issues promptly. If they are unsure how to handle a problem, they must report it to Pete, who will then inform Blake. Now with Herag, he will also be notified. With the knowledge Herag learned in the Moonlight Forest, Dealing with basic growth issues of magic potion materials posed no difficulty, as this belonged to the foundational knowledge of herbalism and magic potion. Shenlin recorded the conditions of each plot of land, including the types of magic potion materials planted, quantities, and growth conditions. Task has been archived, currently executing. In Herag's mind, a 3D map of the magic potion field appeared, marking what magic potion materials were planted in each plot and their current growth status. Blake spent hours leading Herag through the entire magic potion field, giving Herag a clear understanding of the situation here. Larry said he sent some books that are on the way, all related to magic potion knowledge. These are for you. When you receive them, you can study them more. It's relatively advanced magic potion knowledge, Blake mentioned. Herag nodded. I'll study them carefully. With his current knowledge of magic potion, Herag had no problem crafting ordinary potions, but he had scarcely touched high-tier potions such as ancient magic potions, requiring time to learn. With Herag's current spiritual power, he is capable of crafting more advanced potions. These high-tier potions are the main sources of income for an alchemist. On the outskirts of the magic potion field, there's a relatively large flat land. On this flat land stood more than 30 people, all responsible for managing the fields as wizard apprentices and knights. Herag and Blake stood in front of these people, and Blake introduced, "This is Level 1 Wizard Herag Merlin, who will also be one of your managers in charge of the magic potion field." Over 30 people directed their gazes at Herag, surprised and somewhat incredulous upon seeing such a young and even slightly immature face, yet firmly remembering Herag. For these wizard apprentices of insufficient aptitude, being able to work for a pure-blood wizard family like the Cheki family was extremely fortunate, and they cherished the opportunity. For them, an official wizard was someone lofty and unattainable. Herag smiled and nodded, observing the conditions of these people. Most appeared to be in good health and spirit, indicating that at least the food here was not an issue. To the west of Black Rock Valley, there were rows of wooden houses, which served as their residences, appearing to be in decent condition. The wealthy Cheki family did not skimp on those working, for them treating them not as slaves. After Blake finished speaking, Herag said, "I will make some arrangements later, and I hope everyone can cooperate. The goal is to improve the yield of the magic potion field." Having toured each magic potion field, Herag already had some ideas in mind. Blake introduced him briefly to everyone, after which they dispersed to continue their respective tasks. "Mr. Blake, I have some ideas, and I will show you once I have developed them to see if they're feasible," Herag said as he walked alongside Blake. Blake nodded, saying, "No problem." Upon returning to the castle, Herag gave instructions to Shenlin. Shenlin provided a growth and cultivation plan for the magic potion field in Black Rock Valley, detailing the current growth status of each field, the possible future growth status, potential problems, and necessary actions. His concept was simple. With Shenlin, modern management of the magic potion field was entirely possible. The charm of data analysis lies in its ability to predict future situations based on current conditions. Magic potion materials also face issues like pests or sudden wilting, which are normal occurrences and part of the expected loss. However, all changes have precursors. If problems can be identified in advance, they can be addressed beforehand. For these wizard apprentices, adequately performing regular care and management is commendable, but predicting issues in advance is difficult, achievable only by experienced elders. Herag, utilizing Shenlin's capabilities in data analysis and calculation, could create detailed growth plans and reports for the magic potion field, assisting the wizard apprentices in management, thereby greatly enhancing the overall yield. The plan is complete. Shenlin quickly delivered results, as such calculations were not challenging for it. Soon, a detailed plan and several data reports appeared before Herag's eyes. He took some parchment and used magic power to imprint these plans and reports onto the parchment. 2 days later, Herag took these materials to see Blake. Blake's residence seemed simple, just a small wooden house with a vegetable garden. The garden had some ordinary vegetables, and there were no servants in sight, indicating Blake personally tended to it. As Herag arrived at the garden's entrance, Blake emerged. Mr. Blake, take a look at this, Harag said, handing over his organized materials to Blake. Blake looked at the parchment, initially struggling to understand the forms, but after a brief explanation from Harag, he grasped it instantly. This is truly a marvelous design. Blake was captivated not by the content but by the pie charts, bar charts, and tables that offered a refreshing, eye-opening perspective. Blake, being a seasoned wizard, quickly realized the implicit value within these data presentation methods. This approach could be applied not only to managing the magic potion field, but also to various domains, including the analysis of spell models. Blake exclaimed, "Harag, did you come up with all this?" Harag smiled modestly, "Just something I pondered in my spare time." "Genius, Larry wasn't wrong, you are a true genius," Blake praised generously. Continuing to examine the parchment, Blake said, "I see you've written about the growth trends and potential occurrences within 7 days, a month, and 3 months for each magic potion field. How did you achieve this?" Harag explained, "These are predictions based on existing knowledge. While not entirely accurate, they offer reference. If any predicted issues arise, they can be proactively resolved." Blake reviewed the content carefully, comparing it against his experience, and found that most of it matched. He was quite familiar with this, but typically lacked the time and energy to oversee each magic potion field thoroughly. "This is excellent. I'll have some copies made and distributed," Blake decided swiftly. Harag said, "I will update the content monthly, making real-time adjustments based on growth conditions." After some thought, Blake advised, "Don't spend too much time on this, as your personal practice is also important." "It's fine, maintaining this won't take much time. Once the data models are established, only minor adjustments are needed," Harag explained. Handling the data analysis and computing work was Shenlin's task. The parchment was quickly copied into dozens of sheets and distributed to the wizard apprentices and knights responsible for managing the magic potion field. Harag gathered these individuals at the magic potion field's open area to explain how to interpret these materials. The wizard apprentices, naturally more intelligent and receptive than ordinary people, quickly grasped the data charts and plans. However, the knights was slower to learn, struggling with many of the concepts. These knights primarily recognized words and had minimal exposure to advanced knowledge. Unlike wizard apprentices, they had to learn basic mathematical and scientific knowledge. This could not be helped, it would take time. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Help each other and ask among yourselves," Harag instructed. The wizard apprentices and knights nodded, pondering the materials on the parchment. Soon a perceptive wizard apprentice whispered, "This could replace us all." He realized that with these tools, fewer hands were needed. A small team could manage the magic potion field. And by adhering to the plans, issues could be addressed promptly, eliminating the need for constant oversight. During the following 2 weeks, the wizard apprentices and knights familiarized themselves with the plans and data graphs, gradually becoming adept at managing the magic potion field according to the plans. In the initial phase, Harag spent some time guiding them, only to find that after a few practical demonstrations, they soon comprehended. Now Harag could confidently leave them to manage it independently. A few days later, Blake sent someone to deliver news about a few level 1 spells. Harag hurried over and Blake said, "As per your request, the family has contacted 3 level 1 spells. See if you're interested. If so, we'll purchase them for you first." Blake handed over a piece of parchment with brief information about 3 level 1 spells written on it. Level 1 spell, Dark Magic Ball, a level 1 offensive spell of the dark energy element, priced at 150 magic stones. Level 1 spell, Dark Armor, a level 1 defensive spell of the dark energy element, priced at 350 magic stones. Level 1 spell, Giant Body, can enlarge the body and enhance overall physical power, priced at 300 magic stones. Friendly reminder, please prepare several sets of clothes. After reading through these spells, Harag nodded and said, "They all look good, I'll take them all." Blake laughed and said, "Knowing that you're specialized in the dark energy element, I specifically sought these out for you. Spells of the dark energy element aren't expensive, but there are fewer of them because there are not many wizards with this attribute." After spending a total of 800 magic stones, Herag had 1,500 magic stones left after buying these 3 spells. Herag was quite satisfied with these 3 level 1 spells. Both the Dark Magic Ball and Dark Armor were spells of the Dark Energy element, well suited for him. The spell Giant Body, according to its description, is a body enhancement type of beneficial magic, though its exact effects are unknown. This spell can make the body larger, and if combined with my partial petrification technique, it could also become harder. Several days later, the spells Herag purchased arrived at Black Rock Valley. 3 thick spell model books were placed on Herag's desk, and he first picked up the spell Dark Magic Ball. The spell model for this spell is relatively simple, primarily using dark energy particles to release explosive energy. Shenlin began analyzing and constructing the spell model for Dark Magic Ball. Task has been logged, estimated time required, 1 hour and 25 minutes, estimated magic power consumption, 17%. After Herag advanced to become an official wizard, Shenlin found it relatively easier to analyze level 1 spells as well. When considering the performance of Shenlin at the 3rd class Wizard Apprentice stage, these level 1 spells would consume a lot of time and magic power. In Herag's mind, the spell model for Dark Magic Ball gradually began to take shape. The complexity of level 1 spells compared to level 0 spells lies in that the spell model of level 1 spells generally has multiple modules, and each module is more complex than those of level 0 spells. The more complex the level 1 spell, the more modules it has, making the construction also more complex. After observing a few level 1 spell models, Herag discovered that the structure of absolute defense is somewhat similar to the spell model of level 1 spells, with its principle also being modular. However, absolute defense uses several level 0 spells as individual modules, while each module of a level 1 spell cannot be a standalone spell model. The spell model for Dark Magic Ball has been constructed. After Shenlin completed the construction of the Dark Magic Ball spell model, Herag went to a flat area behind the castle. There stood several round logs from the Forbidden Magic Forest, which he used specifically to test the power of spells. Herag softly chanted a few syllables, infusing magic power into the spell model of Dark Magic Ball. In his hand, dark energy particles quickly gathered, rapidly forming a black magic ball, slightly smaller in size than a basketball. Around the black magic ball, black rays flashed, emitting a strong magic power fluctuation. Herag aimed at the opposite log and threw the dark magic ball in his hand. A loud explosion was heard, causing Mary and Lennon, who were working, to flinch. Seeing that the sound came from behind the castle, they continued with their tasks. Such disturbances were frequent, as the esteemed Herag often conducted spell experiments. The log had some dents and damage, but overall it wasn't severely damaged and could be used many more times. Shenlin assessed the strength of Dark Magic Ball. Based on the calculations, the estimated strength of Dark Magic Ball is level 8, and it consumed 6% of magic power. Herag nodded in satisfaction. This strength was in line with expectations. In terms of attack strength, the Dark Magic Ball indeed lived up to its level 1 spell status, far surpassing the strength of a level 0 spell. When he can advance to a crystallization wizard, the strength of Dark Magic Ball should be comparable to Malcolm's Blood Claw. After concluding the Dark Magic Ball experiment, Herag proceeded with constructing the spell model for Dark Armor. This spell does not fall under shield magic, but is actually summoning magic, except it summons protective gear. At the thought of it, a set of black armor quickly solidified on Herag's body. This is full body armor, covering even the head thoroughly. The helmet resembled a crown, and the black armor emitted a black glow, making it look more like those legendary fallen knights rather than characters of a lawful alignment. This set of armor was extremely light, almost weightless yet incredibly hard. Shenlin assessed the defensive strength of dark armor. Assessing, after calculations, the estimated average defensive strength of dark armor is 40. Shenlin calculated the average strength because the defensive strength of the armor varied at different parts. For example, the breastplate had the highest strength, while the legs had relatively weaker strength. Defensive strength of 40 was already impressive, and combined with absolute defense, Herag was confident he could hold out longer against a crystallization wizard. Finally, there was the spell giant body. After Herag completed the construction of its spell model, he didn't immediately cast it, but instead headed to the back garden of the castle. Not knowing the specific effects of this spell, he was worried he might inadvertently break the roof. After infusing magic power into the spell model of giant body, a force flowed from the spell model, spreading through his entire body. Herag glanced down to see his muscles swelling and his bones becoming thicker. His body gradually grew taller, and his vision also started to elevate. A few seconds later, the transformation stopped. Shenlin assessed the changes brought by giant body. Assessing the relevant data. Giant body, strength plus 4.1, agility plus 1.2, constitution plus 5.6, height plus 1.2 meters. Herag had now become a true giant, with a height exceeding 3 meters. He was already rather tall, and after the giant transformation, he turned into an imposing figure, his entire body's muscles proportionately swelling. Herag briefly calculated that if he were to include all beneficial magic, his final physical stats would reach the following levels: strength 35.5, agility 31.4, constitution 35.6, spirit 42.2. Herag was now even more eager to know how much his body could be enhanced when he entered the Abyss Plane and activated his true bloodline power, combined with these spells. He looked down at his already shredded clothes with a bit of helplessness, but indeed, his entire body had grown larger. It was already big, and now it was even bigger. He immediately used dark armor, and as he had imagined, the dark armor would adapt to his body size. In the courtyard square at the back of the castle, a giant over 3 meters tall stood in the middle of the space, clad in black full-body armor. If there were people around, anyone who saw this would surely be horrified. After completing his experiment, Herag put away the magic, and his body rapidly shrank. He glanced at his tattered clothes, smiling helplessly. I can't just run naked to the backyard. Herag had no choice, he had to wear something. He was the only one in the inner castle. Running around naked in broad daylight felt rather strange. Herag took a set of clothes from his space ring and put them on, feeling much better. Looks like I need to keep several sets of clothes ready from now on, Herag thought. Next is to complete the advanced version of the Starry Sky Potion. The current Starry Sky Potion is no longer useful to me. I need to experiment with a new potion formula to accelerate my meditation speed. He returned to the laboratory, preparing to let Shenlin Inference improve the formula of the Starry Sky Potion when Blake arrived. Herag had to put this matter aside and went to the castle gate to see what Blake wanted. Seeing Herag, Blake said, "Your first order has arrived. There's an order of high-level healing potions that you need to complete, totaling 50 portions with a delivery time of 3 months. No problems, Herag nodded. He felt eager to start. High-level healing potions are very commonly used among official wizards, outclassing the White Sage healing potion by 100-fold. Of course, the price is also much higher than the White Sage healing potion. According to the market price, a single high-level healing potion costs 70 to 80 magic stones, and a typical official wizard would only carry 2 or 3 for emergencies. Because of the high price, even official wizards have to consider the cost. You'll get a 10% commission from this batch of high-level healing potions, and there's plenty of time so you don't have to rush. This order is mainly for practice, as you haven't crafted high-level potions before, so you need to get familiar with it slowly, Blake advised. Herag replied, I understand. The materials will be sent over tomorrow. Generally, alchemists need about 1.5 to 2 portions of raw materials to make potions. I'll prepare 2 portions for you, and if you need more, let me know, Blake said. Herag asked, what if there's excess material? Blake laughed, the excess will belong to you. It's one of the perks, but that depends on your skills. He didn't think Herag could save much raw material on his first attempt at crafting high-level healing potions. Even 2 portions might not be enough. It's not that Blake looked down on Herag, it's purely a matter of experience. No matter how talented, one needs to accumulate experience. At first, due to the lack of experience, there will be various mistakes, leading to higher material wastage. Early the next morning, wizard apprentices pulled several carts to the castle gate. Lenin helped move the goods from the carts into the castle's storage. Herag took some materials from the storage to the lab and began preparing to craft high-level healing potions. The main ingredient of the high-level healing potion is dragon's blood grass, which contains components with strong healing abilities for wounds. After alchemists use special methods to craft dragon's blood grass into high-level healing potions, it provides strong recovery for both external and internal injuries. In most situations, as long as you have one high-level healing potion, your life can be saved. Unless you're already dismembered. Shenlin, start the high-level healing potion crafting assistance. Recently, Herag had read several books sent by Larry multiple times, becoming familiar with many high-level potion formulas and crafting processes. In these books, high-level healing potions were almost used as introductory examples for teaching. Herag took out a green herb and used magic to extract its juice. The green herb, once juiced, yielded a blood-red liquid. Furthermore, the blood-red liquid bubbled as if boiling once it was extracted. Herag immediately used magic to envelop the liquid, integrating magic into every part of it to stabilize its properties. Soon, the liquid stopped boiling and became calm. This step seemed simple, but required strong spiritual power. If Herag was still a third-class wizard apprentice, his spiritual power wouldn't be able to stabilize the juice of the dragon's blood grass, let alone control it. This is due to the stringent spiritual power requirement. Even with Shenlin's assistance, it cannot be achieved, which is why only official wizards can craft high-level potions. As many stages demand high spiritual power. With his current spiritual power meeting the standards, and with Shenlin's assistance, Herag crafted potions methodically. About 3 hours later, Herag had a blood-red solution in a test tube in his hand. From the color, it was a pure high-level healing potion. Herag spent 3 hours on his first crafting attempt, estimating that as he became more familiar, he'd be faster in subsequent attempts. The 50 portions seemed like they could be completed in less than a month. Lake didn't expect Herag to work this quickly. He initially assumed Herag would need at least several days to familiarize himself with the crafting process before being able to regularly produce high-level healing potions. Further, the quality of high-level healing potions requires time for gradual adjustment and optimization, all of which consume necessary time for a novice potion maker. Herag planned to craft 2 portions daily, dedicating 5 to 6 hours to it, while the rest of the time would be for meditation practice and study. With his current spiritual power, mistakes were rare. Blake's prepared 2 portions of material would not be wasted by Herag. Any leftovers went into his space ring. Herag focused more on the crafting, since any surplus belonged to him. He also controlled the potion quality slightly, ensuring all met the standard, with several being of high quality. Herag knew he needed to remain low-key, but also realized that he couldn't be too low-key, as he had to show his value for the Cheki family to increase their investment. He intended to inform Blake after 2 months that he had completed the order. The timing would neither be too late nor too early, but within a reasonable range. A month and a half later, looking at the neatly arranged 50 portions of high-level healing potions before him, Herag felt a sense of achievement. He had already asked Lenin to inform Blake. Besides these 50 portions, Herag crafted an additional 30 portions of high-level healing potions for his own use. Where ordinary wizards would prepare 2 or 3, Herag had 30 in reserve, which might lead some to think he planned to open a shop. "You've completed the crafting?" Blake asked in surprise. Herag nodded and presented a box of high-level healing potions. Blake picked up a piece from the box and examined its quality, a smile appearing on his face. He then proceeded to inspect each high-level healing potion, and afterwards, he raised his head and said, "Very good, it's really hard to believe that this is your first time crafting high-level healing potions. Seems like I can confidently assign you order tasks in the future." As long as Mr. Blake is satisfied, Herag showed a look of relief. Blake laughed. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. From what I see, you're already a very qualified alchemist." Although the ratio of high-quality potions in Herag's batch was not high, considering it was his first time refining high-level healing potions, reaching this level was already not easy. Moreover, even at this current level, he could be considered a certified alchemist. You can split this order into 350 magic stones, which will be combined with next month's salary and issued together, Blake said. Herag's monthly salary was 100 magic stones, so this order alone was worth more than 3 months of salary. After this day, Blake officially regarded Herag as an alchemist, occasionally assigning some orders to him. These orders were almost all high-level magic potions, and in the process of completing them, Herag not only familiarized himself with various potion crafting processes, but also earned a lot of magic stones. He gradually controlled the quality of his output, and as time went by, the quality of the potions he crafted improved, making Blake value him even more. Soon a year had passed. Herag held a bottle of blue potion, poured a little into a glass of water, and the plain water quickly turned blue. He picked up the glass of blue water and drank it, then began to meditate. Herag Merlin, Power 18, Agility 18, Constitution 19, Spirit 46, Magic Power 100%. In this year's time, he completed a 3-star meditation, with only 2 points left in the second array map. He took time to complete the improved optimization experiment of the Starry Sky Potion, removing the demon flower ingredient and replacing it with an insect called the 3-star insect. After adding this insect, the advanced Starry Sky Potion was a success, enabling Herag's meditation speed to reach completing a star in 3 to 4 months. However, the cost of the 3-star insect was relatively high. It was not available in Black Rock Valley, so he had to purchase it individually through the Checky family's channels. The cost of one advanced Starry Sky Potion was 50 magic stones, and one could be used 10 times, which required 150 magic stones per month. Herag's monthly salary was only 100 magic stones, and if it weren't for the extra income from orders, he wouldn't be able to afford the advanced Starry Sky Potion. Fortunately, after Herag's potion crafting skills were recognized, he received more orders, greatly increasing his income to support the expenses for the advanced Starry Sky Potion. 4,100 magic stones. Herag estimated that after accumulating for a year, this was his total value, a considerable fortune. Over the past year, with Herag's help, the overall yield of the magic potion field improved by about 20%. This made Blake value Herag even more, applying to the family to increase Herag's salary from 100 magic stones to 200 magic stones. On Herag's finger, aside from the space ring given by Lillian and the blessing ring of the Wind Elf, there was one more ring. This ring was embedded with a ruby, with an internal space as large as a football field. This was his reward from the Checky family after working in Black Rock Valley for a year. Such a space ring with such a large space is priceless on the market, basically sold as soon as it appears. In the past year, Herag's space ring had accumulated various potion reserves of all types, nearly filling the original space ring. With the ring rewarded by the Checky family, the space immediately felt abundant. He placed all the potions into the new ring, neatly and categorically stored. The value of just this pile of potions was estimated to be over 10,000 magic stones, all stored by Herag for his own use. The plain coordinate imprint in his palm still didn't have enough energy, so he couldn't travel to the Abyss Plane yet. After a busy year, Herag was ready to start another matter, the selection and absorption of bloodline power. Currently, he only had the bloodline power of the Thunder God ancestor. Herag had also experimented with capturing small animals to conduct bloodline experiments, finding that the great dark heaven remained indifferent to the bloodlines of these small animals, with no reaction at all. He subsequently learned that not all animals have bloodline power. Most animals do not carry such heritage in their blood. In other words, to have bloodline power, one must be inherently a powerful creature, like demons. Looks like I'll have to trouble Blake, Herag pondered. While staying in Black Rock Valley, he could only obtain the flesh of demons through the channels of the Checky family. Demons, what type do you need? Blake asked. Herag replied, any kind of demon will do. The stronger, the better. I want to conduct some experiments and need the flesh of powerful demons. Blake nodded, got it. I'll keep an eye out for you and will let you know if there's any news. It's normal for wizards to experiment with demon flesh, especially for alchemists, who often need to study the effects of various materials to research potion formulas. These materials, apart from herbs, naturally include demon flesh. Blake didn't think much of it and just noted it down. He immediately took out a piece of paper, wrote some information on it, and then chanted a few syllables. A hexagram array appeared in front of him, and a little elf with 6 wings was summoned. Blake took out a magic stone, placed it in front of the little elf, and said, "Send the letter to Bartolomeo Cecchi." The little elf had a delicate face, tilted its head to glance at Blake, and then instantly stashed away the large magic stone in its arms. She then took the letter and held it in her arms, disappearing back into the hexagram array. "Is that the Cecchi family's messenger?" Herag asked with curiosity, seeing Blake sending a letter in front of him for the first time. "Yes, a very cute little fellow. Oh, she's older than me, haha," Blake chuckled dryly. Messengers are a method of communication between wizards through contracting with certain creatures, and then paying a certain cost each time to have them deliver letters or items for you. The cost might be a gold coin or a magic stone. Herag had also heard of a messenger requiring a fingernail piece each time. Herag always envied such messengers, but unfortunately had no way to obtain one. He still relied on talisman stones to communicate with others, hanging this talisman stone under the Cecchi family's name. Every talisman stone used outside the wizard organization needed to be registered at Augustus Academy to connect to the magic net. Talisman stones could only be used in areas covered by the magic net, whereas messengers ignored distances. There are very few creatures capable of serving as messengers, and those with such capabilities wouldn't contract with a weak wizard like him. This little elf has a contract with the entire Cecchi family. In the barren land, messengers generally exist among the higher-ups of major wizard families and wizard organizations, for only these people have the means to contact a messenger. Ordinary wizards rarely have the channels to sign contracts with messengers. For them, the only method is to obtain a complete messenger ceremony. The so-called messenger ceremony takes many forms, such as a quill or a cup of butterbeer. A wizard can unseal the messenger ceremony to randomly sign a messenger contract with a certain being. This being may not necessarily be from the current plane, but possibly from another one, depending on who responds to you. Messenger ceremonies are generally very expensive, and Herag currently isn't prepared to spend so much money on such things, as they don't directly enhance his power. The demon flesh and blood that Blake helped to contact turned up news 2 days later. Bloodthirsty snake meat, 100 magic stones per pound, minimum purchase of 5 pounds. Herag originally only needed a little bit of flesh and blood, but they only sell it starting from 5 pounds. He had no choice but to first buy 5 pounds. Bloodthirsty snake meat is considered a relatively common type of demon, with good quality meat, usually bought for eating. However, it's highly priced, affordable only for those wealthier wizard families or wizard organizations. Upon receiving the bloodthirsty snake meat, Herag found it packed in a copper box. When he opened it, he found several pieces of bright red flesh still pulsing slightly within. Herag cut a small piece out, which was enough for his experiment. After entering the laboratory and performing some operations, he soon extracted a sample of blood into a test tube. The bloodline power in the bloodthirsty snake blood was slowly absorbed by Herag. As he absorbed it, Herag frowned slightly. The bloodline power is too thin. Though there was bloodline power within the bloodthirsty snake's blood, it was still too thin, offering almost no enhancement for him. This made Herag's expression somewhat grave. Because it signified an issue, ordinary demons didn't provide any help to him, implying he needed much stronger demons. But whether he could even deal with strong demons himself was uncertain, let alone acquiring their bloodline power. Herag pondered the situation, realizing his power growth was currently limited. Originally, with great dark heaven, he thought he could infinitely absorb bloodline power to increase his strength. However, he hadn't expected even the bloodline power in demon bodies to be so weak and thin. Obstructing his plan to gain strength through bloodline absorption with great dark heaven. Is going to the abyss plane the only option? Herag considered. Indeed, many high bloodline demons resided in the abyss plane, but it was also extremely dangerous, requiring careful consideration. Herag then proceeded to roast the remaining few pounds of bloodthirsty snake meat. After all, this could be consumed, using the traditional method of bloodline absorption with great dark heaven. Currently, his appetite was astonishing. A strong constitution naturally required more food. He devoured all 5 pounds of bloodthirsty snake meat, yet still didn't feel full. Enhancements from the bloodthirsty snake: power plus 0.2, agility plus 0.3, constitution plus 0.1. Looking at these enhancement figures, Harag was speechless. The input-to-output ratio was too low. Spending a total of 500 magic stones, only to gain such a tiny bit of improvement, felt like a huge loss to Harag. While he could continue buying bloodthirsty snake meat to eat, and continue enhancing himself with the same bloodline, the cost-effectiveness was too low, and he didn't have that much money to spend. Harag sought out Blake again and asked, "Mr. Blake, is there any news on high-level demons?" High-level demons? That's a bit challenging. Even if there are, they're not easily purchasable, usually only available at auctions. "If you're interested, I'll notify you next time there's an auction," Blake replied. Harag thought for a while, then asked, "Are auctions safe?" In his impression, auctions often had a lot of disputes, and he didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. Blake chuckled, "You're quite cautious." "Don't worry. Auctions are definitely safe. They're jointly hosted by various wizard organizations and wizard families, so no one dares cause trouble." He stroked his beard and said, "It's also a good opportunity to take you out to sea and meet more people. Wizards need social connections too, especially at our level, where resource exchange becomes even more important. You need to build a network. I'll take you to the next auction, it's settled." Harag hesitated, but seeing how much Blake wanted to take him, he did not refuse. He realized that at the official wizard level, many things were hard to buy through normal channels. Networking was indeed important for something like high-level demons. Others would definitely consume them internally or put them up for auction. Harag could also commission the Checky family to auction for him, but with so many items at the auction, only he would know which were valuable for him. At the entrance of Black Rock Valley, Harag and Blake sat in a carriage again, with Pete driving. "Is it confirmed that there will be dragon blood at this auction?" Harag asked in the carriage. Blake nodded, "Confirmed. This dragon blood comes from a giant dragon with level 2 wizard power. It was obtained by trading some price with the dragon, genuine dragon blood. But I might not afford it, it's definitely expensive." Harag glanced at his space ring, which held only 3,600 magic stones. Blake said, "Don't worry, they're smart. One portion of dragon blood is subdivided into many parts for auction. Most wizards don't need such a large amount of dragon blood. You should have no problem buying a small portion." "Then I'm relieved," Harag nodded. "Since it's auctioned off in multiple portions, the price shouldn't be too high, and competition would be lesser." The auction venue was in a place called White Fang Castle, a gathering place for wizards. Besides the auction, it had bars, inns, and markets like other places. Only those who came here were wizards or wizard apprentices. The carriage arrived at a cliff and continued moving forward. The horses gradually stopped upon seeing the cliff, and Pete lifted the carriage curtain. "My lords, we've arrived." Harag followed Blake out of the carriage, noticing only a barren cliff in front of them, with nothing around. The cliff was several hundred meters high, with a forest below and some white mist drifting in the mountains. "Let's go, we've arrived," Blake said. Arrived? Harag felt puzzled. Blake smiled slightly, producing a wooden plaque adorned with the words White Fang Castle and some engravings. He said, "Hold this and look again." Taking the wooden plaque, Harag felt the surrounding space ripple, and upon looking up, the cliff was no longer there. All around Harag was a forest, with a fountain behind him bubbling with water. The place that was originally a sheer cliff has now turned into a long white stone bridge. The white stone bridge spanned a large river, with rushing waters roaring below. "Where is this?" Harag asked in confusion. Blake was also holding a wooden token, explaining, "This is the token of White Fang Castle. Only wizards with this token can see the path leading to the white stone bridge." Harag glanced at the wooden token in his hand, not noticing anything unusual. "Let's go, this is the effect of the witch array here." Blake smiled as he noticed Harag studying the token and walked ahead. "Another witch array." Herag knew nothing about witch arrays and had no knowledge in this area. As he walked onto the white stone bridge, he saw lights brightening the other side, revealing a sizable town. The town was bustling, with people coming and going. After crossing the white stone bridge, an old lady pushing a small cart approached Herag. The cart was filled with various candies, each containing different kinds of insects. The old lady looked at Herag and asked, "Would you like to buy some bug candies? I made them all myself, they are delicious." Herag waved his hand, indicating he wasn't interested. The old lady didn't persist and instead smiled politely, pushing her cart elsewhere. Herag noticed that even this old lady was a first-class wizard apprentice. Looking around, he saw no ordinary people on the bustling street. They were all either wizards or wizard apprentices. Walking down the street, Herag even noticed some wizard apprentices hanging clothes from the upper floors. He curiously asked Mr. Blake, "Do many people live here permanently?" Blake replied, "That's right, a lot of wizards or wizard apprentices settle here." Herag observed that there were many shops, each with a family crest-like mark, clearly belonging to some wizard organization or wizard family. "We're almost there. Our Checky family's property in White Fang Castle is just ahead." Blake smiled as he led Herag around a corner. Herag's view suddenly expanded, revealing a very broad street flanked by tall buildings. The buildings soared to more than 10 meters high, each floor brightly lit, giving Herag a sense of déjà vu from his past life. The street was even busier, with the crowd resembling that of people leisurely shopping. There were couples walking hand in hand and families, with parents carrying or holding small children. Others were pushing wheelchairs with gray-haired elders slowly strolling down the street. Turning back, Herag realized that the area behind him resembled a residential district, hence it was less lively. The street before him was clearly a commercial street, teeming with various shops, stores, and restaurants. "It turns out the wizarding world is more exciting than I imagined," Herag murmured to himself. He had thought wizards spent all their time secluded at home, diligently studying, not expecting to find so many wizards enjoying life. Blake heard his muttering and laughed. "You think everyone is as diligent as you? Many wizards know to relax sometimes. That's why I wanted to bring you out for a walk. You've been cooped up in Black Rock Valley for a whole year without stepping outside. I don't know how you managed." Blake was genuinely impressed with Herag for staying inside the desolate castle without venturing out without reason. Herag chuckled awkwardly, not revealing his fear of encountering unexpected events. He always remembered the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, always the possibility of running into Malcolm if he went out. Without a guarantee of victory, Herag would not act rashly. Had it not been for Blake's companionship, he wouldn't have come out this time either. Observing the street crowd, Herag suddenly understood. Not everyone could continuously advance like him. Most people reached a bottleneck they could not surpass. Whether due to innate talent or resource limitations, various reasons hindered smooth advancement. Many, once realizing they had no hope of advancing, began to enjoy life or, like Bessie, started considering the cultivation of future generations. Having always strived for improvement, Herag never let himself relax, substituting even sleep with meditation. The two squeezed through the crowd for 10 minutes, arriving at a storefront. The shop was brightly lit, with large words on the door, "Checky Magic Pharmacy." This was a property of the Checky family, responsible for selling various magic potions and materials, and accepting various magic potion refining orders. "Lord Blake." The store clerks were surprised at his arrival and immediately came over. Blake merely acknowledged with a hum, introducing, "This is Herag Merlin and he's completed quite a few orders recently." A group of clerks looked over, bowing in greeting while memorizing Herag's appearance. The store manager, a lanky middle-aged man, jogged over upon hearing the news. The manager was usually responsible for daily affairs, while clerks attended to customers in the store. The store's decor was grand, with various magic potions neatly categorized and displayed. Herag glanced at the prices, significantly higher than market rates, with many resembling those he had refined himself. Despite the high prices, business was booming. The Checky family's magic potions had a well-known reputation for quality, attracting a continuous stream of buyers. Blake and Herag walked at the front, followed by a group of people. Herag's status was naturally higher compared to them, as they were merely wizard apprentices. In the Checky family, alchemists held a very high status. "We'll stay here for the next few days. There are plenty of rooms and the conditions are nice," Blake said. Hereg nodded. "Whatever Mr. Blake arranges is fine with me." The lower floors of the shop sold goods, while the top two were reserved for the Checky family or their guests. The room inside was spacious, with bathroom facilities, completely equipped and luxuriously decorated. Upon entering, Hereg immediately smelled a pleasant aroma, recognizing it as the scent of withered herbs, which relieves anxiety and aids sleep. This was a rather luxurious fragrance, with a price comparable to high-level magic potion materials. The auction would start the day after tomorrow. Hereg soaked in a hot bath before collapsing onto the plush bed. The comfort made Hereg want to nap, but he composed himself, entering a meditative state instead. He could sleep, but only after completing his meditation practice for the day. He couldn't afford any laziness. The next day, Blake took Hereg around White Fang Castle, mainly to meet people from various wizard families and let Hereg make an appearance in front of them. Hereg discovered that the relationships among these wizard families seemed pretty good, and each engaged in different businesses. Individually, a wizard family certainly wouldn't be stronger than a wizard organization, but if so many wizard families united, it would be a formidable force. The auction officially started the evening of the second day, held in a place resembling a palace. "Please show your invitations." Two provocatively dressed women at the entrance were checking everyone's invitations. The auction wasn't open to everyone. Only those invited had the right to participate. The Checky family, being one of the shareholders behind the auction, naturally had no trouble qualifying. Upon entering, a red carpet was laid on the ground, leading along a long corridor into the depths of the palace. A guard led the two to the door of the palace, gently knocked on the door, and it automatically opened. In front was a huge hall filled with people in formal attire, holding goblets of red wine, gathered in small groups chatting with each other. Many tables were arranged in the hall, each with a wooden sign indicating whose spot it was. Hereg glanced around but didn't see the spot for the Checky family. Blake greeted others along the way and turned back to say, "Stop looking, we're not sitting there, we're going to the second floor." He pointed towards the second floor with a smile. Hereg followed the direction of his finger and saw numerous private boxes on the second floor, each with large floor-to-ceiling windows that obscured the view from below. Blake led Hereg up the stairs to the second floor, and reaching room number 6, Blake pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, Hereg found the private box spacious, with a row of sofas in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, providing a clear view of the situation below. "Sit anywhere you like. Later, they'll bring some food and drinks. Just tell them if you want anything specific." Blake first sat down on a sofa, lying back comfortably. Hereg followed suit, finding a sofa to lie down on. The sofa was very soft, as if one might sink into it entirely. Shortly afterwards, there was a knock at the door from behind. "Enter," Blake said with half-closed eyes. Two attendants entered, carrying 2 bottles of red wine and 2 trays of food, as well as a tray of ice cubes. The attendants took out 2 wine glasses, added a few ice cubes to each, then forcefully pulled out the cork of a wine bottle, pouring the crimson liquid into the ice-filled goblets. They placed the goblets on the small table next to Hereg and Blake, then brought over and set down the 2 trays of food. "Do you have any other requests?" the attendant asked softly. "Not for the moment, you may leave," Blake said. The 2 attendants bowed slightly, then slowly retreated, carefully closing the door. The food consisted of roasted beef, a roast chicken, and some fruit and salad. Hereg cut some meat with a knife, wrapped it with lettuce, and started eating. The taste was very good. The skin of the meat was crispy and fragrant, and the flesh was juicy and tender. After a short while of eating, people in the hall gradually took their seats, and a middle-aged man in a black suit walked onto the podium in the hall. A black stone floated in front of him, capable of amplifying his voice to every corner of the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the White Fang Castle auction." After a brief opening speech from the host, with a snap of his fingers, a provocatively dressed woman came up holding a dagger in both hands, each hand adorned with black lace gloves. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first auction item tonight, an appetizer. He let the woman step forward and showcase the dagger in her hands to everyone. The dagger was about 30 centimeters long, its blade glowed blue, and the handle was carved rather archaically. This dagger is named Blue Wing, an authentic level 1 witchcraft artifact, the host introduced. Witchcraft artifacts are a higher tier of existence than demonized items, requiring an enchantment and fixation of at least a level 1 spell to be considered a witchcraft artifact. Those with level 0 spell enchantments can only be called demonized items. Level 1 spells are much more complex than level 0 spells, and the difficulty of enchanting and fixing them onto items increases exponentially, making them very rare. At least in the barren land, those who can create witchcraft artifacts are very few, and most of the existing witchcraft artifacts have been passed down from the Land of Dawn. Level 1 witchcraft artifact means it has a level 1 spell enchanted and fixed on it, requiring at least a third-class wizard apprentice to use. Like demonized items, which only require a bit of magic power to operate and impose no wizard-level requirements on the user. However, witchcraft artifacts are different, as even to activate them requires magic power of high quality. At least the magic power of a third-class wizard apprentice is needed to meet the standard to activate a witchcraft artifact. There wasn't much reaction from those in the hall, just focused attention on the dagger, waiting for the host to continue with the introduction. The prices of different level 1 witchcraft artifacts vary greatly, mainly depending on what spell has been enchanted and fixed. Seeing everyone's attention was on it, the host continued, the spell enchanted and fixed on this level 1 witchcraft artifact is space travel. A wave of exclamations swept through the crowd, making the hall suddenly lively. Herag raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected it to be space travel. Space travel can be considered a higher level spell than flash, the difference being space travel can record 2 coordinate points. After casting space travel, the caster can choose one of the 2 coordinates to teleport to. This spell is very advanced and rare, even among level 1 spells, and nearly non-existent in the barren land. Herag had never heard any news regarding this spell. It only existed in written records in books. Unexpectedly, a witchcraft artifact enchanted with space travel appeared before him, and Herag sighed, continuing to sip his wine. The price of such an item would undoubtedly be very high, and it had nothing to do with him. Having this dagger meant having an extra life-saving measure, enabling a swift escape to a preset safe location in critical moments. For a wizard, this significantly enhanced safety. The host cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. I believe everyone knows the value of space travel. This Blue Wing is a unique existence in our barren land. He continued explaining the value of Blue Wing, aiming to increase the final bidding price of the dagger. Now the auction begins, with an opening bid of 3,000 magic stones, and each increment must not be less than 500 magic stones. 3,500 magic stones. Someone immediately shouted a price. You think you can get it with just an increment of 500? A friend beside him immediately rolled his eyes. The person grinned, just trying to participate. If I don't bid now, I won't be able to later. 4,000 magic stones. 5,000 magic stones. The prices were called quickly. Almost as soon as one price was shouted, a new price would immediately suppress it. Currently, those calling prices were wizards sitting in the auditorium. Not a single person in the major boxes on the second floor had spoken. Herag glanced at the 4,000-something magic stones in his pocket and showed a helpless smile. His savings was still too little. These wizards in the auditorium, who knew how many years they had been around, surely had rich family resources. And Herag now felt like a student who had just graduated and worked for a year. His savings were too little. Lake noticed his expression and laughed. If you want, our Checky family can help you buy it, and you can pay the remaining balance slowly without interest. Herag waved his hand. Forget it, this thing will certainly be very expensive. This item was indeed very useful, but Herag didn't want to incur a large debt because of it. Bidding in the auditorium continued, with the price reaching 12,000 magic stones. 20,000 magic stones. A man's voice came from box number 3, and the auditorium suddenly quieted down a lot. Those are people from the Moss family, Blake explained to Herag after glancing around. The Moss family was also a powerful pure-blood wizard family, not weaker than the Checky family. Once the people from the Moss family spoke, the auditorium quieted down a lot, and no one continued to bid. "Danny, I quite like this item too. Let's each rely on our abilities. 35,000 magic stones." After a brief silence, a voice came from box number 7, right next to Herag and his companions. "Horace Kirk, a level 1 crystallization wizard from the Kirk family," Blake said slowly, holding a wine glass. Herag slowly nodded, silently remembering these names. At this level, the prices had reached a point where wizards like him could no longer participate. Box number 3 immediately called out, 38,000 magic stones. Box number 7 paused for a while, 40,000 magic stones. Box number 3 went silent and didn't continue bidding. Seeing this, the host said, "So, the current price for the blue wing dagger has reached 40,000 magic stones. Is there a higher bid?" He looked around and it was all quiet. Seeing that the price probably couldn't go any higher, the host said, "Then 40,000 magic stones going once. 40,000 magic stones going twice. 40,000 magic stones going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman in box number 7 for winning the blue wing dagger." The first auction item of the event was now considered sold, and the auditorium became lively again, with some discussing in low voices and others chatting about various recent events. The pacing of auctions had always been slow, with a break between each completed auction item. Soon, the second auction item was carried up by 2 level 1 wizards. It was a very thick book. The surface of the book looked like some kind of animal fur, and the hair was still moving on its own. The host opened with, "Ladies and gentlemen, next I will introduce a heavyweight auction item to you." The auditorium's attention was instantly drawn, all looking at the book on the high platform. "This is a complete level 2 defensive witch array." The crowd erupted again, and this time even more passionately than before. Level 2 defensive, which array meant it could defend against the full attack of level 2 wizards. This was almost an invincible witch array in the land, invaluable for family defense or personal protection. Level 2 defensive witch array, starting bid at 30,000 magic stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 magic stones, the host shouted passionately. However, the response in the auditorium was tepid, with no one bidding. For most independent wizards, this thing was too extravagant and not very useful. It was only of considerable value to those wizard families or wizard organizations. Independent wizards mostly consisted of 1 or 2 partners and children and could just run in case of trouble, making a witch array a bit unaffordable. The second floor was also relatively calm, because most wizard families already had witch arrays protecting key locations. For example, the Checky family's Black Rock Valley also had a level 2 witch array, which could even temporarily resist an attack from a level 3 wizard. After a brief silence, a voice came from box number 3, 31,000 magic stones. 35,000 magic stones. Herag turned around, surprised to hear that it was Blake who spoke. "Blake, isn't the witch array at your Black Rock Valley strong enough? Why compete with me for this?" The person in box number 3 said somewhat discontentedly. Blake explained, "Our Checky family has many magic potion garden bases. Currently only Black Rock Valley is protected by a witch array. This level 2 witch array is very useful to us." After his explanation, the person in box number 3 had nothing more to say but raised the bid again. 40,000 magic stones. The Checky family had many magic potion gardens, with many alchemists. Herag was just one of them. 45,000 magic stones. Blake said calmly. Box number 3 continued to follow with 48,000 magic stones. Blake didn't hesitate, determined to win this set of witch array. 50,000 magic stones. 53,000 magic stones. The Moss family seemed very interested in this set of witch array, persistently following the price. 60,000 magic stones. Blake directly raised the price to 60,000 with an expression of ease, as if money wasn't money at all. The Moss family fell silent for a while, and box number 3 made no more sounds. The host, seeing this, was about to speak when a voice came from box number 3 again. 70,000 magic stones. 80,000 magic stones. Blake unhesitatingly suppressed the price. The Checky family was renowned for their wealth and generosity, and Blake demonstrated this perfectly. Some on the scene gasped, not that they hadn't seen bids of 80,000 magic stones, but Blake's lack of hesitation was rare. That silenced box number 3 completely. 80,000 magic stones seemed to be their limit for this auction item. So this level 2 defensive witch array has reached 80,000 magic stones. Is there anyone with a higher bid? The host looked around, and there was no response. Level 2 defensive witch array, 80,000 magic stones going once. 80,000 magic stones going twice. 80,000 magic stones going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman in box number 6 for acquiring the level 2 defensive witch array. A round of applause broke out on the scene, all congratulating the people in box number 6 on their successful bid. Soon this level 2 defensive witch array was delivered, and Blake directly accepted it. He naturally didn't need to pay on the spot. He could directly use the Checky family's account, and since the family was behind him, it was impossible for him to run away. The Checky family was one of the stakeholders in the auction. After the auction of the level 2 witch array ended, a few more items were brought to the auction. Harag's biggest feeling was poverty. From the beginning till now, there was nothing he was eligible to participate in. Over 4,000 magic stones was simply not enough to even take a look. Bored, he lay down and took a sip of wine. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked, "Mr. Blake, can I take a look at that level 2 witch array? I'm a bit curious." Blake was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You can. But this thing requires a lot of prerequisite knowledge that is almost non-existent in the barren land. And even if you look at it, you won't understand it. Here you go." He took out that thick book from the space ring and handed it over. Harag thanked him and took the book. Holding this thick book, touching the cover felt like touching some kind of animal. When he opened it, he found inside it were formulas and parameters he could not understand. Shenlin, scan and record all the information of this level 2 witch array. It didn't matter to Harag that he couldn't understand it. Let Shenlin record everything first. After quickly browsing through it, he returned it to Blake, smiling wryly. "I really can't understand it." Blake chuckled. "That's normal. Level 2 defensive witch array has been scanned and recorded." Shenlin provided a prompt. Harag closed his eyes in silence, as if he were resting. "Shenlin, is it possible to analyze this level 2 witch array? Lack of prerequisite information and data." Harag sighed inwardly. It seemed even Shenlin couldn't analyze it. Lacking the related knowledge and sufficient data support. Even if Shenlin forced an inference, the results would likely be erroneous. However, this didn't mean the recorded level 2 witch array information was useless. Once the related prerequisite information was supplemented in the future, this level 2 witch array could naturally be utilized. 2 hours later, the auction was still ongoing, but the boxes on the second floor had almost stopped bidding, with people in 2 boxes having even left. Now for sale were some lower-priced items, with more people in the auditorium placing bids. This had always been the norm. The good stuff is always at the front, essentially prepared for those in the second-floor boxes. After they bid on the things they want, they can leave early without wasting time here. Soon, the dragon blood Harag needed was brought up. The host stepped onto the stage at this moment, and behind him was a table with rows of test tubes, each containing bright red dragon blood. He began, "Ladies and gentlemen, next up is dragon blood from a level 2 giant dragon. A total of 10 portions, each portion starting at 1,000 magic stones. Each bid increase not less than 200 magic stones. So let's start the bidding for the first portion. 1,200 magic stones. 1,400 magic stones." After a brief pause, someone continued, 1,600 magic stones. After this bid, not many followed, as there were still 9 portions left. Most people didn't feel the rush. Harag thought for a moment and said, 1,800 magic stones. With this voice, people in the auditorium all turned to look, seeing it was from those in number 6 box, and then quickly withdrew their gaze. After Harag placed his bid, there was a pause in the venue. The price was already on the high side, and it came from the 6th box. which belonged to the Checky family, so the people in the auditorium didn't feel that their bidding could outmatch the sixth box. Then 1,800 magic stones for the first portion of dragon blood once. 1,800 magic stones twice. 1,800 magic stones third time. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman from the sixth box for winning the first portion of dragon blood. The dragon blood was quickly delivered, and Herag handed over 1,800 magic stones on the spot, with 2,300 magic stones remaining. The reason Herag specifically increased his bid on the first portion was simple. Though it seemed like there were 10 portions of dragon blood, if the first portion wasn't obtained, he could wait for the rest. But the problem was, if most people thought the same, the fewer the dragon blood remains, the higher the price would be later. The host quickly began the auction for the rest of the dragon bloods, and as Herag expected, the prices did not fall below 1,800 magic stones. Especially the last 2 or 3 portions of dragon blood, the price had reached 2,600 magic stones. As Herag looked at this pure dragon blood, he clearly felt a connection to this blood. Since solidifying Great Dark Heaven as his talent spell, Herag gained a keen sense of all kinds of bloodlines. Those little animals meant almost nothing. The demon's bloodline power was perceptible, but still very faint. This dragon blood gave him a rather strong feeling. The bloodline power of the dragon race was indeed remarkable. An hour later, the auction was gradually coming to an end, and slaves of various races were being auctioned on stage. By the end, there were hardly any people left in the auditorium and boxes. The host continued energetically. Ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap up today's auction with a perfect conclusion. Up next is a true elf maiden. She is a pure blood elf from the elf plane. His words quickly drew everyone's attention, as an exquisitely beautiful elf maiden was brought onto the stage by 2 women. This elf maiden's proportions were perfect, and her appearance was captivating, making people want to take another look, as if she naturally carried a charm technique. She warily looked at the surrounding crowd, clutching her thin clothes tightly. The elf plane. That's not simple. This must have been leaked from the land of Dawn, someone exclaimed. The barren land lacks the capability to invade and plunder other planes, let alone capture creatures from other planes for slave trade. Since this elf maiden comes from the elf plane, she could only be a slave captured by a wizard organization from the land of Dawn that entered the elf plane, likely resold to the barren land. The host continued, that's right, this has been resold from the land of Dawn. As you all know, the elf race naturally has an extremely high affinity for magic, and wizard radiation doesn't affect them, making them perfect as assistants for wizards. Whether for magic experiments or magic potion refining, having an elf as an assistant will make everything much easier. Of course, the elf race has another characteristic, which is their outstanding appearance, you understand. Furthermore, to ensure the auction price, we have also checked that this elf maiden is still intact. The host revealed a knowing look. He continued, elves also possess a long lifespan, and after signing a contract, they can be cultivated to be your assistant as needed, without the concern that they won't live as long as ordinary people, requiring new training. The elf maiden is only a little over 100 years old, which in human years is the flower of youth. We hope you will not miss this opportunity. The auctioneer was still tirelessly introducing. The lifespan of elves generally spans around 1,000 years, and those with higher grade elf bloodlines might live even longer. The elf maiden didn't seem to understand the language here, but she knew what was happening and what lay ahead for her, her eyes full of tears and despair. This pitiful appearance only piqued the interest of the people below even more. When Herag saw the elf maiden, he suddenly sat up straight. He had a very peculiar feeling, one cast by the great dark heaven's instinctive response to bloodlines. In Herag's perception, the bloodline of this elf maiden was extremely potent, almost second only to the thunder god ancestral bloodline. How could an ordinary elf possess such powerful bloodline power? Herag pondered, unless she is not an ordinary elf. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for this elf maiden is 1,000 magic stones, with each increment not less than 200 magic stones. The auctioneer announced the price. This price was considered quite high within the realm of slave trading. The auctioneer had deliberately flattered so much earlier just to set the stage. For this final price, 1,000 magic stones for a slave, that's too expensive. As expected by the auctioneer, someone below indeed murmured about the high price. The auctioneer glanced at the person speaking. It was a third-class wizard apprentice and said, "Where's the high cost in this price? An elf of such high quality, still pure, and hailing from the elf plane, this price is not high at all. Those who can afford it won't think it's expensive. And those who think it's expensive can't afford it. 1,200 magic stones." Someone quickly placed a bid. Herag was considering whether to bid. From the great dark heavens reaction, this elf maiden's bloodline was very strong and certainly useful to him. But he currently had only 2,300 magic stones and wasn't sure if it would be enough. While he was deliberating, the price had already risen to 1,800 magic stones. At this point, there were basically no more bids being placed. After all, it was just an elf slave. Something these wizards had seen before. Other than being more beautiful, there seemed to be no other differences, making it unnecessary to spend so much money. So 1,800 magic stones, going once. The auctioneer began to call out as there was no trend of the price continuing upward. 1,800 magic stones, going twice. 2,000 magic stones. Herag's voice pierced through from box number 6. People on the first floor raised their heads, seeing that it was again box number 6's bid. Blake turned his head in slight surprise. "Didn't expect you to be interested in this after all. Well, you are still young, hee. Herag knew Blake misunderstood, but he saw no need to explain. With the announcement of the 2,000 magic stones price, no one else intended to place further bids. 2,000 magic stones for an elf slave. The Checky family really doesn't treat money as money. The auctioneer was right. Those who can afford it don't mind the cost, and those who mind the cost won't buy it. The hall was rife with discussion, as most people couldn't comprehend spending 2,000 magic stones on a slave, only sighing at the Checky family's fortunate extravagance. The auctioneer observed for a while and said, "Well, it seems no one else is bidding. 2,000 magic stones going once. 2,000 magic stones going twice. 2,000 magic stones going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman from box number 6 for purchasing this beautiful elf maiden." With the auctioneer's final words, the evening's auction came to a perfect close. Soon, the auction's official personnel brought the elf maiden to box number 6. The elf maiden, upon seeing Blake and Herag, seemed frightened and dared not move forward. Accompanying her was a witch who appeared to be in her 30s. She tugged the iron chain in her hand, forcing the elf maiden to follow. The witch said, "Mr. Blake, Mr. Herag, hello. This is the elf maiden you purchased. The master-servant contract can be completed for you shortly." Blake smiled slightly and pointed to Herag, saying, "Herag bought her. Here are 2,000 magic stones." Herag retrieved exactly 2,000 magic stones from his space ring, piling them into a small mound on the floor. The witch quickly swept over the stones with magic power and then collected them, taking out a piece of parchment. The parchment was covered in many writings and odd symbols, the whole sheet exuding magical fluctuations. The witch held the parchment and said, "This is a master-servant contract. Mr. Herag, please drop a drop of blood here." Herag glanced at the parchment, not in a hurry to drop his blood, but he looked at Blake. Blake understood his meaning and said, "Miss Palm, may I take a look at this contract?" "Of course you may, Mr. Blake." Palm handed the parchment to Blake. Blake examined it carefully and said to Herag, "There's nothing wrong, take a look." Herag took it and said, "Shenlin, scan this contract for any hidden issues." Scanning in progress. Upon inspection, this contract is a master-servant contract, no problems detected. Shenlin also provided feedback, and Herag himself checked it repeatedly, studying it several times over. This scene made Palm's mouth twitch as she thought, "This Mr. Herag is certainly cautious. It's just a very common master-servant contract." Ever since the contract incident at the Moonlight Forest, Herag had been particularly wary of such matters. After confirming the contract had no issues, Herag finally felt at ease. Dripping a drop of his blood into the master's space on the master-servant contract. Palm then took the elf maiden's finger, sliced a wound into her fingertip with a dagger, and let the bright red blood drop into the contract. Her blood appeared different from regular human blood, having a shimmering quality along with its redness. The parchment emitted a faint red glow, quickly shattering into a cluster of light points that entered Herag's and the elf maiden's bodies. Once the master-servant contract is signed, the servant cannot defy any command from the master. The master can activate the contract's restriction at any time, causing the servant's immediate death. Upon the master's death, the servant will die as well. Palm began to explain some of the points to note about the master-servant contract, which were all beneficial to the master, with the servant being a complete slave. Before the master, the slave must execute every command, even if the slave is unwilling in their heart. Under the contract's coercive binding, their body will automatically follow the master's command. Simply put, if Herag now ordered the elf maiden to commit suicide, her body would automatically act on the command. After the contract was signed, Herag felt a new connection between him and the elf maiden. A red mark appeared in his mind, through which he could control the elf maiden. Apart from directly triggering the mark to cause the elf maiden's demise, Herag could also impose some punishments through the mark, such as full body pain or itchiness in a specific spot. This master-servant contract placed no constraints on the master, entirely placing one end of the chain in the master's hand. Unlock her handcuffs and ankle chains, and give her a pair of shoes to wear. Herag glanced at the elf maiden's feet, bare and stepping on the ground, the originally fair skin now covered in dirt, with some wounds on her feet. Palm took out a key and unlocked the elf maiden's handcuffs and ankle chains, then retrieved a pair of shoes from his space ring. "They're a bit big for you, but you can still wear them for now." Palm handed the shoes to the elf maiden. The elf maiden held the shoes, looking a bit at a loss, unable to understand Herag and the others' conversation, unaware of their intentions. "Put on the shoes," Herag instructed in the elf language. Hearing him speak, her face lit up with a hint of joy, but quickly realized that it was normal for a wizard to be well-learned and know elf language, so her expression dimmed again. She lifted one tender white foot, slipped it into the shoe, then put the other foot in as well. The shoes were obviously much larger, and the elf maiden wore them awkwardly, feeling as if she were wearing slippers. Herag had learned the elf language in the Moonlight Forest. The library's second level had books on the elf language, which he picked up along the way. "Let's go." Seeing she had put on the shoes, Herag left box No. 6 with Mr. Blake. The elf maiden, a bit confused, followed behind, feeling anxious, unsure of what fate awaited her, her small hands clutching her clothes, lost in thought. Back at the Checky family shop, Herag shut the door, and the elf maiden stood by the entrance, too scared to take a step forward, looking at Herag with fearful eyes. "What's your name?" Herag asked. "Chadia Ulver," Chadia reluctantly answered, as if wanting to hide her name. Herag keenly noticed this and asked, "Is there something special about your name? Or does it hold some significance?" Chadia clutched her clothes, seemingly reluctant to speak. But under the master-servant contract's constraint, she had to answer. "Ulver is the ruler of the elf plane, a royal family among the elves, and I am a princess of the royal family." Herag smiled knowingly, understanding why Chadia was hesitant to mention her surname. The royal family is the most noble bloodline among elves. Ordinary elves live only about 1,000 years, but royal elves have lifespans of at least 3,000 years, increasing with their strength. Herag learned from Shenlin's database that royal elves are also immensely powerful, inheriting magical power through their bloodline. As they age, the strength of royal elves increases accordingly. It seemed she had been concealing her identity, and those at the auction had always treated her as an ordinary elf, trading her for her extraordinary beauty, fetching higher prices. If it were known she was a royal elf, she wouldn't have been traded to the barren land. She would have been purchased in the land of dawn. Ulver is the ruler of the elf plane, the strongest being in that plane and the most powerful bloodline. No wonder the bloodline power I sensed was so strong. Herag felt he had hit the jackpot. Chadia's value had significantly increased. Seeing Chadia still fearful, he smiled. "You don't have to be so afraid. As long as you are obedient, I won't do anything excessive to you." Herag's reassurance had little effect. Chadia remained filled with fear and anxiety. Seeing this, Herag could only smile wryly, realizing it was impossible to stabilize her emotions in the short term. He retrieved a wizard robe from his space ring. "Go take a bath and wear this for now. I don't have any clothes for girls here." Herag tossed the wizard robe beside Chadia. Chadia carefully picked up the wizard robe, holding it to her chest, standing in place somewhat uncertainly. Herag rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't bathe with you or peek at you. I'm not interested in small buns." Okay, master." Chadia wasn't very trusting of his promise and was puzzled by the term small buns, as it wasn't in the elf language. "Wait, from now on, call me. Being called master feels embarrassing, just call me Lord Herag," Herag instructed. Chadia bowed, understood Lord Herag. Go ahead." Herag waved a hand, lying back on the large bed, contemplating his future plans. The dragon blood he just acquired needed to be absorbed quickly for its bloodline power. He also wanted to try absorbing some of Chadia's royal elf bloodline to see its effect. There was another matter, Bessie's inability to grow her spiritual power. It was high time to send her the completed magic potion. Over the past year, he had conveniently finished that magic potion experiment. But if he were to send the potion, it had to be through Larry's hands. Completing it too quickly would seem out of the ordinary, and now, 1 year later, the timing was just right. As Herag pondered these matters, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Chadia carefully drew the curtain, preventing Herag from peeking, even though she didn't know it was useless against him. Chadia turned on the faucet, and the warm water quickly filled the bathtub. She slowly removed her thin clothing, glancing down, suddenly realizing what small buns meant. "Mine aren't that small, why say I'm small?" Chadia thought, feeling a bit unconvinced. After Urza compared to her, Chadia indeed seemed quite small, but it was still just average. In terms of appearance alone, Chadia was the most beautiful and perfect woman Herag had ever seen. The elf race naturally surpassed other races in beauty. Although Herag claimed not to peek, he observed for a while, mainly worried that Chadia might drown in the bathtub. After all, she was a 2,000 magic stone purchase. Her death would mean a significant loss. Looks fine. Herag took a brief look before withdrawing Shenlan's environmental detection. Chadia suddenly felt a sensation and placed her hands in front of her to cover her vital parts, feeling as though someone was secretly watching her. But shortly after, this feeling of being watched disappeared. Herag sensed her movement, his old face blushing. Could I have been discovered? Though Chadia was his slave, he never intended to force anything upon her. If Chadia was unwilling, Herag certainly wouldn't force it. The principles of propriety and modern education from his past life prevented him from behaving like the nobles here, as he still had the most basic moral bottom line in his heart. More importantly, Chadia's identity as a royal elf made Herag have more plans. She might be very useful in the future. The way Herag had just looked at her made Chadia feel unsafe, so after a quick wash, she wiped her body dry with a nearby towel and slipped into the large wizard robe. Chadia, wrapped in the ample wizard robe, slowly walked to Herag and stood there uncertain of what to do. "Get on the bed under the covers," Herag instructed. Chadia sharply looked up, tears instantly welling up in her eyes as the moment she feared the most had come. Herag couldn't bear her expression. Waving his hand, he said, all right, it's just to warm the bed, not to do anything to you." Once he said this, Chadia held back her tears with skepticism, wiped the corners of her eyes and pitifully climbed onto the bed, laying motionlessly under the covers, gazing at the ceiling. Herag sighed. He didn't understand how the royal elf princess ended up being captured here. Was the wizard organization of the Land of Dawn so powerful now to capture even the royal bloodline from other planes? But judging from the fact that none of them knew Chadia's identity, there was likely some coincidence involved. Half an hour later, Herag climbed into the bed as well. Chadia shrank to the edge of the bed like a frightened fawn, not daring to get close. Herag said, "Move over a bit, the bed isn't that wide. I still need to meditate, won't do anything to you. Sleep peacefully, don't disturb my meditation." He said this and then entered a meditative state, his breathing long and steady. Chadia obediently moved over but still kept her distance from Herag, not daring to get too close. She was initially very scared that Herag might suddenly pounce on her, but seeing that Herag truly entered a meditative state, she felt slightly relieved. Chadia stayed alert, not daring to fall asleep, just watching the meditating Herag. She hadn't had a good sleep for a while and hadn't eaten well either. After a bath and lying in such a comfortable bed, a strong drowsiness hit her. Chadia originally persisted in not falling asleep, but unconsciously drifted off afterward. Not only did she fall asleep, but she also unwittingly hugged Herag's arm. Her foot also rested on Herag, with no trace of a princess-like demeanor. Her foot even almost poked into Herag's mouth, who grabbed her foot and moved it aside after looking at the sleeping Chadia. Then continued meditating. The next morning, when Chadia awoke, she found herself sprawled in Herag's arms, which startled her, making her shyly retract to one side. Herag woke up after ending his meditation and got out of bed, saying to Chadia, "Go wash up, we'll be setting off soon." "Yes, my lord," Chadia obediently walked over. A knock on the door sounded at this time, and Herag opened it. "Good morning, Mr. Blake." Blake was holding 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, smiling. "I had them bought by a servant for your elf maiden." Herag took the 2 sets of exquisite clothes and said, "Thank you, Mr. Blake." "With slaves, actually the taming process is the most interesting," Blake murmured. He appeared to have considerable insight, indicating a youthful past. Herag gave a wry smile without explaining and said, "Mr. Blake, are we heading back to Black Rock Valley today?" "Yes, we'll set off at noon," Blake said. After Blake left, Herag said to Chadia, "Here are 2 sets of clothes and shoes. You can change into them." Chadia, holding the 2 sets of clothes, looked at them with a slight joyfulness spreading across her face, seeming to really like them. She went into the bathroom to change, with the sound of rustling clothes accompanying her. 10 minutes later, Chadia emerged in a purple dress with princess shoes on her feet. She had even styled her hair, exuding a true princess-like aura now. "Not bad," Herag complimented. After returning to Black Rock Valley with Chadia, Herag called over Mary and Lennon. "This is Chadia, she will be my assistant from now on." He briefly introduced them for a mutual understanding to facilitate future work. From now on, Mary had an additional task of helping Chadia with daily chores, as many things were indeed inconvenient for Herag, being a man. Bringing Chadia to the inner castle, he told her about several restricted areas she couldn't enter, then said to Chadia, "From now on, you'll sleep with me every day. I found that your aura greatly aids my meditation." This was the conclusion Herag reached the previous night. He hadn't taken the advanced Starry Sky potion, but his meditation speed increased considerably. He concluded that Chadia's high magical affinity significantly increased the concentration of surrounding energy particles, causing many energy particles to be involuntarily attracted. Having Chadia around was equivalent to having a humanoid energy particle aggregation, which array. Chadia felt a bit uneasy but couldn't defy Herag's command, so she just nodded, lowering her head to play with her fingers. After advancing to an official wizard, Herag found further progression wasn't as easy. Transitioning from gaseous to liquid state is a long accumulation process. Daily meditation showed little progress but was necessary. With the help of the advanced Starry Sky potion and Chadia, his meditation speed had a considerable boost. This kind of daily accumulation actually saved a lot of time in entering the liquid stage. 2 days after returning, Herag went to Blake, taking out the magic potion he refined for Bessie. "Mr. Blake, could you please give this to Mr. Larry? It's a potion I made for Bessie of Moonlight Forest, and it should treat her injuries." Blake nodded. "No problem, I'll send it to Larry." Herag was now 18 years old, while Bessie was a year younger. Once Bessie recovered, she should have no problem advancing to an official wizard at 18 or 19. Bessie had actually advanced to a 3rd-class wizard apprentice earlier than Herag. Her aptitude was quite good. As long as the spiritual power stagnation issue was solved, there was a good chance of her advancing to an official wizard. Herag took out the talisman stone, intending to contact Larry to inform him about the magic potion. But after considering, he decided against it, knowing that any communication with Larry using the talisman stone outdoors would be monitored by the people of Moonlight Forest. Whenever he contacted Larry previously, he never discussed sensitive information over the talisman stone, only chatted about daily matters. After returning to the castle, Herag called Chadia for a chat. After 2 days, Chadia's emotions and mental state had stabilized significantly. Only after realizing that Herag hadn't done anything excessive to her did Chadia finally relax somewhat. During this time, Mary often stayed with her, helping Chadia integrate quickly into the environment. Chadia sat upright in front of Herag, nervously gripping her skirt. Shenlin scanned Chadia's physical data. Herag was prepared to assess Chadia's capabilities. Chadia older, power 3.5, agility 4.7, constitution 4.1, spirit 19.7. Herag looked at the data panel. Her spiritual power has reached the level of a third-class wizard apprentice. Then he asked, "How do you practice?" "We learn magic from the elders," Chadia truthfully replied. "Then how does your spiritual power grow? Or rather, do you need a meditation method for practice?" Herag asked. Chadia, somewhat puzzled, thought for a while before saying, "We don't have a meditation method. Our spiritual power simply grows automatically as we age." Upon hearing this, Herag understood, realizing that elves don't need special meditation practice. Even if they do nothing, their spiritual power automatically grows stronger with age, unlike humans who need to meditate and practice diligently every day. "What magic can you perform?" Herag asked. Chadia gestured with her hands. "I can perform elemental magic and plant magic, which helps plants grow. I see that many plants are cultivated outside. I can help out, I can work hard." She seemed eager to prove her worth and not be seen as someone who only idly relies on others. Chadia knew well that eventually, even the prettiest face would be seen away from its value, and proving her worth was essential for long-term survival. Herag shook his head. "No, you must never use magic casually in front of others." "Why?" Chadia asked, confused. "You are a royal elf, and the magic you use is undoubtedly different from ordinary elves. Never underestimate a wizard's knowledge and wisdom. Once someone notices your peculiarity, it won't just bring trouble to me, but you yourself might be in danger," Herag explained. Chadia understood and lowered her head in slight disappointment. Royal elves' magic is indeed vastly different from ordinary elves. Elves already have high magical affinity, and royal elves are even more exceptional. If Chadia displayed her magic in front of other wizards, her exceedingly high magical affinity would inevitably draw attention, causing more complications. With Chadia's help, the magic potion garden in Black Rock Valley would naturally see a significant increase in yield. But ultimately, it's Checky family's business, and Herag didn't want Chadia's identity to be revealed because of it. Herag took out a book and placed it in front of Chadia. "You won't have nothing to do, take this and learn it quickly." "What is this?" Chadia took the book but found the text unfamiliar. "This is Esver language, a common language here. You must learn it quickly. So when you help me with tasks, it will make things easier." Herag planned for Chadia to learn the language first, then study magic potion-related subjects to assist in experiments in the future. Right now, Chadia and Mary communicated only through gestures rather than words. Such communication isn't a problem for a day or two, but long-term communication challenges due to language barriers would be a significant issue. Chadia nodded and firmly said, "Don't worry, I will learn it quickly." Chadia wasn't afraid of Herag assigning her tasks, just not having any tasks to perform. "I'll personally teach you during the initial stages. Once you understand the basics, you should be able to learn and comprehend the rest on your own," Herag said. Herag then started assuming the role of a teacher, imparting knowledge to Chadia. Chadia, this royal elf, was indeed quite extraordinary, with high intelligence and a learning speed that made Herag wonder if Chadia also had Shenlin capabilities. Chadia had a high linguistic talent, mastering the Esver language with ease. Herag had simply explained the basic syllables and grammar, and Chadia quickly grasped it, able to speak some basic phrases after just an hour. "Very good," Herag said, gently patting Chadia on the head to praise her. Chadia smiled sweetly, a bit embarrassed. Herag then took out Basic Introduction to Herbalism and Basic Introduction to Magic Potions, which were books he had used during his own studies. "After you learn Esver language, continue with these topics. You can assist me in potion experiments afterward. By the way, later I'll need to take some of your blood for research," Herag instructed. Chadia cautiously pulled the two books over, placing them on her lap. "All right, I'll follow your instructions." After assigning Chadia's study tasks, Herag went to his laboratory, preparing to absorb the bloodline power from dragon blood. In the laboratory, Herag took out the vial of dragon blood, a small quantity, only 3 milliliters. From the feel, the bloodline power of dragon blood isn't as strong as that of Chadia's royal elf bloodline. Herag felt the power within the dragon blood with closed eyes. Since the dragon blood was already highly refined, Herag didn't need to perform any additional treatment. He could absorb it directly. Behind Herag appeared a phantom of the ancient stone slab, the power of the great dark heaven permeating the dragon blood, beginning to absorb the bloodline power within. After a long time, an underlying dark red color appeared on Herag's skin, which quickly faded back to its original hue. Shenlin assessed the enhancement effects brought by dragon blood. Dragon blood, power plus 4.8, agility plus 4.6, constitution plus 5.1. Gain talents, high-level flame resistance, dragonic language control. Herag checked his chest, finding no new bloodline mark formed. Yet he did gain 2 new talents, which Herag carefully examined. High-level flame resistance. Extremely high resistance to flames and heat, grants high resistance to fire magic. Dragonic language control. Command all dragonic language, gaining the capability to use dragonic language magic. Herag had previously learned dragonic language, possessing basic dragonic language skills. But that was just the most rudimentary dragonic language, and now it was like fully mastering the language. As for dragonic language magic, normally, it would be very difficult for a wizard like Herag to master it. Because the spell model of dragonic language magic is extremely complex, mastering it requires a lot of time and effort. But now Herag doesn't need to master dragonic language magic by constructing spell models. He already has the bloodline power of the dragon race. As long as he continues to absorb the bloodline power of the dragon and awaken the dragonic language magic inherited within the bloodline power, he can automatically gain the ability to cast dragonic language magic. Herag glanced at the data panel, feeling that it was no longer sufficient to display his information. So he said, "Shenlin, adjust my body data panel to add a talent section." Adjustment completed. Talent, Great Dark Heaven, Bloodline Perception, High-Level Flame Resistance, Dragonic Language Control. This is the current body data. The dragon's bloodline power brought direct improvements to his body data, unlike the bloodline power of the Thunder God ancestor, which requires active activation before body data improves. After a year of meditation practice and absorbing dragon blood, all body data reached over 20 points. Herag estimates that, with various enhancements, it should break 40 points. After absorbing the dragon blood, Herag originally intended to go back and take some blood from Chadia for an experiment, but unexpectedly, Blake came, and his expression was somewhat grave. "Mr. Blake, what's happened?" Herag asked. Blake spoke, "Just got news that a batch of finished magic potions was robbed at the Gem Peak Magic Potion Garden, so we need your side to rush to help refine them again." "No problem," Herag agreed readily, then asked, "Robbed by whom?" Blake shook his head. "It's not clear at the moment. The wizard apprentices and knights transporting the potions were all killed. Moreover, those who acted clearly came prepared, erasing all traces, so it's currently impossible to determine who it was. The family is also holding a meeting to discuss this matter. The batch of potions is part of our contract with Augustus Academy and must be delivered on time, 100 portions of giant hammer potion in total, and we need your help to make 50 portions within 15 days. Having signed the contract means that if the magic potions are not delivered on time, it counts as a breach of contract, with consequences for breaching. Although Herag didn't know what the consequences of breaching the contract were, looking at Blake's expression, he knew they must be serious. If it were an ordinary wizard family, it would be negotiable. But the Checky family signed a contract with Augustus Academy, and the power behind Augustus Academy is the wizard organization of the Land of Dawn, making the Checky family too weak in comparison. The giant hammer potion is a type of high-level magic potion, mainly to enhance overall power, agility, and constitution, generally used by knight level and great knight level. Because wizards typically don't rely on physical combat, this type of magic potion is often provided to the knights under a wizard's command. There are 100 portions in total, such a large quantity, and Herag needs to complete 50 portions within 15 days, meaning at least 3 or 4 portions per day. This isn't too difficult for Herag, but it will occupy some time he would spend on experiments, so Chadia's bloodline research plan has to be postponed by half a month. All right, I'll start preparing to refine the giant hammer potion. Herag nodded and said. Lake spoke, the task is quite heavy. I hope you understand, the family can't help it. In his understanding, refining 50 portions in 15 days is really asking a bit much. Too much pressure, making him feel a bit guilty towards Herag. Herag, however, laughed indifferently. No worries, since we're getting paid, we should do the work. When the Cheki family is in trouble, I should naturally make more efforts to get through the tough times together. Lake patted Herag on the shoulder but said nothing. The related raw materials for the giant hammer potion were quickly prepared, available in the Black Rock Valley. Standing in the laboratory, Herag waved his hand, and a batch of magic potion materials appeared on the ground. These were just part of the raw materials, and there were plenty more in the space ring. He picked up a white stalk from these materials, looking quite ordinary. This is a magic potion material called fog root, with its special nature lying in its growth process. Fog root is hard to find in a natural environment, usually artificially cultivated by wizards. The cultivation of fog root requires suspending the seeds in the air and watering them with magic power. After about half a month, the seeds enveloped in magic power will gradually sink into the land below. Once in the soil, the seeds will develop into those white stalks. In a natural environment, fog root will only grow in exceptionally energy-rich places, achieving the effect of sprouting and subsequently growing into the soil. The processing of fog root is also quite special. Herag needs to infuse it with magic power in a special way, compressing the fog root into a gas with high-quality magic power. All of this must be done in a specially enclosed round, bellied glass bottle, with magic power penetrating the glass bottle to slowly compress the fog root into a white gas, forming a mass of white mist. This white mist needs to be enveloped in magic power throughout to maintain its properties from changing. While inputting magic power to keep the white mist's properties stable, Herag began processing other magic potion materials. Having an assistant indeed makes things much easier. Herag sighed in his heart and continued with his work. The refining of these high-level magic potions is already very intricate and complex, often requiring simultaneous completion of several tasks, which is manageable because of the strong spiritual power of an official wizard. But it's still tiring, and having assistants makes it much more convenient. Larry's house elf used to be his magic potion assistant, but now it's too old to be of help. Herag also wanted to find an assistant, but an assistant must be trustworthy and skilled. It's hard to find someone trustworthy, and skilled assistants aren't cheap. With little money left, he couldn't afford such an assistant. After buying Chadia, Herag only had 300 magic stones left. Now with Chadia, who has signed a master-servant contract, the assistant issue is perfectly solved. Chadia is his servant, entirely obedient with no trust issues. More importantly, Chadia is a royal elf with extremely high magical affinity, fully capable of taking on the role of magic potion assistant. The rest is just the study of relevant potion knowledge. Elves have high plant affinity, aiding in the potion refining process, as they naturally have a high degree of control over plants, which aligns well with the requirements of potion refining. After busying himself in the laboratory for 2 hours, Herag had a pure white solution in his hands that looked like milk. High-quality giant hammer potion. Herag calculated that at the current pace, spending 10 hours a day, he could craft 5 portions of the giant hammer potion. In 10 days, he could complete 50 portions of the giant hammer potion. But Herag did not intend to submit them so early and planned to deliver them on the 13th or 14th day, which was most appropriate. For the next half-month, Herag was immersed in potion crafting within the laboratory. During this period, apart from eating and meditating, he was focused on alchemy. Chadia assumed the role of a housemaid, responsible for delivering meals to Herag in the laboratory every day and assisting with things such as preparing baths and changing clothes. Herag, with a mischievous streak, prepared several maid outfits for Chadia, equipped with both black and white stockings, allowing her to mix and match as she pleased. Initially, Chadia was a bit shy, but gradually she got used to it, realizing that there were only a few people in the castle. Lennon was mainly stationed at the castle gate as a guard. So Mary and Chadia interacted more, jointly taking care of Herag's daily life. Chadia still couldn't enter the laboratory, but could move freely within certain areas designated by Herag in the inner castle. Every day during mealtime, she would bring the food prepared by Mary outside the laboratory, and when evening came, she would collect the lunch plates as she brought dinner. Holding a tray, Chadia indeed exuded some maid-like qualities, though her overly refined face and temperament didn't quite match the role of a maid. Mr. Blake, the 50 portions of the giant hammer potion are done. Herag let out a sigh of relief, looking exhausted. Mr. Blake glanced at the crate of giant hammer potions and then at Herag's fatigued expression, nodding. You've worked hard. In just 14 days, completing 50 portions of the giant hammer potion is truly impressive. I'll apply to the family for an appropriate reward for you. Herag waved his hand. The reward doesn't matter as long as it helps get through the tough times. If more crafting is needed, I can continue. No need, no need. You've greatly accelerated the task progress. Take a good rest during this period. Mr. Blake said. Herag nodded and then dragged his weary body back to the castle. Upon returning to his bedroom, the exhaustion in Herag's eyes vanished in an instant. Given his current physical condition, it was impossible for such work to tire him. He was naturally feigning it. Exhaustion for sure, but not as severe as necessary. With the aid of Shenlin, he could naturally exhibit a fatigued state, perfect in every detail, so Mr. Blake wouldn't doubt him at all. Herag deliberately acted so exhausted because it matched his capability and potion level. Otherwise, seeming completely unaffected would be too unusual. Secondly, by appearing a bit tired and woeful. Mr. Blake would naturally strive to get him more benefits. With effort comes reward. He couldn't appear too unburdened, or else he would likely be assigned more tasks next time. Herag, with his rich corporate experience, understood the principle of the more capable, the more work deeply. Chadia, come over and give me a massage. Herag lay down on the bed, pretending to be extremely tired. Yes, my lord. Chadia, always standing by playing the maid's role, quickly approached upon hearing Herag's command. Chadia removed her shoes, revealing her feet in black stockings. She knelt beside Herag, using her hands to massage him. Soothing and refreshing fragrance wafted over, making Herag feel very comfortable. Over this period, Chadia had fully mastered the Sivir language, capable of daily conversations with Herag and Mary without any trace of her being an elf. Of course, Chadia's appearance still clearly bore the distinctive features of an elf. How is your study of herbalism and magic potion coming along? Herag asked, eyes closed, enjoying the girl's massage. Chadia replied softly, I'm more than halfway through learning herbalism, probably needing another 3 days. After completing that, I'll start on magic potion studies. My lord, I'll work even harder. All right, be sure to inform me before you start magic potion studies. I need to instruct you on some experimental norms and standards, which are crucial entry-level knowledge for learning magic potion, Herag said. Chadia knelt on the bed with her legs in an M shape, answering, Yes, my lord. Herag certainly planned to teach her the standards and norms of experiments first, which are extremely important. These were the first lessons Larry taught him. In magic potion experiments, various standards and norms need to be followed, all summarized from numerous tragic lessons. As Herag's potential magic potion experiment assistant, Chadia must grasp and understand these standards and norms, which are even more important than the knowledge of magic potion itself. After meditating for a while on the bed, Herag fully recovered his mental state, erasing the previous hint of fatigue. He turned his head and said, In a while, I'll take a bit of your blood for research. Yes, Chadia responded obediently. Herag got up from the bed, fetching a test tube and a dagger from the space ring. Disinfecting the dagger with alcohol, he said, Extend your hand. Chadia obediently extended her slender, snow-white finger, showing no fear. After applying some alcohol to Chadia's finger, Herag swiftly sliced through with the dagger. Chadia hardly felt anything as a streak of blood seeped from her finger. My lord, you're so quick, Chadia exclaimed. Herag rolled his eyes, unsure of what to say, while catching the blood in the test tube and using a homemade cotton swab to have Chadia press on the wound. This blood emanated a lustrous glow, distinctly different from ordinary blood, a hallmark of elf blood. After sealing the test tube, Herag returned to the laboratory, channeling magic power into the spell model of great dark heaven, with the shadow of an ancient stone slab emerging behind him. What a strong sense of bloodline. I wonder what changes absorbing it will bring. Herag muttered, as the great dark heaven began absorbing the royal elf blood in the test tube. The luminescence in the blood inside the test tube gradually diminished, and its color turned duller. Herag closed his eyes, silently absorbing the bloodline power. During his absorption, the concentration of energy particles around him increased, and particles of various energies surged, enveloping him. Herag felt an unprecedented comfort, as the energy particles around seemed highly active, eagerly approaching him. Shenlong, detect the enhancements brought by the elf bloodline. Spiritual power plus 5.3. Acquired talent, high magic affinity. High magic affinity. You are born with an extremely high aptitude for magic. Mastering magic is instinctive for you. Herag stroked his chin. Finally, a bloodline that can increase spiritual power. My aptitude should have improved significantly. He closed his eyes and carefully felt it, attempting to meditate using the starry sky meditation technique for a while. His speed more than doubled. This was still without the boost from the advanced starry sky potion, if he were to take the advanced starry sky potion for meditation. The speed could increase much more. If I were to retest my qualifications now, I wonder how many points I would get. Herag had scored 75 points in the previous test. He felt that he might reach over 90 points now, and even 100 was not impossible. The feeling Herag had now was as if he had changed an engine. Not only had his meditation speed increased, but his casting speed and spell comprehension speed had also improved greatly. After absorbing the bloodline of the royal elf, he directly became a wizard prodigy. It seems I can achieve full element mastery now. Herag was originally specialized in the dark energy element, making practicing dark energy element spells quite effective. The casting speed and spell strength for dark energy element magic would also increase significantly. But after absorbing the royal elf bloodline, Herag felt a high affinity for energy particles of the wind element, fire element, plant element, light element, and others. Suddenly, Herag felt something. He noticed a heat in his chest. Looking down, he saw some changes in the original Thunder God ancestor bloodline mark. With additional complex patterns, Herag felt as though the bloodline mark had integrated something new, just as he had absorbed the elf's bloodline power. It seemed a new bloodline mark was about to form, but it was absorbed and merged by the Thunder God ancestor bloodline mark. He wasn't sure what changes this would bring, as he had not yet truly activated the power of this bloodline mark. When Herag returned to his bedroom, Chadia was staring at him, astonished. Herag gave her a peculiar feeling, very familiar, almost as if she was seeing one of her own kind. Teach me some elf magic, Herag said directly, without explaining the changes to himself. Chadia was momentarily stunned, then said, humans seem to have a hard time mastering elf magic, requiring elf bloodline to do so. The spells of the elf race typically require elf bloodline as a prerequisite. With human bloodline, even mastering the spell model won't allow normal spellcasting. Don't worry about that, you just teach me, Herag instructed. Chadia then said, well, I'll teach you the spell All Things Have Spirit first. It allows you to communicate with small animals and plants to gather some information. Plants can communicate too, Herag asked, puzzled. Of course they can. They may not speak, but anything that happens around them can be known to you through this spell, Chadia explained. Herag said, this spell is quite nice, quite practical. With this spell, gathering intelligence would become much easier in the future. Chadia gathered energy particles in her hand to draw out the appearance of a spell model, then began to explain. Herag watched her easily manipulate energy particles as if it were effortless, and could only admire that elves were indeed natural casters. The spell model for this magic wasn't complicated, with complexity and difficulty similar to an ordinary level 0 spell. What caught Herag's attention was that after observing it for a while, he discovered that this spell seemed to have a verification structure. This verification structure effectively checks the bloodline. Only the correct bloodline can execute the subsequent spell model process, allowing the spell to be cast normally. The normal casting of this spell is also based on the correct bloodline. utilizing some hidden powers within the bloodline to complete the casting. After listening to Chadia's explanation, Herag closed his eyes and began constructing the spell model for All Things Have Spirit. This time, he did not rely on Shenlin's assistance, but completed the construction of the spell model entirely on his own. This level of spell model was very simple for him. Taking less than half an hour to complete, Hereg glanced at the small pot plant in the room, approached it and used spirit of all things on the plant. Scenes from the past few hours quickly appeared in his mind, where he saw Chadia sweeping the room and diligently reading. Hereg estimated that the scenes covered the past 2 or 3 hours. Chadia understood what he was doing and explained. This kind of plant can only remember very short scenes. The plants in the elf plane can record a longer duration of scene information. Herag nodded and said, "Teach me more elf magic." A few hours later, Chadia watched the wind around Hereg, puzzled at how a human like Hereg could learn elf magic without obstacles. Hereg learned some small spells, all of which had no direct enhancement to combat strength. Chadia, being quite young, was only just over 100 years old. She hadn't yet learned any powerful elf magic, let alone taught any to Hereg. Hereg became more curious about the elf plane, wondering what kind of world that was, and asked, "Chadia, tell me about your homeland, what kind of place it is, and how you came to be captured here." Chadia thought for a moment and began, "The elf plane is a very beautiful place. There, world trees are the main focus, with branches spreading throughout the world, and smaller world trees sprouting in many places, all growing from the original world tree branches. Our elf race lives under these world trees, where we thrive and multiply. The royal elves reside beneath the oldest world tree, which is the center of the elf plane and where I grew up. The world tree is the most important existence in the elf plane and is the faith of our elf race. One day I heard that the world tree of a remote small tribe began to wither. As a princess of the elf race, I felt it was time for me to take some responsibility, so I went there to investigate. Unexpectedly, just a few days after arriving there, a group of humans appeared. They massacred my kin, killing all who resisted and caging all attractive elves, regardless of gender. I and the elf maiden of the small tribe were locked together in a cage. They all knew my identity, but none betrayed me, so those people had no idea of my true identity, only treating me as an ordinary elf maiden. Many of my fellow clansmen were tragically killed in front of my eyes, and many others suffered humiliation. When Chadia spoke of this, her eyes were filled with fear, hatred, and a sense of helpless guilt. I was supposed to face a similar fate, but someone stopped it. At the time, I didn't understand, but after I learned the Sivir language, I understood. They said I was beautiful and keeping me intact could fetch a higher price. So, the clansman beside me was dragged out and humiliated. Even so, she never revealed my identity and kept it a secret. After arriving on this plane, I was kept in a cage, surrounded by darkness most of the time. When I next stepped out of the cage, it was for that day's auction, and then I was bought back by the adult. After speaking, Chadia had become a small, pitiful figure sobbing with tears. Herag patted her head, unable to do anything more. The invasion of the elf plane by the wizard plane is essentially no different from the colonial invasions of the new continent, inevitably filled with bloodshed and darkness, showing the ugliness of human nature. Herag might one day play the role of this invader, so he had no words to comfort Chadia. At the same time, Herag couldn't help but think, wizards are the invaders now, but who knows, one day they might become the invaded. This is something entirely possible. There are many planes more powerful than the wizard world. Herag felt a myriad of thoughts in his mind, leading to an even greater longing for strength. Stop crying, focus on studying herbalism and magic potion during this time. If you learn it sooner, you can help me too, Herag said. Chadia nodded, wiping away her tears, and placed a thick book on her lap, opening it to read, occasionally sobbing. During this time, Chadia had learned the basics of magic potion and began assisting Herag in magic potion, refining, handling some insignificant tasks. For example, she could take care of some simple magic potion processing and potion preparation, allowing Herag to focus on the most crucial parts. The elven race's talents are indeed high, and their strong affinity with plants is evident in magic potion refining. Chadia handled various plant-based magic potion materials smoothly, encountering hardly any difficulties. "Don't your elves refine magic potions?" Herag asked. Chadia thought for a moment and said, "The elders can. But it's not as refined as yours. They use simple herbs to create them, and the effects are quite good." A new batch of orders also came in during this time, which required urgent completion. Hereg, after only a few days of rest, plunged back into work, calling upon Chadia to help refine magic potions. With Chadia's help, the progress was indeed faster and much easier. Herag no longer needed to juggle multiple tasks, reducing the strain on his energy. Chadia worked diligently and carefully enough that after familiarizing herself for a few days, Hereg felt confident in trusting some tasks to her. Hereg packed the refined magic potions into a basket and headed to Blake's garden. "Mr. Blake, this batch of magic potions is complete." Hereg placed the basket on the ground. Blake opened the door and came out, his face showing some fatigue, nodding, "Well done. Have you found out who did it?" A batch of magic potions had been intercepted recently, leading to these orders. Blake shook his head, then gritted his teeth, saying, "I don't know, but sometimes it's not about finding out who did it but knowing who would do such things. Our Cheki family controls 7 magic potion garden bases in total, and we've long monopolized the source of magic potion materials. The pricing for these materials and potions is practically set by us, which has unsettled some. On the surface, everyone is polite and cordial, but inwardly they wish each other would die sooner. These incidents are likely the handiwork of those wizard families. Be careful and avoid leaving Black Rock Valley recklessly. I suspect their next step might involve targeting our alchemists. So far, the other side has only stolen their finished magic potions, which is considered minor. If they continue to act, the future maneuvers surely won't be this simple. The magic potion gardens or alchemists could become targets. The Black Rock Valley has the protection of a level 2 witch array, so it's relatively safe. But other magic potion gardens don't have witch array protection. Black Rock Valley is the largest and most important magic potion garden base, hence the witch array protection. If they target other magic potion gardens, the Cheki family will suffer considerable losses. After all, they are just a pure-blood wizard family with limited manpower, and when distributed, not many people are left for each magic potion garden. The defense force at Black Rock Valley is minimal, with only Hereg and Blake as stationed official wizards, and Hereg isn't considered a combatant. If conflicts continue, it's very likely that battles will occur, though this isn't something Hereg needs to worry about. Hereg's position in the Cheki family is an alchemist, and having just been promoted to official wizard, the Cheki family wouldn't involve him in battles. Hereg asked, "Can't we retaliate?" "There's no way. Without evidence, how can you unjustly accuse others? We also can't pinpoint which family did it. Acting rashly would only worsen the situation," Blake explained. "The biggest issue now is that, while suspicious targets have been identified, it's impossible to ascertain which family is responsible, forcing the Cheki family to quietly endure the loss." Hereg felt this matter wasn't that straightforward, and it wouldn't end anytime soon. Even within Black Rock Valley, Hereg knew he needed to remain vigilant and couldn't feel complacently secure just because of the level 2 witch array. Hereg received news that one of the magic potion gardens had been attacked. The assailants came and went quickly, throwing a few spells into the garden before fleeing, leaving no time for the garden's people to capture them. This loss, though not significant overall, greatly vexed the Cheki family. Blake summoned Hereg, his expression heavy as he said, "I'll be away for some time, and anyone who dares to come won't be allowed to leave. I can't go into details, but just stay in Black Rock Valley and don't go out unnecessarily. During this time, Black Rock Valley will be on lockdown, with no one allowed in or out." After speaking, Blake left Black Rock Valley, leaving Hereg in charge. Since Hereg hadn't signed a contract with the Cheki family, many confidential matters couldn't be shared with him. Blake's departure clearly indicated that the Cheki family had formed a plan, making it more difficult for those attempting sabotage to succeed, at least requiring them to pay a price. After Blake left, Hereg not only continued his daily meditation practice, studying and teasing Chadia, but also took on an additional task. That was to patrol various places in Black Rock Valley from time to time, count the number of people each day, and check if there were any unusual signs in everyone's condition. As the only official wizard in Black Rock Valley, he had absolute authority over everyone. After several days, Herag didn't find any problems. All these people were veterans, with the shortest having stayed for at least 7 years. The entire Black Rock Valley, ironically, Herag had been there for the shortest time. Herag patrolled twice daily, once in the morning and once in the evening, only returning to the castle to continue his own affairs after ensuring nothing was amiss. 5 days later, Blake was still outside and hadn't returned. In the dead of night, Herag lay on his bed with his eyes closed in meditation, while Chadia had already fallen asleep in the room next to his. In the distance, at the far west side of the magic potion garden, there were rows of houses. This was where the wizard apprentices and knights who took care of the magic potion garden lived. Most of them would be sound asleep by this time. But now 7 people had sat up from their beds, looking around with complicated expressions. The castle where Herag resided was located at the northernmost part of Black Rock Valley, very far from here, beyond Shenlin's detection range, so he did not notice these 7 people's movements. After getting out of bed, the 7 people stood in front of the bed or on the empty ground in the house, taking out a dagger or longsword. Their expressions were somewhat complex, seemingly struggling internally, but their actions bore no hesitation, all of them cutting open their own stomachs with the weapons, then collapsing onto the ground. Blood flowed from their bodies, spreading over the ground. The positions of these 7 people formed a strange rune, their blood seemingly responding to each other. A circular array appeared above the residential district, with 2 figures appearing in the center of the array. Magic power waves spread out, alerting Herag, who was meditating. He immediately opened his eyes and looked toward the residential district. Such strong magic power waves. Herag sensed something ominous and went to the adjoining room to knock on Chadia's door. Chadia opened the door, bleary-eyed, wearing a small strap revealing her figure. She didn't notice this, though, and asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" "You immediately hide in the basement. Something might happen. Don't come out unless I call for you," Herag instructed seriously. Seeing his serious expression, Chadia sobered up instantly, also sensing a powerful magic power wave. After Herag instructed her, he left, and Chadia hurriedly grabbed her maid outfit, too late to put it on, and ran to hide in the basement. Herag came outside the castle. Lenin was still snoring in the gatehouse, and Herag did not wake him up. This distance should be enough. Herag arrived at the edge of Shenlin's detection range. Observing the situation in the western residential district, 2 people appeared in the sky above the residential district, quickly alerting the wizard apprentices and knights below. One was an old man with white hair, the other a middle-aged man. The old man glanced at the people running out below, looking at him in panic, quickly gathering magic power in his hand, and then softly said, "Ice rain." Countless ice cones formed above the residential district, then fell like a storm, piercing through the bodies of people below. Even wizard apprentices hiding in the houses were directly pierced through the stomach by the ice cones, pinned hard to the ground. Some quick reacting, clever wizard apprentices avoided 1 round of ice cones, but immediately after, another wave of ice rain technique followed, wiping out all the wizard apprentices and knights in the entire residential district. A crystallization wizard, a liquidation wizard. Herag quickly learned the strength of these 2 through Shenlin, starting to feel overwhelmed. The exit of Black Rock Valley was at the southernmost part, whereas he was at the northernmost part, so escaping unnoticed by these 2 official wizards was impossible. "Terry, according to the intel, there's another level 1 wizard in that castle over there. He's an alchemist, newly promoted, not much of a combatant. Go take care of him, then come over to help me take control of the array." The old man pulled out a long red crystal, glanced in the direction of the castle, and said. The middle-aged man, Terry, nodded and said, "All right, sir, I'll be quick." In their intel, Blake was still at another distant magic potion garden. Now in the entire Black Rock Valley, there was only Herag, a level 1 wizard, and he had been promoted for less than a year, still in the gaseous stage. For Terry, a liquidation wizard. Dealing with such a novice gaseous wizard was more than manageable. And the old man didn't take Herag seriously at all. These 2 were from the Moss family, and they had placed people in the Checky family many years ago. The 7 wizard apprentices who committed suicide were planted there by them. For years, they hadn't had these wizard apprentices do anything, behaving exactly like everyone else, so the Checky family naturally hadn't discovered anything. The Moss family had long coveted Black Rock Valley. To seize control of the place, they had laid the groundwork many years ago. Now, with Blake away from Black Rock Valley and unable to return for a while, it was the best time for them to take action. Level 2 Witch Array was extremely difficult to breach from the outside, so the Moss family naturally wouldn't choose a frontal assault. But if they struck from the inside, it would be different. The 7 dead wizard apprentices had hidden traps placed inside their bodies, only triggered upon their deaths. Once these 7 people died, the hidden magic runes inside them would link together, forming a temporary teleportation witch array. However, this witch array was unstable, able to at most teleport 2 people inside. With Blake having left, once they entered Black Rock Valley, a crystallization wizard and a liquidation wizard would find it unchallenged territory. The red crystal in the old man's hand was acquired from the Land of Dawn, capable of seizing control of the array. But it had to be done inside the array, and it would take considerable time, approximately 3 hours. Even if the Checky family were alerted and rushed back, they wouldn't be able to reach Black Rock Valley in 3 hours. By then, with the Moss family controlling the array, Black Rock Valley would belong to them. Simultaneously, the Moss family had deployed forces in several other places as well, aiming to inflict a single devastating blow to the Checky family, completely knocking them off the magic potion control chain. The stakes were high, and the Moss family had been planning for a long time. This action was meant to be conclusive, not giving the Checky family much time to react. The most crucial part of the whole plan was Black Rock Valley. It was the largest, most important magic potion garden base of the Checky family. Without control of it, even severely weakened, the Checky family could make a comeback. The old man floated in the air, holding a red crystal, with a ground full of corpses below, as blood spread around, releasing a foul metallic scent. He glanced around and softly murmured, "Where is the core of the witch array?" The red crystal in the old man's hand was a witchcraft artifact specifically used for seizing control of a witch array, requiring the core position to be found first before using the red crystal. He circled around the residential area without finding anything, then flew towards the magic potion garden to check. On his way to the northern castle, Terry saw many magic potion materials planted in the magic potion garden. The growth of these magic potion materials was excellent, and the area was vast. Terry thought to himself, in the future, these will belong to the Moss family. I'll deal with that kid in the north first. Terry had been in the liquid stage for a long time now, and dealing with a newly advanced gaseous wizard was not an issue for him. He did not think this task would be difficult at all. As he approached the castle, Terry expanded his magical perception and quickly grasped the situation inside. There were a man and a woman hiding in the outer castle, both ordinary people without any combat power, posing no threat, so Terry did not bother with them. In the basement of the inner castle, there was a woman who was somewhat special. Her magical aura was quite intense. Her ability should be around that of a third-class wizard apprentice. Terry silently took note of the person in the basement, then focused all his attention on the plaza behind the inner castle, where a man was standing, with magical fluctuations indicating he was the Harag mentioned in the intel, a level 1 gaseous wizard. He uttered a few syllables under his breath, and a flame shield appeared around his body. Although Harag was just a gaseous wizard, Terry was determined to go all out, not giving Harag any chance at all. Terry made his way through the castle, ignoring Lennon and Mary who were hiding, and arrived at the plaza. Harag was gazing at the starry sky, his back to him. "You've come," Harag said softly, his tone calm. Terry asked curiously, "Were you waiting for me?" Seeing Harag like this, it seemed as though he had known he would come and was waiting here intentionally. If he knew I would come, why not attempt to run away? Although the inside of Black Rock Valley was enclosed, with no place to run, surely he wouldn't just surrender helplessly. Thinking of this, Terry sneered, "Good that you know there's nowhere to run. It saves me a lot of effort." "I'll act a bit faster," he carefully sensed again, confirming Harag was indeed at the gaseous stage in terms of spiritual power. Hereg turned around, calmly looking at Terry, and said, "I've always been pondering a question, whether absolute power can surpass everything. It's just right to use you for an experiment. Liquid stage, not too strong, not too weak." Terry felt uneasy being looked at by his eyes, which seemed to completely disregard him. Talking about conducting an experiment, does this guy not understand the current situation? Blood Python's fury. Hereg took out a vial of blood and smeared it onto his palm. Seeing his action, Terry was initially cautious. But upon realizing it was just a level 0 spell, he smiled. How useful can such an enhancement be? Mountain Elf's Blessing. Wind Elf's Blessing. Hereg consecutively used 3 spells, with light flashing over his body continuously, and a multicolored shield appeared around him. Terry frowned slightly. Those 2 beneficial spells were fine. He didn't think those spells were particularly formidable. What caught his attention was the odd-looking shield, which seemed somewhat unusual, and he intuitively sensed something was off. Hereg's body expanded rapidly. His clothes instantly shredded. Terry was dumbfounded, slightly lifting his head to look at the muscular giant before him, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Hereg had no habit of running around naked and swiftly donned the dark armor, his entire body being fully enveloped in the black armor. He swiftly invoked the power of the Thunder God ancestor bloodline, with arcs of lightning flickering across the black armor. Seeing the giant exuding an aura of darkness in front of him, Terry involuntarily took a step back. He quickly formed a fireball in his hand and shot it towards Hereg. Hereg neither dodged nor avoided it. As the fireball hit him, bursting into many sparks without causing him the slightest harm. "Fire energy mastery, your luck really isn't that good," Hereg murmured. With high-level flame resistance, such fire magic posed no threat to him in this state. Hereg glanced at the scattering sparks, saying in a deep voice, "My turn now." His entire body tensed, with a forceful stomp, launching himself forward with electric light flashing past in the air behind him. In the next instant, Hereg appeared in front of Terry with a right fist clenched tightly. He swung a punch, an ordinary straight punch, accompanied by a fierce gust and whooshing sound. Terry's pupils contracted, caught off guard as Hereg's fist crashed into his flame shield. In an instant, the shield cracked into countless webs, then shattered into pieces. Layer of flame automatically surfaced on Terry's body, a talent spell of his. Hereg's fist struck Terry's chest, with the colossal force bending Terry's body backward, making him spew a mouthful of blood, with chunks of flesh in it his shattered organs. Immediately afterward, Terry was sent flying. The flame layer on Terry's body could not withstand such immense power, barely hindering Hereg at all. Hereg followed up closely, appearing behind Terry in a flash, lifting his leg for a fierce kick right at Terry's tailbone. The crack of bones was clear, and Terry didn't even have time to utter a scream before his body changed direction again, being sent flying, dragging a long trace on the ground before rolling to a halt at the edge of the plaza, his body twitching incessantly. Hereg flickered and appeared next to Terry. Terry was still alive, struggling to move his eyes to look at the black-armored giant beside him, his eyes filled with fear. Terry hadn't had the chance to react. Many of his magical tactics hadn't even been executed, yet before being severely injured by just a punch and a kick from Hereg. Laying on the ground, Terry's body had lost sensation across multiple areas, and there was a strange absence of pain. What Terry didn't know was that his body was currently grotesquely twisted, with his waist appearing almost broken, bent, at an extremely unnatural angle. Once Terry had stepped into the plaza, Hereg felt a confidence of victory swelling in his heart. With his speed, unless prepared and on guard beforehand, it was almost impossible for Terry to react in time. In full state, Hereg, after invoking the power of the Thunder God ancestor bloodline, was exceedingly fast. The distance between them was so short, Hereg could easily overpower Terry, even being a wizard in the liquid stage. With a respectable physical constitution, Terry couldn't withstand Hereg's immense power, which ordinary bodies couldn't hope to resist. Hereg looked at Terry, who was twitching at his feet, and shook his head. "Too weak, didn't achieve the experimental effect. I was still too cautious, should have given you more chances to make a move." Hereg, being cautious, had used his full strength in both attacks. Unexpectedly, Terry's reactions were so slow that he didn't even have any countermeasures. Hereg felt a bit regretful. The battle ended so quickly, and there wasn't much experimental result. But in times like these, there's no room for mercy. Safety is the most important. Hereg looked down at the dying Terry, clenched his right fist, and struck Terry's body with a loud bang. Terry's body stopped twitching, his hands weakly falling to the ground. Hereg pried off the space ring from Terry's finger and then conjured a fireball in his hand, burning the body. He used several fireball techniques in succession to ensure the body was completely incinerated. That wasn't all. Hereg immediately used evil spirit perception to locate Terry's spirit body. Terry's spirit body stood blankly in front of him, motionless, with no perception of the surroundings. Last time, because Loon's soul was retrieved by Malcolm, it brought me a lot of trouble. Can't let such a thing endanger me again. Hereg conjured a white lightsaber in his hand. It was the undead sword. Necromancy learned from Lady Morin, capable of harming spirit bodies. He wielded the undead sword and slashed at Terry's spirit body. A hole quickly appeared on the spirit body, but it hadn't dissipated yet. A wizard's spirit body is always stronger. But one slash isn't enough, more blows will do. Soon, Terry's spirit body completely dissipated. Hereg used another fireball technique, erasing some traces on the scene, finally feeling at ease. This should completely solve it. Terry was dealt with, but the crisis wasn't resolved. Hereg glanced in the direction of the magic potion garden. There was still a crystallization wizard there. The old man from the Moss family had already searched the entire magic potion garden, but hadn't found the core of the witch array. He was getting anxious. He needed to find the position of the witch array quickly. Time waits for no one. Hereg watched him flying around and realized this guy must be looking for something. He took out a talisman stone, which flashed with Blake's message, "Hold on, the family is on their way, you must survive." Hereg had already informed Blake about the situation here in advance, a crystallization wizard, a liquidation wizard. Blake immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Although he didn't know how the other side infiltrated, it was no longer important. Black Rock Valley is their Checky family's most important magic potion garden base. It must not be lost. But now the other side had two official wizards, while Black Rock Valley only had Hereg, who had just advanced to a gaseous wizard. The outcome was something Blake could already predict. He hoped Hereg could survive, but he knew deep down that the hope was slim. The Checky family only now realized they had been played. The other side's target had always been Black Rock Valley. Stirring up trouble in various other places was just to distract the Checky family, diverting most of their defensive forces elsewhere. With Black Rock Valley protected by a level 2 witch array, they naturally assumed it was the safest, the most secure place. Little did they know, the other side had long been laying out their plans here, acting at the crucial moment. The Checky family immediately dispatched people to Black Rock Valley, even using the Flu network to hasten the journey. Even so, it would be at least 5 to 6 hours before they could arrive. Within such a long time, it could all be over by the time they got there. The fact that they dared to make a move shows that they have the means to control Black Rock Valley. Elsewhere, the old man from the Moss family finally found the core position of the witch array, a vegetable garden. The location of this vegetable garden was the core of the witch array. The old man only needed to insert the red crystal into the ground, wait for the time to pass, and he would be able to seize control of the witch array. The old man flew down into the vegetable garden from the air and then inserted the red crystal into the ground. Once the red crystal was inserted into the ground, it quickly lit up. A red beam soared into the sky, visible throughout the entire Black Rock Valley. The old man stood beside the beam, looked towards the castle and murmured, "Why isn't Terry dealt with yet?" He then started chanting. The red crystal began to tremble, and complex runes appeared on the ground. Hereg observed from a distance. He paid attention to the old man's actions, feeling uneasy about the red crystal on the ground. Hereg thought for a while and decided to intervene and stop the old man's actions. Otherwise, if he were to complete his task smoothly, it would surely spell trouble for him. Hereg also considered running out of the valley while he had the chance, but then Black Rock Valley would easily fall into the other side's hands. The Checky family would suffer greatly, and he might not receive protection anymore. Not to mention, Mr. Larry had been kind to him, and he should do something when he had the ability to do so. After the battle with Terry, he already had some understanding of his own strength. Hereg might not be able to handle the crystallization wizard, but the crystallization wizard also wouldn't find it easy to deal with him. If his purpose was merely to disrupt the old man rather than fight to the death, Hereg was confident he could stall for a long time. The Checky family was on their way, he just needed to delay long enough. Hereg took out a spirit-stabilizing potion, replenished his recently consumed magic power, and then headed to the vegetable garden. The old man from the Moss family opened his eyes, looked in the direction Hereg was coming from, and upon seeing Hereg he stopped chanting and said, "Where's Terry?" "Dead," Hereg said calmly, as if discussing something insignificant. The old man walked out of the vegetable garden and looked at Hereg covered in black armor. "Seems like he was careless." Hereg nodded. "I guess so, but whether he was careless or not doesn't change his inevitable death." The old man sneered, floating into the air. "Judging by the magic on you, you should be melee combat type. Terry must have been too careless and let you get close, which caught him off guard." Hereg looked at the old man in the air without speaking. His biggest problem now was indeed having to be in melee to maximize his combat power. If the opponent distanced themselves, like flying into the air, he'd have nowhere to utilize his power. Hereg crouched down, stomped heavily on the ground and leapt up. Immediately, his figure vanished, appearing behind the old man the next moment, punching towards the back of the old man's head. "Flash!" The old man quickly reacted, also sensing Hereg behind him, but he made no move. As Hereg's fist was about to hit the old man still did not use any shield, allowing Hereg's fist to approach the back of his head. Although Hereg was a bit puzzled, he couldn't stop at this moment. Suddenly, Hereg lunged into thin air. The old man in front of him vanished. A tremendous wave of magic surged from behind him, and in the next moment, a massive ice cone struck his back. Hereg was knocked to the ground by the ice cone, rolling over several times. Pain emanated from his back, but it was nothing serious. Hereg's absolute defense and dark armor, along with his formidable constitution, left him almost unscathed. Climbing to his feet, Hereg gazed at the old man in the air and said, "Spatial defense spell." "That's right," the old man sneered. The old man hadn't dodged at all. As Hereg's fist approached, the surrounding space automatically distorted, and then Hereg appeared in front of him. The old man didn't need any shield spell. His innate talent spell was an extremely rare spatial magic that could automatically twist the surrounding space, redirecting all attacks elsewhere. For someone like Hereg, who specialized in close combat, this spell practically rendered the old man invincible. Hereg's attacks couldn't get close. No matter how strong, if it couldn't reach the old man's body, it was meaningless. Realizing this, Hereg stood on his spot, staring at the old man but still did not strike. Ice rain. The old man amassed a large quantity of ice energy particles in his hand, followed by a shower of ice cones falling down. Hereg's spiritual power was highly concentrated, swiftly dodging these falling ice cones. His speed was already extremely fast, and with Shenlon's assistance, each step cleverly avoided the ice cones. Seconds later, the ground was filled with ice cones, but Hereg stood unharmed at his original spot. Hereg smiled at the old man, still not taking the initiative to attack. The old man, seeing his somewhat provocative smile, felt a surge of anger. But then he realized, "You're stalling for time." Hereg no longer took the initiative to strike, just standing there watching him. Meanwhile, the old man's attacks couldn't take down Hereg in a short time, creating a stalemate. Hereg's intention was clear: to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. But the old man couldn't afford to wait. He had to quickly seize control of the witch array. If the Checky family arrived, even as a crystallization wizard, he might not make it out of the Black Rock Valley. The old man instantly felt a bit troubled, watching Hereg slowly retreating, constantly testing the edges, fueling his frustration. Without eliminating Hereg, he couldn't seize control of the witch array smoothly. But Hereg's speed, power, and constitution far exceeded his expectations. As long as Hereg didn't engage him directly, it was impossible to take him down in a short time. The most crucial factor now was time. The old man's hand clenched, and the temperature around Hereg rapidly plummeted. A thick layer of ice forming over Hereg's body surface. This was a level 1 ice magic spell, capable of trapping someone in ice for a long time. Electric sparks flickered from Herag's body, causing cracks in the ice, followed by a faint sound, shattering the ice away. He regained his freedom of movement. The old man exhaled a breath, as he had anticipated. Herag's constitution was too high. These binding spells were too weak against him. The old man weighed his options, then reached out to the ground, retrieving a red crystal in his hand. Then he flew directly towards the mouth of Black Rock Valley, abandoning his plan to seize the witch array. With Herag interfering, he couldn't succeed. He couldn't afford to continue wasting time. Otherwise, not only would the plan fail, but he himself might perish here. Herag watched him fly away, slowly following, keeping a distance behind him. Seeing the old man fly out of Black Rock Valley, Herag confirmed that he had truly given up on seizing the witch array. Pretty decisive, Herag thought to himself. The Moss family must have been preparing for this plan for a long time. Abandoning it like this was undoubtedly a great loss for them. Since the old man had flown out of Black Rock Valley, returning wouldn't be easy. The witch array had identity recognition features. Unless the old man used the teleportation witch array again, he couldn't enter. After the old man's departure, Herag headed for the residential district to check the situation. A scene of corpses lay before him, many houses smashed by ice cones, with a thick stench of blood in the air. Herag searched through the area. Finding not a single living person, everyone had been slaughtered. Wizard apprentices and knights were so vulnerable before a crystallization wizard, hardly having any room for resistance. That Herag survived Marco's onslaught back then was already a miracle. And it was mainly because Batty arrived in time. If he had been a bit slower, Herag would not have survived. These people had always worked diligently. Entering the Checky family represented a bright future for them. Who could have imagined that disaster would strike from the heavens, and many were killed by ice cones in their sleep, ending their lives. In this moment, Herag once more felt the fragility of life. Without strength, one could not control their own fate. Had Herag not possessed enough strength this time, he would have perished at Terry's hands. Arriving at the mouth of Black Rock Valley, a castle was present, with a few knights and wizard apprentices surviving. It just happened to be their turn on duty today, allowing them to narrowly escape disaster. The old man noticed them when fleeing, but was in too much of a hurry to harm them. Sir, they came out of the castle upon seeing Herag. Herag had already restored his original appearance, wearing a new set of clothes. Continue to guard here, reinforcements will arrive. Soon, Herag checked their condition, finding they were all right, and gave orders. Seeing Herag granted them a great sense of assurance. With an official wizard present, they felt secure. They were unaware of the magnitude of the gap between Herag and the old man. After all, both were official wizards, equally powerful. Several hours later, Blake appeared at the mouth of Black Rock Valley, cautiously observing the situation within. Although Herag had informed him through the talisman stone that the opponent had retreated. Yet, who could verify whether the person on the other end of the talisman stone was Herag or an enemy? In Blake's estimation, Herag should have already been killed. Thus, the person on the other end of the talisman stone was likely the enemy, deliberately setting a trap. Therefore, upon reaching the outside of Black Rock Valley, he didn't rush in but observed for a while with the Checky family members. Herag at that moment was standing atop the gatehouse of the castle, and when Blake saw him, he was a bit surprised. Sensing that the control of the witch array was still in his hands, he felt much relieved. "Mr. Blake." Herag stood atop the castle and shouted to Blake in the distance. Blake finally approached slowly, followed by more than a dozen people, all from the Checky family, including 2 crystallization wizards, while the others were wizard apprentices. The Checky family had a total of 3 crystallization wizards, and they were all present. For a wizard family, having 3 crystallization wizards was already a strong foundation. Most wizard families might only have 1 or 2 crystallization wizards stationed. The wizard organization had many more crystallization wizards, and generally, wizard organizations would have a level 2 wizard stationed. Although they wouldn't easily show themselves. Some level 2 wizards from wizard organizations weren't even at home, but wandered outside, only returning when something happened. So in the Barren Land, a level 1 crystallization wizard was basically the ceiling of combat power. Through these two battles, Herag gained a further understanding of his own abilities. At least in the barren land, he had the ability to protect himself, and could escape even if he couldn't defeat a crystallization wizard. After Blake and his group entered Black Rock Valley, they first checked the state of the witch array, noticing signs of being seized. But control was still intact. You not only killed a liquefaction wizard, but also drove away Old Man Carl from the Moss family. Blake, although aware of this in advance, still found it somewhat incredible. Just luck I didn't fight him head-on, just interfered with him seizing the core of the witch array. Seeing time was running out, he left, and I couldn't stop him. Herag didn't detail the process. Blake wouldn't ask either. He knew Herag surely had his secrets to achieve such a feat, and it wasn't convenient to inquire. As a wizard, it was normal for everyone to have some personal secrets. Blake said, "It's hard enough. You're just a gaseous wizard, yet you could contend with a crystallization wizard. Although the opponent was cautious, this is already remarkable. We suffered quite a loss this time, nearly wiping out everyone we've nurtured in Black Rock Valley over the years." Who was the opponent? Herag asked. He still didn't know the exact identity of the opponent. With such a big move, the Checky family must have figured it out. Blake said solemnly, "It was someone from the Moss family. They've been coveting our magic potion business for a long time. Now it's our turn to retaliate." Blake's eyes were full of anger. Although the Moss family hadn't succeeded in seizing Black Rock Valley, they still inflicted significant losses on them. The Checky family certainly wouldn't let it go and were preparing for a counterattack. Herag didn't need to participate in the battle for the time being. He had other tasks. "We'll arrange for some newcomers during this period. All personnel from within the family this time. They've just arrived in Black Rock Valley, and many things require your guidance," Blake said. Most wizard apprentices and knights in Black Rock Valley had died, but the daily management of the magic potion garden still required personnel, which needed to be resolved quickly. The Checky family had transferred some trustworthy personnel from elsewhere, but these people were unfamiliar with Black Rock Valley's management procedures, especially Herag's management style. They would need some time to learn and understand before gradually getting the hang of it, which required Herag's time to teach them. "No problem, leave it to me." It was naturally not an issue for Herag. The cleanup work soon began, and the corpses in the residential area were all buried on the small hill outside Black Rock Valley. For those with family members claiming them, the bodies were taken back by the relatives. Apart from those few traders, the Checky family would also provide some compensation to the families of the deceased. A few days later, the Checky family arranged for 15 newcomers to enter Black Rock Valley to handle the daily management of the magic potion garden. As before, Herag explained the significance of the schedule and various data reports. These were all internal members of the Checky family, and those sent over were quite astute, so Herag didn't take much effort to get them all acquainted. During this period, the Checky family's retaliation also began, attacking several estates of the Moss family. The Moss family mainly conducted some trade business, buying and selling goods everywhere. The Checky family targeted these trade caravans, specifically plundering the Moss family's caravans everywhere, causing them substantial losses. Initially, they were unclear of the target and didn't know who did it. Now that they knew it was the Moss family, the Checky family's target became clear, focusing on them. Of course, the Moss family also took action, and the Checky family suffered not insignificantly, resulting in mutual damage. Such a situation certainly couldn't persist for long, and soon negotiations began. The negotiations were mediated by people from Augustus Academy, with some from other wizard families also sitting down for careful discussion. The responsibility of Augustus Academy was to maintain stability in the barren land, and large-scale conflicts between two wizard families were certainly not allowed, as it would affect the stability of the area. Once Augustus Academy intervened to mediate, no matter how great the animosity between the Checky family and the Moss family, they had to obediently sit down and negotiate. The result of the negotiations was that the Moss family would compensate the Checky family with 100,000 magic stones. Meanwhile, the Moss family would have fewer slots for this year's Death Swamp Ruins exploration, while the Checky family would have more. The Death Swamp Ruins was one of the few ancient ruins in the barren land that produced various magic potion materials and casting materials. Most importantly, it might yield materials needed for a level 1 crystallization wizard to ascend to a level 2 wizard. If a level 1 crystallization wizard wants to advance to a level 2 wizard, they must comprehend a rule. Upon comprehending a rule, one can initially touch rule power, thereby advancing to a level 2 wizard. This step is quite elusive, without external help, relying entirely on personal comprehension. Some may comprehend it within a year, while others may never comprehend it in their lifetime. Such advancement conditions are obviously very unstable, and in the Land of Dawn, many level 2 wizards couldn't have possibly advanced by personal comprehension alone. The vast majority needed to rely on external objects. The forms and types of these external objects varied, but they all shared one common point. They all contained some world rules, and wizards could use these external objects to comprehend world rules, thereby helping themselves to touch rule power and complete the advancement. In the Land of Dawn, such things are not uncommon. The Land of Dawn, long in campaign across other planes, has many channels to obtain items imbued with rule power. However, in the barren land, such things are seldom seen. Unless they flow out from the Land of Dawn, wizards in the barren land have almost no way to access such items. The only place where they might be produced is the Death Swamp Ruins. The production chance is very low, and it's hard to find. The last time someone found something with the power of rules in the Death Swamp Ruins was over 100 years ago. Nevertheless, each time the Death Swamp Ruins open, many people still go in. The Death Swamp Ruins open once every 10 years, and this year happens to be the opening time. The Death Swamp Ruins have long been controlled by major wizard families and wizard organizations. Wizards without a background have no chance of entering. The entry slots for each faction are also limited, and these slots have already been allocated. For the Moss family, losing a few slots is more painful than losing those 100,000 magic stones. As compensation, there are many items in the Death Swamp Ruins that can't be bought with magic stones. Their value simply can't be measured by magic stones. But this is the result led by Augustus Academy. Even if the Moss family has complaints, they can only accept it. Herag, we have a few extra slots now. Are you interested in going to the Death Swamp Ruins? Blake asked with a smile. Herag did a great service for the Checky family this time by defending the Black Rock Valley, and received a reward of 5,000 magic stones. Besides, after a discussion, the Checky family decided to grant Herag a slot to enter the Death Swamp Ruins, just to see if Herag wanted to go. After understanding the matter of the Death Swamp Ruins, Herag began to ponder. The first thing he considered was the problem of danger. The interior of the Death Swamp Ruins is certainly full of dangers, although after so many years of exploration, various factions are already clear about which places to go and which places are best not to go. But once inside, it's hard to say what variables may emerge. However, danger also comes with opportunities. There are many good things inside, especially items with the power of rules. Although Herag is currently only gaseous, he will eventually achieve crystallization in the future. If he can obtain them in advance, it will certainly be of great help in the future, at least increasing the chances of advancing to a level 2 wizard. The Death Swamp Ruins open once every 10 years. If missed, one must wait another 10 years. The Checky family especially gave Herag a slot as a form of welfare for him, because more people from the Checky family are going in this time, naturally making them stronger. Herag just needs to follow them and pick up some things along the way, which would be a considerable gain. Herag felt somewhat tempted, but still thought it wasn't stable enough. What if he encountered some unexpected events once inside? He thought that going was possible, but he needed to be well prepared, Herag thought to himself. How long until the Death Swamp Ruins open? Herag asked. Blake replied, 3 months. 3 months, that should be enough. All right, I'll prepare during this period. Herag pondered and then agreed. Currently, he at least has some ability to protect himself, unlike before when he was so fragile. Since he decided to go to the Death Swamp Ruins, naturally, he needs to be well prepared. His strength won't increase significantly in 3 months, so he needs to leverage external items. Herag just uses this opportunity to test some of his ideas. He returned to his underground laboratory. Shenlin, infer a method to create a demonized item. Requirements: possess enough stability, can be detonated by command, structure may be similar to various bombs from the previous life, and the materials should be relatively easy to obtain. Herag wanted to create a bomb-like demonized item. He hadn't seen such a thing yet, at least wizards in the barren land hadn't created similar items. With his experience from his previous life, he naturally knows what kind of power can be born when energy is compressed and released. Hence, he uses this opportunity to experiment. Task archived, inference in progress, expected to take 5 hours. Shenlin provided the estimated time. The creation method of demonized items was already recorded in Shenlin's database, but Herag had not actually created one. Inference completed. Based on current data, the inferred structure is as follows. A circular structure appeared before Herag's eyes, with a red crystal inside and wrapped in animal fur externally. Materials used are fire salamander crystal, fire salamander fur, saltpeter, mandrake juice. Herag noted the main materials come from a type of demon called the fire salamander. This demon exists in many places in the barren land, and after maturity, the fire salamander will have a fire salamander crystal inside. The fire salamander can use this crystal to eject flames at extremely high temperatures, which is also the fire salamander's most important energy source. The structure inferred by Shenlin primarily employs the fire salamander crystal as the core, utilizes magic power to ignite the crystal, then coupled with special structures and other ingredients to produce a powerful explosive force. Because it is wrapped externally with fire salamander fur, it inherently has very good compatibility, ensuring sufficient stability. Usage is simple too. Before using, infuse a bit of magic power into the sphere, then detonate through preset phonetic commands. The structure is already established. The next step is experimentation. The first issue is raw materials. Herag approached Blake and asked, "Mr. Blake, can you help me procure a batch of fire salamander crystals and fire salamander fur?" "Fire salamander, what do you want that for?" Blake asked with confusion. "Fire salamander crystals are casting materials for some fire magic spells, but Herag specializes in dark energy element. Typically not purchasing these items." Herag explained for some experiments. Blake didn't ask much, nodding. "No problem. If I recall correctly, a set of fire salamander crystals along with fire salamander fur should cost about 30 magic stones. This stuff isn't expensive. How much do you need?" "Let's start with 10 sets. I might need more later." Herag didn't purchase a large quantity. He needed to first make the item through experiments, then verify if the power was satisfactory. If unsatisfactory, he'd definitely need to change materials and formulas. Buying a lot would be wasteful. 3 days later, 10 fire salamander crystals and 10 pieces of fire salamander fur were delivered. The fire salamander fur was small, just enough to wrap around one set. The fire salamander itself is relatively small, only the size of a house cat, so the fur correspondingly is small. After paying 300 magic stones, Herag hurried back to the underground laboratory to start his first demonized item creation. His status in the Cheki family rapidly rose. Almost all his requests were granted, so these materials could be purchased quickly. Returning to the basement, Herag began crafting demonized items according to the structured inference by Shenlin. The structure was actually quite simple, far less complex than crafting magic potions. Before long, Herag had a leather ball in his hands. Herag arrived at the plaza behind the inner castle, holding a leather spherical object in his hand. He first enveloped himself in absolute defense, stood at the edge of the plaza, inputted a bit of magic power into the sphere, and then threw it out. After the sphere flew a certain distance, Herag muttered, "Bumeng." Loud explosion sounded. The sphere burst open instantly, unleashing a massive fireball that surged a wave of heat and sent powerful shockwaves in all directions. Shenlin assessed the explosion's intensity. Due to his distance and the absolute defense protection, Herag was unharmed. Assessment in progress. After assessment, the estimated explosion intensity is 23 degrees. Herag was quite satisfied with this result. Very good, it's already surpassed Marco's attack intensity back then. The energy compression and release structure designed by Shenlin truly was impressive, unleashing tremendous power. Shenlin named this demonized item Fire Salamander Bomb, Hereg instructed, after successfully conducting the experiment. It was natural for Hereg to prepare more Fire Salamander Bombs, the more of these the better. So when danger arises, he can directly toss out a pile of bombs. "Sir, what happened?" At this moment, Chadia came running over in a fluster. Sensing a strong magic power fluctuation, seeing Hereg was fine, she felt relieved. During this period, Hereg had treated her quite well, causing her to develop a sense of dependency on him. The master-servant contract inherently affects the servile side, making the servant's body and soul ultimately belong entirely to the master. Furthermore, if Hereg dies, Chadia will also die, leaving her no choice but to care. "Nothing much, just conducting some experiments." Hereg turned back and said. "That's good." Chadia exhaled a sigh of relief. The noise was so loud that the entire Black Rock Valley heard it. Even Blake rushed over to check the situation, asking, "What happened?" Hereg smiled awkwardly. "Nothing, just a little experiment." "A little experiment?" Blake looked at him with a peculiar gaze. Hereg shifted the topic. "By the way, Mr. Blake, could you help me purchase more crystals and pelts of fire salamanders?" "Sure, no problem. How much do you need?" Blake asked. Since Hereg seemed okay, he didn't press further. "Not much, just 100 sets to start," Hereg replied. "How much?" Blake was startled. Hereg chuckled awkwardly without explaining. Blake understood immediately, since Hereg didn't want to say more. It wasn't appropriate to ask further, so he said, "All right, I'll help you contact them. This large quantity should allow for a discount." "Thanks a lot, Mr. Blake." Hereg expressed his gratitude. Checky family acted quickly, delivering 100 sets of fire salamander crystals and pelts to Black Rock Valley within half a month. It cost Hereg a total of 2,900 magic stones, which was considered very cheap. A single set would normally cost over 30 magic stones, but 100 sets were only 2,900 magic stones, a significant discount. Hereg stored all the goods in his space ring and upon returning to the basement, started the relentless production of fire salamander bombs. In the Death Swamp ruins, dangers are sure to abound, along with encounters of many level 1 wizards. Though Hereg could now survive under the hands of a level 1 crystallization wizard, preparing more never hurts. Utilizing every single set of materials, Hereg meticulously crafted each fire salamander bomb without waste. Hereg's space ring contained over 100 fire salamander bombs, all lying silently, with no external indication of the immense energy within. With 2 months left until the opening of the Death Swamp ruins, having completed fire salamander bomb preparation, Hereg started crafting several magic potions. His space ring already stored the vast majority of necessary magic potions. During his work in Black Rock Valley, each completed potion order produced leftover materials. These leftover materials belonged to Hereg, so he crafted additional potions for his own storage. Accumulating over time, Hereg's space ring almost became a storehouse for potions, containing a variety and substantial quantities. He didn't neglect his meditation practice during this period either. In Hereg's mind, the 9th star of the second array map had been illuminated, leaving 6 stars to complete the second array map. His mind already contained lots of fog-like spiritual power, and he estimated that completing 2 more stars in meditation should fill his mind with gaseous spiritual power. Then he'd begin entering the liquid stage, advancing his strength considerably. This stage usually takes a long time, but with the absorption of the royal elf's bloodline, his spiritual power increased significantly, accelerating his progress into liquefaction. For over a month, issues between the Checky family and the Moss family gradually calmed down, restoring peace to their days. Previously, the Checky family's magic potion gardens suffered losses, causing a decline in the production of magic potion materials. During this period, the market's potion materials and potion prices began to rise, owing both to reduced production and deliberate manipulation by the Checky family. They used these methods to prove their strength, deterring potential enemies and broadcasting that the Checky family is not to be trifled with. Potions and potion materials are essentials that wizards can't avoid purchasing anyway. The Checky family leveraged price control to compensate for past losses. Of course, such behavior cannot last indefinitely. Augustus Academy won't allow unchecked market manipulation. The damage to your potion gardens allowed temporary price hikes, but such conduct can't persist. Therefore, the prices of potion materials and potions started to slowly decrease, expected to return to normal in about 2 months. Harag had been quite idle during this time, receiving very few order assignments from the Checky family. Since his battle with that Moss family elder, Harag began to gain some reputation. Just at the gaseous stage, he could confront crystallization wizards, marking a notably impressive feat. The elder from the Moss family naturally wouldn't spread word of it, but under intentional promotion by the Checky family, the news spread nonetheless. The intention was to suppress the Moss family's reputation and also to showcase their strength. A member of our family at the gaseous stage can make your crystallization wizard flee. Sir, you have some letters. Chadia walked into the bedroom holding 2 letters. Harag was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a book and studying it. He turned his head upon hearing the voice. Just leave them here. After placing the letters, Chadia asked softly, "Is there anything else you need, sir?" "Make me a pot of coffee," Harag said, picking up the letters. Chadia immediately went to prepare the coffee. These days, she gradually assumed the responsibilities of a maid, increasingly embodying the role. Harag looked at the 2 letters. One was from Bessie and the other from Lillian. He first picked up Bessie's letter, which was quite long. The most important thing was that the magic potion Harag concocted was effective, and her injuries were completely healed. Bessie had now returned to her regular meditation practice. Her spiritual power growth not only resumed, but was faster than before. She wrote that it wouldn't take long for her to meet the spiritual power requirements to advance to an official wizard. Harag felt quite gratified upon reading this. Bessie's recovery was naturally the best outcome. Her talent was great, and losing hope for advancement at such a young age would be truly despairing. Bessie continued to write about some small events in the Moonlight Forest, which were similar to those before Harag left, with no significant changes. Every year new people joined, and some were injured or died due to various tasks. Everything was as usual. Bessie planned to sign a formal contract with the Moonlight Forest, ensuring direct access to ancient magic potions and Amanda's potions. Although she would have to stay in the Moonlight Forest for at least 100 years after her advancement, for a wizard apprentice like Bessie with no background, this was the best and only option. After reading Bessie's letter, Harag picked up Lillian's letter. Lillian had already advanced to an official wizard just 2 months ago. She spent the past 2 months stabilizing her spiritual power and adjusting her state. Lillian was much luckier. With Professor Nina by her side, she never lacked resources and didn't face contract restrictions like in the Moonlight Forest. The most crucial point was Lillian's mention of a possible future opportunity to enter the Land of Dawn. Augustus Academy, being an administrator established by the Land of Dawn in the Barren Land, naturally had channels to the Land of Dawn. The rule that wizards from the Barren Land couldn't enter the Land of Dawn was merely a restriction for those at the bottom. However, for Augustus Academy, as long as you were exceptional enough, they could admit you to the Land of Dawn. Of course, the conditions were very stringent. Even for a promising wizard like Lillian, it was very difficult. It was just a chance. Lillian's letter mainly shared some information about the wizard world with Harag, mostly intelligence exchanges. After putting down the letter, Harag went to his desk, picked up a quill, and began writing replies, mainly discussing his current situation and experiences. However, he didn't go into detail about many things and just briefly mentioned them. For instance, he only briefly noted his recent encounter in Black Rock Valley as an attack. After finishing the letters, he handed them to Lennon, asking him to make a trip to mail them. There were still 2 months before the Death Swamp ruins opened. Besides his daily practice, Harag also spent time learning more about the Death Swamp ruins. The Death Swamp ruins had existed for over 1,000 years, with its exact origin remaining unknown. It's said that it was once a dimensional rift, often used by other planes as a breach to invade the wizard plane. Later, wizards mended the rift, but the rules there remained chaotic, filled with unknowns and mysteries. Correspondingly, Due to its unique geographical environment, it also produced many rare materials. For a long time, the place was a chaos zone, with countless wizards battling fiercely over its resources. The unique environment of the Death Swamp ruins made it difficult to manage, and many wizards who had committed violations would hide inside to escape enemies' pursuit. Later on, it eventually became the chaotic city of chaos, with a considerable population. After a long passage of time, the Battle of Dawn erupted. Wizard organizations like Moonlight Forest and Green Cottage were defeated and exiled to the Barren Land. While establishing the Northern Mountains, the Wizards of the Land of Dawn also brought the Death Swamp ruins under their management. They couldn't relocate the ruins, but could encircle the Death Swamp ruins, setting restrictions. They subsequently controlled the opening time of the Death Swamp ruins, preventing wizards from entering to seize resources without restraint. The limitation was set to open every 10 years, with restricted entry times and numbers. The allocation of slots also rested in the hands of the Land of Dawn. Any slots for each wizard family or wizard organization in the Barren Land required approval from the Land of Dawn. The 2 months passed quickly. Herag stood at the entrance of Black Rock Valley together with Blake and a few others. This time the Checky family, along with Herag, had a total of 7 people heading to the Death Swamp ruins: 2 crystallization wizards, 2 liquidation wizards, and 3 gaseous wizards. The operation was led by Blake, with another crystallization wizard, an elderly woman named Callan, whose face resembled dried wood, each wrinkle forming layers. Old Lady Callan was a veteran member of the Checky family, more than 200 years old, strong in power, and a cornerstone figure for the operation. Her purpose this trip was naturally to see something with the power of rules. Acquiring one would allow her advancement. For years, Callan had been stuck at the crystallization wizard phase, unable to move forward. Although she seemed old and on the brink of life's end now, advancing to a level 2 wizard would grant her long life again. But this step was indeed challenging. Old Lady Callan had made up her mind to enter the Death Swamp ruins this time. If she still couldn't find something containing the power of rules this time, she might not have another chance. Thus for her, this was an all-or-nothing endeavor. "We should get going, Herag. Just stay with me once we're inside, don't wander off," Blake advised once more. Herag nodded. "I understand, Mr. Blake." Blake nodded, still holding confidence in Herag. Over the days spent together, Herag gave him a very reliable impression and handled tasks with steadiness. Herag not only had exceptional talent and adequate strength, but also a good mindset. Blake held higher expectations for Herag than Larry, who only recognized Herag's magic potion talent. However, with his rich experience, Blake deeply sensed Herag's vast potential, with his magic potion talent almost as an added bonus. Blake believed that if given enough time and opportunities, Herag might achieve something truly remarkable in the future. The group of 7 stood together, as Old Lady Callan drew some complex runes on the ground with a certain purple liquid. Herag and the others would be directly transported near the Death Swamp ruins, avoiding the slow journey by carriage. During this time, Herag took the opportunity to observe the others. There were 2 liquidation wizards, a man and a woman who seemed to be a couple, both only in their 30s or 40s. There were also 2 gaseous wizards, who looked older, both middle-aged men in their 50s. These 2 had the lowest status, and their main job was to do some of the dirty work and hard labor. All the things Herag acquired in the Death Swamp ruins belonged to him, but not for these 2, as everything they acquired had to be handed over. An hour later, Old Lady Callan finished drawing, turned around and said to everyone, "Stand on it, don't move. Otherwise, if your head is missing when we reach the destination, I won't be responsible." The group slowly stepped onto the purple runes, and Old Lady Callan took out a staff, chanting under her breath. The purple runes began to glow, and a powerful wave of magic power spread outward. Herag took a deep breath, adjusting his breath, as the surrounding space began to distort. He glanced at the distant magic potion garden, which had already twisted into a curved 7-colored ribbon. After a brief bout of dizziness, Herag's eyes brightened as he arrived at a square. Herag looked over at the others. The 2 gaseous wizards were already collapsed on the ground, while the other 2 liquidation wizards were clutching their heads and didn't look comfortable. Only Blake, Old Lady Callan, and Harag were fine, as his strong constitution and bloodline power prevented the space transmission from affecting him. Harag looked into the distance, and all around the square was a wilderness, with not a single weed on the ground, only black soil. But this black soil was different from that of Black Rock Valley. It was blood-stained here. Old Lady Callan cast a spell on the collapsed two gaseous wizards, who soon woke up. "Let's go." Old Lady Callan hunched over and led the way. Harag followed, glancing back occasionally. He couldn't shake the feeling there was something odd about the distant sky. Blake noticed his actions and remarked, "Only through teleportation can one enter here. The Death Swamp ruins can't be accessed by normal means anymore." "Are we already inside the Death Swamp ruins?" Harag asked. "Not exactly, this is just the entrance," Blake explained. Harag looked back again, noticing the sky behind seemed to be shrouded by a barrier, appearing dim and gray. The group continued along the barren path, seeing a gathering of people ahead. "These are all the wizards entering the Death Swamp ruins this time," Blake said quietly. Harag immediately noticed an old man Carl from the Moss family. The old man had two liquidation wizards following him. Old man Carl seemed to sense something, turned and saw Harag, his expression instantly turning sour. Although he hadn't seen Harag's appearance directly at that time, he had gathered relevant information afterward, so he naturally knew what he looked like. Seeing him again now, Carl was filled with resentment. "If it weren't for this kid last time, our Moss family wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses." Not only did their plan fail, but they also incurred significant losses. Since they were in the wrong, they couldn't negotiate for favorable conditions during the discussions. Originally, they had 5 spots in the Death Swamp ruins, but now they only had 3, with the other 2 allocated to the Checky family. This time, the Moss family really lost out badly. Seeing the people from the Checky family approaching, old man Carl felt displeased, turning to walk toward a huge purple light gate. This light gate stood upright, about 10 meters high, with a purple vortex inside. The 3 of them, old man Carl and his followers, walked directly into the purple vortex and then disappeared. "Is this the entrance?" Harag asked. Blake nodded, saying, "That's right, we just go in directly." "How do we get out?" Harag pondered and asked. 3 days after that, we'll automatically return here as long as you're still alive. There are always many who don't return, so once inside, stick with me," Blake instructed. Harag was naturally very steady. He'd never roam around recklessly. There were also other wizard organizations or wizard family members, but Harag hadn't yet seen anyone from Moonlight Forest. The wizard organizations like Moonlight Forest and Green Cottage would naturally have people participating in exploring the Death Swamp ruins, but they hadn't encountered them yet. Besides the dangers within the ruins, threats from other wizards were significant too. Especially when precious treasures were involved, confrontations could break out over the treasures. Old Lady Callan was the first to step into the gate, her figure disappearing. Blake followed closely, with Harag right on his heels. Entering the light gate, Harag felt nothing, unlike the slight dizziness from space transmission. As the purple halo still surrounded him, a foul stench filled the air. When the purple halo dispersed, Harag found himself in a dilapidated city. In front of him lay a city in decay. All sorts of buildings had collapsed and showed signs that no one had been active there for many years. "This used to be the City of Chaos, a time when many people lived here," Blake explained. Harag immediately initiated Shenlan's environment scan, vigilantly observing the surroundings. "Let's move. Our destination is over at the Black Forest," Blake said. These arrangements had been made in advance, so Harag was aware. The Black Forest is a large forest within the Death Swamp, rich with various resources. The deeper into the forest one goes, the more rare resources can be found. Of course, the deeper parts are also more dangerous. The primary goal of Harag and his party is to head towards the Black Forest. With only 3 days, there is not enough time to explore other places. The Checky family knows the Black Forest best, choosing the safest route. The Black Forest lies to the north of the City of Chaos. Ruins and Harag's group needs to traverse the ruins to reach it. The ruins of the City of Chaos usually pose no significant danger. Callan took the lead, followed by Blake, then Harag. The 2 liquidation wizards walked behind Harag, with the remaining 2 gaseous wizards at the back. As Herag passed through the ruins, he noted many white bones scattered across the ground, already showing signs of many years. These people must have died long ago. Herag walked for a while, always feeling that something was a bit off. He pondered for a long time, sensed the bloodline mark on his chest, and suddenly discovered that here the suppression on the bloodline mark seemed to be less severe. Herag remembered the origin of the Death Swamp ruins. This place was originally a dimensional rift, only later repaired. In other words, in this place, the Wizard Plains world was weaker at suppressing the powers of other planes. Herag felt much steadier in his heart. If the power of the Thunder God ancestors' bloodline mark could be used here, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Old Lady Callan was walking at the forefront and suddenly stopped. As soon as she stopped, Herag and the others felt a wave of tension. Herag's expression became serious. He also sensed some abnormalities. Many particles were floating in the air ahead. These particles seemed to be the seeds of some plant. The wind direction happened to blow towards them, causing these seeds to drift over. Put on your shields. These are blood mourning glory seeds, which will take root and sprout in the flesh of animals. Once they stick to you, there's no way to deal with them here, Callan said gravely. The group hastily put on shields and proceeded forward. The blood mourning glory seeds quickly drifted over. The sky was filled with tiny seeds. These seeds were attracted by the flesh of Herag and the others, with many automatically attaching themselves. The outer surface of Herag's absolute defense was quickly covered with seeds. He observed that at the tip of the seeds, there was an extremely fine tendril continuously trying to penetrate the shield. However, with the protection of absolute defense, these tendrils couldn't penetrate at all. Herag condensed some fire energy seeds, roasted the surface of the absolute defense, causing many charred blood mourning glory seeds to fall onto the ground. After completely crossing the ruins of the City of Chaos, the blood mourning glory seeds in the air had also drifted past. The shadow of a distant forest loomed. It was the destination for Herag and the others. There was a distance of about 1,000 meters between the City of Chaos and the Black Forest, and the ground was also black soil, all soaked with blood. The journey was very calm, without encountering any abnormal situations. The group smoothly entered the Black Forest, and the light immediately dimmed. Herag immediately spotted a patch of moonlight grass under a tree in the distance. The leaves of this grass were moon-white, making them easy to identify. Moonlight grass can be used as casting materials for various light magic. Though light magic is rare, moonlight grass is equally rare. Single moonlight grass is worth about 50 to 60 magic stones in the market, which is quite good. After Herag spoke up, the others also looked over and saw a large patch of moonlight grass growing there in the woods. There were at least 50 to 60 moonlight grass plants worth a few thousand magic stones. However, none of them moved, all waiting for orders from Old Lady Callan and Blake. As had been said before departure, all actions should follow command. No matter what magic potion materials or casting materials are found, one cannot act without permission. These are lessons learned in blood. Old Lady Callan glanced over there and then said, "No problem, you can pick them." After she spoke, Herag and the others went over and began to collect. Herag took out a professional trowel and started digging swiftly. Despite the speed, the completeness of the collection was good, maintaining the entirety of the moonlight grass. The speed of others was slower, none were as skilled as Herag. Herag, who has made magic potions for years, is very familiar with handling these magic potion materials. He showed much more initiative than the others because the harvest was his own. Those 2 gaseous wizards, what they collected had to be turned in, with only some rewards at the end. Moreover, they were not as familiar with the methods of collecting magic potion materials as Herag, slowing them down considerably. About 20 minutes later, Herag had collected 18 moonlight grass plants into his space ring. Almost half of this patch of moonlight grass was harvested by him. Old Lady Callan had moved ahead and called back, "Time to go." She had given Herag and the others limited time for gathering, and when time was up, they had to leave. Had Herag not acted quickly, there would not have been enough time for these people to finish gathering it all. Blake waved to everyone, "Everyone come here, put this on your wrist." He took out some wooden bracelets, the material of which was unrecognizable. These are evil spirit bracelets. If an evil spirit approaches or attacks, the bracelet will start to burn. Pay close attention. Blake distributed a bracelet to each person. Blake continued, starting now, everyone needs to be constantly vigilant and keep an additional eye. The people around you can become problematic at any time. Don't trust anyone too much. Although the Black Forest isn't highly dangerous, there are still many troublesome things. Although Harag had a stronger evil spirit crystal, he honestly put on the bracelet, considering it an extra layer of protection. From now on, form pairs and never let each other out of your sight, Callan instructed everyone. According to her arrangement, Harag and Blake formed a pair, and the two liquefaction wizards formed a pair, as did the two gaseous wizards. And you, Lady Callan, one of the gaseous wizards asked. No need to worry about me, Callan replied indifferently. The group continued forward in the Black Forest, finding many high-tier magic potion materials and casting materials along the way. Especially Harag, who garnered about 7,000 to 8,000 magic stones worth of finds during this trip. This Black Forest was practically full of treasures. One could bend down to pick up valuable items. 2 hours passed without the group encountering any significant trouble, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. The wizard couple even began chatting happily, as if on a forest excursion. Harag frowned, remaining highly alert. This place couldn't possibly be as simple as it appeared. The calmer it seemed, the more careful one needed to be. A dark figure flashed through the woods ahead, and the trees there shook slightly. What was that? Harag, who had been watching his surroundings, sensed the anomaly almost simultaneously with Callan and Blake. The other 4 came over only after hearing the sound. Unsure of what had happened, something flashed by in the tree over there very fast, Harag explained. Callan said solemnly, it should be some kind of demon without a dead aura. Ignore it, let's keep moving. We are wary of it and it is wary of us. As long as we stay together. Ordinary demons won't dare bother us. Old Lady Callan didn't clearly see what the demon looked like. She only knew it was a living creature. After this incident, the group became even more cautious, and the atmosphere grew tenser. The couple who were originally talking and laughing now realized they were in the Death Swamp ruins and must be careful with everything. Harag and the others continued forward, and after a while there was a rustling in the forest ahead, making the group stop once more. A bipedal monkey jumped down from a tree in front of them, staring at Harag and the others. Old Lady Callan immediately covered her face with a towel and said, "It's a human-faced monkey, cover your faces." The others were a bit puzzled as to why they needed to cover their faces, bewildered at heart, but they dutifully took out various items to cover their faces. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The human-faced monkey was about 2 meters tall, not robust at all, as thin as a stick. Its face was no different from an ordinary monkey's, but its features started to change. In no time, the human-faced monkey's face became a human face. The group felt that this human face seemed familiar. Harag looked closely and realized it was his own face. Exactly the same. Old Lady Callan shrieked, "It's over, Harag, catch it, don't let it escape." Blake's expression also turned serious, explaining to the still clueless Harag and others. The human-faced monkey is a rare demon found only in the Death Swamp ruins. They replicate the faces of good-looking humans, and then any damage the human-faced monkey sustains will be mirrored on the person whose face was copied. It copied Harag's face, meaning if someone cuts off the human-faced monkey's head, Harag will die too. Harag's heart turned cold upon hearing this. Such a thing was utterly unforeseeable and indefensible. He was only a bit slow and got his face copied by the human-faced monkey. Coincidentally, Harag was the most handsome in the group, making him the human-faced monkey's target. How can this be undone? Harag asked. He felt a bit troubled. The human-faced monkey's trait meant it couldn't be harmed, otherwise attacking it would be like attacking himself. In other words, they had to capture the human-faced monkey without harming it, and then find a way to undo the face replication. Old Lady Callan said, "To undo the human-faced monkey's face, you need to find someone prettier than you, and then the human-faced monkey will shift its target. Or the replication target dies." Harag immediately felt overwhelmed. Find someone better looking than himself. That's too difficult. Moreover, in the middle of the Death Swamp ruins, where could he find such a handsome person? It's running away, you must catch it, old Lady Callan reminded. Herag looked up and saw the human-faced monkey shrieking, before leaping onto a tree and fleeing. Herag knew he couldn't let it get away. Even if he didn't yet know how to solve the problem, he had to capture and control the human-faced monkey first, then slowly think of a solution. If he let the human-faced monkey escape, the massive area of the Death Swamp ruins, with many unknown regions, would mean Herag would have nowhere to search. If this problem wasn't solved, he might unknowingly receive injuries or even die suddenly in the future. Herag quickly moved to follow it. Blake called from behind, "Don't chase too far, we'll wait here for you." "Half an hour we'll wait," old Lady Callan added. They wouldn't follow the chase. This was the Death Swamp ruins, and running around recklessly was dangerous. Even though he was a crystallization wizard, he was still fragile here. They wouldn't risk their lives for Herag. The problem with the human-faced monkey had to be solved by Herag himself. They would only wait here for half an hour, and if the time passed, they would leave. Old Lady Callan made a decisive decision, because she had to consider the safety of the whole team. After following behind, Herag kept trailing the human-faced monkey. The human-faced monkey was fast, making it hard for Herag to close the gap. Seeing he was far from Blake and the others, Herag activated the Thunder God Ancestor Bloodline Mark with a thought. The Bloodline Mark quickly activated, greatly enhancing Herag's strength and speed. Meanwhile, the Bloodline power continued to unleash. With the Bloodline Mark at the center of his chest, black began to spread across his body. The last time Herag unleashed such power, it was suppressed by the world will of the wizard plane. But now the black spread was only slowed, not entirely suppressed. A few minutes later, Herag's entire body was covered with a metallic luster. Shenlin assessed the enhancements brought by the Bloodline Mark. Herag commanded. He felt a comprehensive and significant enhancement in his physical condition, completely different from before. The current enhancement data from the Bloodline Mark are as follows: Strength plus 25.3, Agility plus 25.7, Constitution plus 25.5. It was truly like upgrading from a flintlock to a cannon. All his physical stats increased by over 20 points. And this wasn't the full power of the Bloodline Mark. Herag could sense that there was still hidden power that was not fully activated. This was still not the true Abyss plane, and the Bloodline Mark faced many limitations here. Herag's current state was only the initial form of the Bloodline Mark, not its true complete form. "Marco, you'd better pray you don't run into me." Herag was now bursting with confidence, feeling like he could crush a crystallization wizard with a single punch. "Shenlin, calculate to what extent my stats can reach with all beneficial effects activated, and label this state as Stage 1. Herag had only activated the Bloodline Mark's power, and had many beneficial spells yet to be used. If he added all the beneficial spells, his physical stats would definitely reach an astonishing level. After calculations, Stage 1 data are as follows. Stage 1, Strength 62.5, Agility 58.6, Constitution 63.3, Spirit 52.6. Upon seeing this data, Herag was convinced that in the Stage 1 state, he could easily handle a crystallization wizard. But this power, though strong, had too many restrictions. If not for being in the Death Swamp ruins, Herag wouldn't be able to reach Stage 1. Most importantly, no other wizard must find out that he could reach such a state. Because Herag now carried a strong aura of the Abyss plane, that aura was basically the signature of an abyssal demon. If other wizards, especially those from the Land of Dawn, learned of it, he'd be executed as an abyssal demon hiding amongst the wizards. If Herag's secrets were discovered, he would basically have no place to stay in the wizard plane. Although he is not a creature of the Abyss plane, no one would believe his words. Herag definitely wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly, and the wizard organizations in the Land of Dawn wouldn't listen to his explanation. By then, Herag would be burned as a traitor of the plane. After Herag activated the power of the Bloodline Mark, his speed exploded in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to the human-faced monkey's backside. The human-faced monkey sensed the commotion behind it, turned its head to look, and after sensing the aura from Herag, its expression instantly became terrified, It screeched a few times and began to accelerate its escape. But even with its acceleration, it couldn't compare to Harag's speed now. In the next second, Harag caught up to the human-faced monkey and then whispered, "Dark imprisonment." The human-faced monkey's speed quickly slowed down, and it froze on the tree. Harag walked over, intending to punch it, but seeing that face just like his, he couldn't bring himself to strike. "Dare to run, you'll die, understand?" Harag threatened. The human-faced monkey seemed not to understand, still full of fear. Suddenly, Harag recalled that the toad had previously taught him a language of the abyss plane. Maybe it could work. So he repeated in the language of the abyss plane, "Dare to run, you'll die, understand?" Surprisingly, the human-faced monkey understood and quickly nodded. Seeing the communication was possible, Harag immediately said, "Hurry up and change your face back. You think you're worthy of using my face." The human-faced monkey obeyed at once and reverted to its original monkey face. Harag then lifted the dark imprisonment from the human-faced monkey. After regaining its freedom, instead of fleeing, it knelt down and began to bow toward Harag. "Seems like it considers me a powerful existence from the abyss plane." Observing the human-faced monkey's actions, Harag speculated internally. With a flash of thought, Harag had more ideas and continued to ask in the language of the abyss plane, "Have you been here long?" While kneeling, the human-faced monkey nodded repeatedly. It couldn't speak. From the human-faced monkey's perspective, at this moment, Harag seemed like a supreme being from the abyss plane. The bloodline aura was of the highest kind, something it, as a minor demon, couldn't offend at all. Although the human-faced monkey didn't understand why such a noble presence appeared here, that's not important. Encountering it, one should just kneel and bow, praying for forgiveness for its rudeness from the noble-blooded being. Upon hearing the noble's question, it was willing to answer with everything it knew, even though it couldn't speak. Harag continued to ask, "Since you've been here for so long, do you know where there are treasures?" The human-faced monkey looked puzzled, thought for a while, then started nodding. "Is it far from here?" Seeing there might be an opportunity, Harag continued to ask. The human-faced monkey shook its head to indicate it wasn't far and pointed north. To be cautious, Harag continued to ask, "Is there danger in that place?" The human-faced monkey nodded, glanced at Harag, and then shook its head. Harag didn't understand what it meant. After a moment's thought, he said, "You mean it's dangerous for you, but not for me." The human-faced monkey quickly nodded, indicating that was exactly what it meant. "Lead the way," Harag ordered. Originally, Harag planned to latch onto Blake and follow closely once they entered the Death Swamp ruins. Who would have thought upon entering, he discovered that the power of his bloodline mark could indeed be partially exerted here. With this, Harag naturally had more plans. Now, in the eyes of these demons, he appeared to be a higher-level demon, capable of using this to do many things. Of course, there are risks, but nothing can be done without taking risks. The human-faced monkey felt honored to be asked to lead the way by such a great existence. It gave a terrible smile, nodding and bowing as it led the way. Seeing the human-faced monkey's servile manner, Harag could only sigh silently. He followed behind the human-faced monkey, heading north. Harag temporarily did not intend to act with Blake and others. With his power reaching Tier 1, he was already stronger than Callan and Blake, the two crystallization wizards, and no longer needed their protection. Unfortunately, this powerful strength couldn't be used elsewhere in the wizard plane. With the human-faced monkey leading the way northward, the surrounding temperature gradually dropped, and the light dimmed more and more. A towering giant tree appeared before Harag, reaching a height of 500 meters with an extremely thick trunk. Most importantly, its branches were adorned with many shiny objects, glittering brightly. "Is that magical energy crystal?" Harag carefully identified it and quickly recognized what it was. Magical energy crystals are highly concentrated and condensed magic stones, with one magical energy crystal equivalent to 1,000 magic stones. In the barren land, magical energy crystals are rare. This was the first time Harag had seen them. He had only heard of them before. Often, magical energy crystals are not used as a currency, but are used in large arrays or wizard towers as an energy source. Due to its special structure, it can store a large amount of energy and has a wide range of uses. The price of one magical energy crystal far exceeds that of 1,000 magic stones. The human-faced monkey stopped advancing after leading Harag here, warily watching ahead. There was clearly danger lurking here. A black shadow floated over from under the tree, lowering the surrounding temperature even further. Is it a ghost? Harag immediately recognized it. This is a common demon in the abyss plane, a ghost. Powerful enough that ordinary crystallization wizards could hardly contend with it. Harag immediately prepared himself, ready to act at any moment. The ghost floated in front of Harag, then upon seeing him, slowly lowered its head and bowed. At the same time, a message was conveyed into Harag's mind. Bamogo greets the great existence. This was the ghost's greeting. Bamogo was its name. The abyss plane is a world where bloodlines reign supreme, and the thunder god ancestral bloodline on Harag is one of the top bloodlines there. Demons like the ghost in the abyss plane are among the lowest of the low, and even if Harag's strength were inferior to it, the ghost wouldn't dare be the slightest bit disrespectful. Moreover, at the moment, Harag's aura was strong, perhaps not weaker than it. Is there anything good here? Harag asked coldly. The ghost immediately replied, Noble lord, Bamogo has nothing precious, only some cultivated magical energy crystals. If the lord fancies them, you may take some. Did you cultivate these magical energy crystals? Harag asked. The ghost responded, Yes, my lord. I rely on absorbing these magical energy crystals, cultivated to become stronger. The ghost waved its hand, and the giant tree behind it began to tremble, as one by one, magical energy crystals fell from the branches and floated over. My lord, these are the magical energy crystals that have been cultivated. The ghost presented this pile of magical energy crystals to Harag. Harag roughly counted them, and there were about 100 in total. He coldly acknowledged with a hum, and then stored all these magical energy crystals into the space ring. 100 magical energy crystals would mean at least 100,000 magic stones. However, Harag certainly wouldn't sell them. These items were too hot to handle. Selling one or two could still be explained as being obtained from the death swamp, but selling 100 would be tantamount to seeking one's doom. Harag planned to keep most of them for his own use, as they would be very useful in the future. After storing the magical energy crystals, he continued to ask, Is there anything here that contains the power of rules? That was the real focus, something Harag had always kept in mind. Although he was currently just a gaseous wizard, these things should certainly be prepared in advance. Most wizards who entered the Death Swamp ruins were actually after this item. With something that contains the power of rules, one would have the key to advancing to a level 2 wizard. Harag initially had no expectation of finding such a thing, just intending to join the expedition and gain some benefits. He was only a gaseous wizard, unable to protect it even if obtained. But now the situation had changed, and Harag naturally could start considering how to obtain this item. The ghost shook its head and said, That item is already gone. It was taken by someone from the wizard plane over 100 years ago. Already taken? Harag was perplexed. According to rumors, this area always produced such things. The ghost continued, My lord, you also know that we were originally demons from the abyss plane, but after the space rift was repaired, we couldn't go back. However, the rift in the plane can't be suppressed indefinitely, and the seal on the rift requires blood and soul sacrifices at intervals. Every so often, a group of wizards enters here, and many of them will die. These deceased individuals become sacrifices, maintaining the operation of the witch array. By this point, Harag understood that the Death Swamp ruins no longer had anything containing the power of rules. This was a deceit by the Land of Dawn, tricking the wizards from the barren land to enter every 10 years for something that actually didn't exist at all. Each time some wizards entered, some of them would die, and their blood and powerful souls would then become offerings for the witch array underfoot. Clearly, the witch array that could seal a plane rift was not ordinary, and the offerings required must also be extraordinary. The blood and souls of ordinary people likely would not suffice, whereas the souls of wizards were strong enough to perfectly satisfy the requirements of the witch array's offerings. If the Land of Dawn was straightforward about this, surely no one would enter. But with the temptation added, there naturally would be wizards eager to enter. Most of the wizards who entered were crystallization wizards, because of their intense desire to advance to level 2 wizards. The Land of Dawn used the power of rules as bait, luring these wizards from the barren land to continuously enter the Death Swamp ruins. The entry slots and time were limited, yet the opportunity to die, through the machinations of the Land of Dawn, became a great opportunity. Who would have thought that this was entirely a scam, deceiving these wizards from the barren land to willingly enter and die as sacrifices? Herag exhaled, his mind quickly piecing together many things and understanding the whole story. It seems that the vast majority of people are unaware of the truth. All wizard organizations and wizard families in the barren land had sent people in, with the slots always allocated to important individuals each time. This point alone showed that very few people knew the inside story, and most likely, only Augustus Academy knew the truth. There were indeed many resources within the Death Swamp ruins, and over 100 years ago, someone had indeed obtained something containing the power of rules. 100 years isn't a long time for wizards, hence no one doubted anything. The person who took away the item containing the power of rules was likely a wizard from the Land of Dawn. At that moment, Herag felt as if he were living in a cage designed by the Land of Dawn. The entire barren land was like a cage, with resources, information, and knowledge all controlled by the Land of Dawn. Herag would not have learned this information if not for the strong abyss plane aura on him, and possessing the Thunder God ancestral bloodline, enabling normal communication with the ghost. Normally, upon seeing humans, the ghost would have attacked immediately. But in his current state, Herag was completely in demon form, only capable of being described as a humanoid demon. "Is there anything good nearby? Take me to see." Herag, having learned the truth, naturally abandoned the idea of seeking the power of rules. Since he was already here, he needed to seize as many benefits as possible. With the ghost and the human-faced monkey as local guides, he didn't need to explore and search on his own. They naturally knew where the good things were and where the dangers lay. The ghost had already handed over the matured magical energy crystals to Herag, with the rest still in cultivation. Herag naturally wouldn't be so unreasonable as to demand the ghost give him the unmatured ones as well. "There's nothing good nearby that might catch your esteemed eye, my lord." The ghost, naturally willing to lead the way, was just concerned that Herag might not be satisfied with those items. Herag waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that, just take me there." Things the ghost considered worthless could still be treasures. Many magic potion materials were certainly of no use to the ghost. But to Herag, they were indeed valuable. Even if he couldn't use them himself, selling them could yield a good amount of money. Seeing Herag's instructions, the ghost flew ahead to lead the way. Herag followed along, with the human-faced monkey trailing behind. He hadn't gone far before he spotted many high-level magic potion materials, all of which seemed to be centuries old. There were no signs of animal activity in the surroundings. Common animals and wizards dared not come here, making the growth environment quite favorable. This area was deep within the Black Forest. Even Blake and the others wouldn't dare venture this far in. Herag quickly began to clean up, collecting all the valuable magic potion materials and casting materials he saw around him. While he was gleefully gathering, he suddenly saw a familiar face through Shenlon's environmental detection. Not far to the left in the Black Forest, Old Man Carl was running wildly with a silver sword in hand. He was clearly injured, with bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and blood seeping from his chest. The two people from the Moss family who were originally with him had disappeared, having most likely met with disaster. Judging by Carl's appearance, it seems he just went through a fierce battle and barely escaped with his life. His aura is very unstable. The direction in which Carl is fleeing is exactly towards where Herag is located. Although Herag is not afraid of him now, he doesn't want to appear in this form before other wizards so soon. Outside the Death Swamp ruins, he is still just a very weak gaseous wizard. Even the slightest possibility of exposure must not reveal his secret too early. Therefore, Herag doesn't plan to meet Old Man Carl in this form for now. If he can't recognize Herag, that's fine, but if he does, he would have to silence him. But a crystallization wizard always has many means, and he's not confident he can completely eliminate Old Man Carl. Carl's talent spell is very unique, That kind of spatial magic is a bit tricky for Harag to deal with. In theory, with such a talent spell, Carl should at least have no problem protecting himself. Yet now he is fleeing in panic, indicating something must have happened. Harag glanced at the ghost and said in a deep voice, "A human is coming from over there, go and take care of him." The ghost turned to look, but it hadn't sensed the arrival of old man Carl yet. But since Harag said so, he must be right. The ghost bowed and said, "Yes, master." Rising up, the ghost floated towards old man Carl. Without a physical form, it was entirely a black shadow like ink. Carl kept running forward while glancing back at his rear. He was already panting heavily, and his running speed gradually decreased. Leaning against a tree, Carl gasped for breath, trying to rest there for a moment. The temperature around him suddenly dropped, and Carl's pupils constricted as he looked up to see the floating ghost. A ghost, Carl's mood plunged as if into an icy abyss. A ghost is a powerful demon from the abyss plane, which he wouldn't necessarily be able to handle even in peak condition, let alone now. Without any superfluous words, the ghost directly spread out a large black mist, wanting to envelop Carl. Carl reacted quickly, flashing to a position over a dozen meters away, dodging the black mist. But the ghost was even faster. Its form trembled, spreading the black mist far and wide, covering the sky. The black mist quickly enveloped Carl entirely. During this process, patches of the black mist bizarrely appeared in the distance. Carl's talent spell couldn't take care of every part of his body at the same time. Each time, he could only distort the space around one part of his body, leaving him helpless against this comprehensive, seamless attack. Carl's magic power was already running low, and his shield shattered after only a short time. The ghost's black mist was highly corrosive, capable of corroding even magic power. Struggling, Carl's flash appeared again over a dozen meters away, but the black mist already adhering to him clung like a bone-biting maggot, corroding his flesh. Inside Carl's body, his magic power surged wildly, constantly resisting the invasion of the black mist. Death decay abyssal language, the ghost uttered a muffled, strange syllable. The various vegetations on the ground instantly withered, and a layer of frost appeared on the ground. Carl's body was also covered with a layer of white frost, his features quickly shriveled, as if drained of something. Carl's hair rapidly withered, becoming as lusterless as straw. Next, his hair began to fall out, and as the wind blew, large clumps started to flutter away. Bare patches of scalp were left on Carl's head, looking very unsightly. Even more terrifying, the flesh on Carl's body began to dry up, resembling withered wood. His skin quickly shriveled, appearing like old tree bark. Carl's entire body hunched, curling like a baby. Not long after, Carl completely stopped breathing. Death decay can absorb a creature's life energy. Weeds and such plants were instantly drained, turning into dead grass. If Carl were in peak condition, escaping shouldn't have been a problem. But he was already injured and utterly powerless to escape. Once the black mist stuck to him, dealing with and resisting the mist consumed all his energy. After the ghost used death decay, Carl was even less able to resist, only able to watch his life energy drain away. At his age, his life energy was already running low, and it was soon completely drained. After Carl died, the ghost continued to shroud Carl's body in black mist. A few minutes later, the black mist dissipated, leaving only a pile of bones on the spot. After thoroughly dealing with Carl, the ghost turned back to report. "Nicely done," Harag praised softly. The ghost bowed its head and said, "It's my honor to serve you, master." Harag turned and surveyed the surroundings, saying, "Continue to lead the way, let's take a look around." The opening time for the Death Swamp ruins is only 3 days, and Harag doesn't plan to venture to other places. There are quite a few resources to collect here with the ghost, and it's safe enough. This entire area falls under the ghost's sphere of influence. No stronger demons exist here. Venturing to other places would not only be risky, but also might encounter other wizards. Anyway, he'll be automatically teleported out when the time comes. So Harag plans to stay here safely. While Harag collected nearby resources, the ghost and human-faced monkey followed obediently like underlings. His space ring was filled with various magic potion materials and casting materials, making a sizable profit. By nightfall, Harag stayed under the giant tree of the ghost. The branches were lush, serving as a canopy. Herag lay under the tree, practicing meditation as usual. The ghost and human-faced monkey played the roles of guards, patrolling and watching over the surroundings. The moonlight shone down, making the surroundings not appear very dark. "Do you want to go back?" Herag asked after finishing his meditation. The human-faced monkey couldn't speak or communicate telepathically, merely scratching the back of its head. The ghost replied, "Master, I long to return every moment, but the dimensional rift has been sealed." It was curious about how Herag managed to arrive here, but since Herag didn't mention it, it wouldn't ask. Matters concerning superiors shouldn't be questioned. At dawn, about 2 hours before sunrise, deep in the western side of the Black Forest, a red light pillar shot into the sky, illuminating the night. At this moment, this red light pillar could be seen throughout the Death Swamp ruins, drawing many gazes. Herag also opened his eyes, feeling the intense magic power fluctuation. He looked up to watch the red light pillar and sensed a familiarity about it. This red light pillar looked remarkably similar to the one old man, Carl, used to seize control of the witch array in Black Rock Valley, almost identical. The witch array of the Death Swamp ruins. Could it be? Suddenly, Herag realized what kind of witch array could be inside the Death Swamp ruins. If not the one sealing the dimensional rift. What does it mean if someone is trying to seize control of the witch array? Herag suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. If someone controls the witch array and lifts the seal on the dimensional rift, then countless powerful abyssal demons and many other powerful entities from other planes will gush out from it. This dimensional rift is a loophole in the wizard plane, and as long as other planes find this loophole, they can drill in from here. Herag felt something ominous. He was still too weak now. Once the dimensional rift is opened, and a demon of the level of a toad comes out, it would be enough to wipe out the entire barren land. On the surface, the strongest in the barren land is only a level 2 wizard. If a level 4-5 demon comes, no one could resist it. Even with the suppression of the world will of the wizard plane, that power is not something a level 1 or 2 wizard can withstand. By the time the Land of Dawn knows and sends someone over, it might be too late. By then, Herag would not be able to stay safe on his own. Herag wanted to know the situation by the light pillar, but it was inconvenient for him to go there himself. Such a big commotion would surely attract many wizards and demons there, and he didn't want to join in the chaos. Herag thought for a moment and looked at the bird's nest on the distant tree. He quietly approached it and then caught a bird in his hand. The white bird looked at Herag with terror, continuously struggling, not understanding why it was caught while sleeping soundly. All things have spirit. This is an elf race magic that allows Herag to communicate with these small animals and plants. Very soon the white bird stopped being frightened. Herag released it, and it landed on his hand automatically. "Go, take a look over there." With a thought from Herag, the white bird flew up. He stood still, closed his eyes, and the vision before him was what the white bird saw. The white bird flew over the treetops, and the jungle below passed swiftly. Through the vision given by the white bird, Herag saw many demons in the forest below rushing toward the red light pillar. Apart from the demons, Herag also saw several wizards cautiously avoiding the demons, also approaching the red light pillar. The white bird flew quickly and soon reached the place where the red light pillar was located. Herag quickly saw the situation there. The ground was full of red patterns, which were all runes of the witch array. An all too familiar silhouette appeared before Herag's eyes. Herag carefully discerned for a moment, feeling it looked familiar but couldn't recall who it was. By this time, quite a few demons and wizards had already arrived there, making some noise. The person sensed the commotion behind and turned around. Herag instantly recognized him, Fegur. This person was indeed Fegur, who had come to the Kala continent by ship with Herag. He now appeared much more mature than before. He no longer looked like the tender child, his frame tall and slender. However, his eyes were colder than back then, as if indifferent to everything. Herag never expected to run into Fegur here. The last time Herag heard about Fegur was when it was said that he seriously injured Malcolm, upon becoming an official wizard, and then disappeared. Even with Malcolm's methods, he couldn't find Fegur, which implies how many secrets Fegur held. Fegar was Malcolm's experiment subject at the time, so he shouldn't have had the opportunity to access the ancient magic potion or Amanda's potion. Yet in this scenario, he managed to become an official wizard. What was even more ridiculous is that even though he became an official wizard, he was only a gaseous wizard. Yet he managed to seriously injure Malcolm. Even if it was a sneak attack, Malcolm, as a crystallization wizard, shouldn't have been so easily injured by a newly ascended gaseous wizard. Since Malcolm didn't disclose the specifics, outsiders have no way of knowing what method Fegar used. "Fegar, what are you doing?" A wizard from the Green Cottage recognized Fegar. Fegar was quite famous at the Green Cottage. Initially, he only had 5 points of talent. Not long after entering the Green Cottage, he was selected by Malcolm to become an experiment subject, followed by those incidents. This led to almost everyone at the Green Cottage knowing about him. Now this wizard had seen Fegar before, so he recognized him at a glance. Fegar turned his head, glanced at him without the slightest panic, and said coldly, "I am only saving this world beyond saving." The wizard from the Green Cottage was somewhat afraid of Fegar and didn't dare to approach. They didn't understand what Fegar was doing, because they were unaware there was a witch array sealing a dimensional rift here. Before Fegar came, no one knew there was a dimensional rift sealed here. In front of Fegar, there was a red crystal stuck into the ground, looking exactly the same as the one old man Carl had that day. Herag suddenly thought, could it be that Fegar was the one who seriously injured old man Carl? With such a guess, he felt there really was a possibility. The direction Carl escaped happened to be this way, and the red crystal was identical. At that moment, the red crystal suddenly shattered, and the red light pillar slowly disappeared. Was it not enough? But never mind, opening a small gap is all that's needed. Fegar muttered to himself, his powerful aura making everyone around dare not act rashly. The scene before Herag's eyes suddenly started to flicker, and the white bird also began to fly erratically, out of control. Soon he lost contact with the white bird. Herag quickly realized the reason, as he felt the intense aura of the abyss plane spreading from that side. A crack has appeared in the seal on the dimensional rift. Herag knew what that meant. Although the crack was small for the time being, no abyssal entities would come through. But if this tiny crack isn't promptly repaired, it will gradually widen over time, potentially breaking through the entire seal eventually. By then, would be a catastrophe for the entire barren land and the entire wizard plane. Although Herag had some power from the abyss plane, he didn't think it was a good thing. His strength was still very weak, and he was very aware of how powerful the entities of the abyss plane are. Under an overturned nest, no egg remains intact. Herag naturally understood this principle. The problem now is, Herag understood but couldn't do anything about it. Most who enter the Death Swamp ruins are those unaware of the insider situation, not knowing there was a witch array sealing a dimensional rift here. In their perception, the dimensional rift had already been repaired. They didn't know about the existence of the witch array, or that it needed blood and souls as sacrifices every 10 years to maintain its operation. They could only enter for 3 days, meaning after 3 days, no one would enter again, and no one would know that a crack had appeared in the witch array. The next opening would be 10 years later. By then, who knows how much the crack in the witch array would have widened. Herag knew the inside story and also knew what Fegar had done, but he was powerless, and it was impossible to run to the wizards of the Land of Dawn and tell them these things, as it would put him in danger. If Herag dared to inform the wizards of the Land of Dawn about this matter, they might not repair the witch array first, but rather silence him immediately. The sealing of the plane rift with the witch array is definitely something that cannot be disclosed to others, since Herag knew he had to die. Herag also thought about informing others through some subtle means, but after thinking about it, he vetoed this idea. The wizards have too many methods, and he couldn't ensure that he wouldn't be discovered. While Herag was thinking about these things, the red light pillar had already vanished, and the runes on the ground disappeared too, everything looking the same as before. Fegar stood in place, glanced at the people around, then looked up at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. In the next moment, Fegar vanished. Teleportation, the surrounding wizards exclaimed. In the Death Swamp ruins, generally, one could only leave after 3 days. It seemed Feger didn't enter by normal means and used some special means to teleport out. After thinking for a while, Herag decided he didn't need to think too much about it. If the sky collapses, there's always a tall person to hold it up. Right now, his most important task was to work hard to improve his own strength, to remain unchanged amidst changes. If he could grow strong enough, even if the Abyss Plane fully invaded the Wizard Plane, he could at least ensure his own survival. Herag always had a clear understanding of his position. He wasn't some savior. Being able to protect himself was already very difficult. Some commotion came from the place of the red light pillar, and Herag listened for a while to know they were fighting. That place was gathering so many demons and wizards. The scene must be very chaotic when a fight broke out. Herag didn't plan to join in the excitement, patted his butt, and returned to the giant tree of the ghost. Increase the vigilance, notify me immediately if anyone approaches. After giving the order, Herag continued his meditation practice. The ghost was very responsible, its massive body floating around, patrolling all around. Although the human-faced monkey was weak, it was flexible enough and fast, also keeping watch in the surrounding mountains and forests. 2 days passed quickly, with battles happening everywhere in the Death Swamp ruins, and many people dying in these 2 days. Herag stayed honestly within the territory of the ghost, without the slightest intention of exploring other places. During this time, some people occasionally approached but were driven away by the ghost immediately. Some were killed, some were injured to force them away. Seeing the time was about right, Herag stood up, waved his hand, and the ghost and human-faced monkey came running over. "I'm going to leave. You must not reveal any information related to me to anyone, understand?" Herag said. "Understood," the ghost said in a deep voice. The human-faced monkey couldn't speak, just kept nodding its head. Herag continued, "I'm going to disguise myself as a human. I was initially going to kill you to keep the secret, but considering your diligent work for me these days, I'll give you a chance. I will return here someday. If you're still here then, I'll take you back to the Abyss Plane to work for me." The time to return was approaching, and Herag certainly needed to dissolve the form of the bloodline mark. Otherwise, returning directly in the current state would likely result in being surrounded by a group of wizards upon landing. Therefore, he needed to dissolve the power of the Thunder God ancestor's bloodline mark in advance. However, with 2 abyssal demons around, dissolving rashly might provoke their attack. Herag deliberately acted mysteriously, saying he was going to disguise himself as a human. His words worked well, as the 2 demons immediately believed him. The ghost bowed low to the ground, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Bamogo will wait here for your return, ready to serve at any time." In the Abyss Plane, indeed, a single word from an upper-level existence could decide the life or death of a lower-level one, and the ghost didn't think much more. With Herag saying this, it instead made the ghost more reverent towards him. The ghost had a certain level of wisdom. It didn't know why Herag came or why he left, but it could be sure that Herag was an upper bloodline direct descendant from the Abyss Plane. Herag was so mysterious, he must have something important to do. The ghost knew that it was just a small demon. If it could cling to Herag, it might rise high in the future, so it executed Herag's orders 200%. After removing the bloodline mark, Herag restored his original human appearance. The ghost was instantly dumbfounded. So similar, it really looked too much like a human. It was simply the spitting image of a human. Noble existence is truly incredible, to disguise as a human so vividly. Both the aura and the bloodline were indistinguishable from those of those damn humans. Moreover, it even intentionally disguised its strength to appear weaker, as if it could be killed at will by a single death decay. The ghost thought of this and was startled, quickly shaking off such disrespectful thoughts. "Bamogo, Bamogo, how can you be so rude?" The ghost wished it could slap itself a few times, merely because it sensed the weak human aura. Such disrespectful thoughts popped into its mind. It truly deserved to die 1,000 times over. The human-faced monkey had seen Herag's human form before, so it wasn't surprised. The ghost adjusted its mental state, bowing even more respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. A layer of violet light emerged on Herag's body as he said, "I'm leaving." Then he disappeared from where he was. The ghost and human-faced monkey looked at the spot where Herag disappeared, respectfully bowing their heads a few times. Herag saw a blur before his eyes and then found himself standing outside the violet light gate. "Herag, are you all right?" Blake immediately noticed Herag. He had been waiting near the violet gate. Although knowing the odds weren't high, he still hoped Herag would come out alive. "Mr. Blake, I'm fine, there's nothing wrong," Herag replied. Blake let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to tell your teacher. If something happened to you, my nephew would definitely trouble me. Oh, by the way, did you deal with that human-faced monkey?" Herag nodded. "Yes, I used some methods, and it turned back on its own. I tried to come back to find you but got lost and couldn't find my way back. Luckily, I found a place without much danger to hide, and along the way I picked up some resources. It seems you not only have talent but good luck too. You know, most people like you who get lost never make it out of there," Blake remarked. "By the way, Mr. Blake, how did it go this time?" Herag said, glancing backward. "Originally, there were 7 people in the team, but now, counting Herag, there were only 4 left." Herag glanced. Only Blake and that pair of liquidation wizards were left. The 2 gaseous wizards were already gone. Most importantly, even Old Lady Callan was missing. Once the 3 days were up, the people inside would automatically be transmitted out. Not being transmitted out could only mean that the person had already died. Old Lady Callan was a crystallization wizard. Unexpectedly, she also perished in there. "Lady Callan," Herag began to speak. Blake sighed. She didn't have much time left, so she went to a dangerous place alone for a last gamble, and I couldn't persuade her otherwise. Blake felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Old Lady Callan's end was something he might have to face. In the future, the Land of Dawn, controlling the avenue to advance to level 2 wizard, wizards in the Barren Land had no choice but to go in and give it a try. Blake was still relatively young now, at least not needing to risk his life for it. But if he still couldn't advance later on, Blake would have no choice but to take the risk. Herag remained silent, knowing that the truth was even more despairing. There wasn't anything containing the power of rules inside at all. Old Lady Callan died for nothing and became a sacrifice for the witch array sealing the plane fissure. Herag knew the insider details but could say nothing. The crystallization wizards of the Barren Land were mostly high-ranking members of various forces, enticed by this bait by the Land of Dawn, giving them some hope. If this hope was shattered, it would certainly affect Land of Dawn's control and rule over the Barren Land. Herag sighed. "I never thought Lady Callan would also." Blake patted his shoulder, saying, "It was her choice. Come on, it's time to head back." Blake had seemingly known beforehand that Callan would take such a risk and had prepared himself, so he wasn't too surprised. Their losses on this trip were still relatively severe. Apart from a crystallization wizard, they also lost 2 gaseous wizards. To a pure blood wizard family, gaseous wizards were also very important personnel, as significant resources were required for each official wizard. Herag and the other 4 continued to wait for a while to see if any miracles would happen. An hour later, the purple light gate shut completely, and no one else was transmitted out. Blake glanced around at the people, smiling. Old Man Carl didn't come out. The Moss family has suffered heavy losses this time. I reckon they won't hold out much longer. Everyone has their eyes on them. Herag had witnessed how Old Man Carl died, mostly at Fegger's hand, then finished off by a ghost when he ran into it. The Moss family's plan to seize the Checky family failed, and losing a crystallization wizard this time greatly reduced their overall strength. This world is one where the weak are prey to the strong. If your strength is no longer what it was, you can't occupy as many resources as before. If the Moss family is smart enough, they should now voluntarily forego many resources, retreating to advance. Otherwise, when others come to strip them clean, even the family's continuation could become a problem. Blake took out a feather pen and a bottle of purple liquid, and started drawing runes on the ground after dipping the feather pen in the purple liquid. When they came, it was Old Lady Callan who drew the transmission runes. Now that she died inside, Blake could only do this work. Blake seemed to have long prepared, having guessed that Old Lady Callan might not return this time. As he drew, Blake said, "This is what Lady Callan entrusted to me." The 4 of them transmitted once more, and in the blink of an eye arrived at the entrance of Black Rock Valley. "Herag, you head back first. I still need to report back to the family." For the next few days, take good care of what's inside Black Rock Valley. Blake still had to take those 2 liquidation wizards to report to the family, as Old Lady Callan's fall was a major event. Although mentally prepared for this, it was still a significant matter for the Checky family. Rest assured, Mr. Blake, I will keep a good watch, Hereg replied. Blake nodded. Thank you, I'm heading off. Blake now had great trust in Hereg. He had the capacity and was trustworthy. Upon returning to Black Rock Valley, the wizard apprentices in the Magic Potion Garden greeted Hereg warmly. These people were mostly recent additions, who had already started getting the hang of managing the Magic Potion Garden. They knew Herag's status wasn't low. He lived alone in the castle to the north, and it was said he had a beautiful elf maidservant, which was quite an unusual treatment. Herag was still very diligent in his work, making a round of inspection in the Magic Potion Garden, pointing out some issues before returning to the castle. My lord, you're back. Chadia came out in a maid's dress, running to greet him with some white flour still unwashed from her hands. What are you up to? Hereg glanced at her hands and asked. Chadia gave a gentle smile. I'm trying to make some pastries to see if I can make what you mentioned, my lord. All right, keep at it, Hereg smiled. Hereg had previously mentioned to Chadia that the food here wasn't very tasty and that the cooking methods were too monotonous. Here, unlike his past life, the handling of food was very simple. It was either boiled or roasted, and there was no bread making. To have delicious food, Hereg had to do it himself. But he was busy with his training and studies every day. Nowhere near enough time to cook delicious food. After hearing him talk about it, Chadia had asked how to make those foods. Hereg had just casually mentioned it then, never expecting Chadia to remember and actually start doing it. If he could have more palatable meals in the future, it would indeed be a significant improvement in the quality of life. Hereg thought for a moment, then took out a feather pen to draw some cooking tool designs like spatulas and iron pots on a piece of parchment. He then called over Lennon, handed the parchment to him, and said, "Go find a blacksmith and have these tools made for me." Lennon glanced at the items on the parchment. Although they looked a bit strange, the structures were simple and not complex, so he nodded. All right, sir, leave it to me. Hereg planned to teach Chadia how to use these things once they were made, and then write down some cooking methods. Chadia was very smart and learned things quickly. Once she learned, the daily meals could be left in her hands. The dignified elf royal family princess was now being used by Hereg as a cook. After casually writing down some cooking methods, Hereg laid the parchment aside and began to tally the gains from this trip to the Death Swamp. Ruins. He had acquired many valuable items in the Death Swamp ruins, the most valuable being those 100 magical energy crystals. These items were particularly scarce, especially difficult to obtain in the barren land. With these magical energy crystals, Hereg will be able to save a lot of expenses in the future. The only problem is that, for now, Hereg can't convert these into cash and has nowhere to use them, so they can only be stored for the time being. Other than that, there are various magic potion materials and casting materials. Hereg is familiar with most of the magic potion materials, and together they are estimated to be worth more than 10,000 magic stones. He doesn't recognize some of the casting materials, so it's hard to estimate their value. He plans to show them to Blake later to see how many magic stones they could sell for. Apart from these material items, the most important thing is that he verified the power of the bloodline mark. In the ruins of the Death Swamp, due to the weaker suppression of the world will, Hereg could unleash part of the power of the bloodline mark. Once his entire body was covered with a metallic black sheen, he transformed into a demon form, with all his attributes significantly enhanced. And this is under the suppression of the Wizard Plains world will. If there were no suppression from the world will at all, Hereg felt he could unleash unimaginable power. Hereg glanced at the palm of his left hand, feeling that the energy was nearly full. But even if the dimension coordinate energy was full, he still couldn't rashly head to the Abyss Plane just yet. It's different there. At most, in the barren land, he might encounter a level 2 wizard. Entering the Abyss Plane, one might unexpectedly encounter a demon with level 4-5 strength like that toad. Who could withstand that? The first 2 times, Hereg was lucky to have the toad come to save him. If it had been a moment later those 2 times, he would have died in the abyss plane. Although he can use the bloodline mark's power over there, Herag doesn't believe it would elevate his strength to the level of that toad. In the abyss plane, where powerhouses abound, that bit of strength is still insignificant. Moreover, Herag is very concerned about the identity of the toad. Though the toad has been very kind to him so far, that's because the toad has forgotten many things and hasn't recalled them yet. There is a familiar aura on him, but Herag hasn't figured out what exactly this aura is. Once the toad fully remembers, they might not necessarily remain friends. Next time he goes in, the toad might just leap over and swallow him in one gulp. Herag pondered greatly and approached the matter of entering the abyss plane with extreme caution. He absolutely couldn't go casually. "I better continue the practice." Herag shook his head, deciding to stop thinking about such distant matters. What's most important for now is to keep practicing step by step. He lifted his head, gazing at the starry night sky, and entered a state of meditation. Herag opened his eyes, his gaze calm and unaffected. For these past 2 months, Herag had been practicing steadily. He sold part of the items he brought back from the death swamp ruins for 10,000 magic stones. Herag decided to keep the rest for now and did not sell everything. Next up is slowly entering the liquid stage. Having completed the meditation on the 20th star, his mind was already filled with gaseous spiritual power. The next step is to compress this gaseous spiritual power into a single drop of liquid spiritual power. This is a very long and arduous process, and many people are stuck here for life. Herag was neither anxious nor impetuous, and slowly began the work of spiritual power liquefaction. As he started to try, he felt a slight headache. The process of compressing spiritual power is quite painful, and not everyone can bear it. Herag's breathing became somewhat rapid, not as steady as before. After attempting to compress for a while, he stopped. This process cannot be rushed, it can only be done gradually. Herag ceased the compression of spiritual power and began meditating to adjust his state. He didn't want to injure his mental sea due to impatience, as that would be a huge loss. For a period after this, Herag's spiritual power would experience a stagnation in growth. Until he entered the liquid stage, his spiritual power couldn't grow any further, having already reached the upper limit of the gaseous stage. The time to enter the liquid stage is unpredictable, as it varies for each person. Some might enter the liquid stage in 1 or 2 years, while others might take several decades. There are also those who may need 100 years, or might never enter the liquid stage in their lifetime. In the morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Herag got out of bed and stretched his body. Chadiya stood at the doorway with a basin of hot water, a towel resting inside. Herag maintained a regular routine, ending his meditation practice at this time every day, with Chadiya waiting outside. "Come in," Herag said softly. As Chadiya entered, she wrung the towel dry with her small hands before handing it, still steaming, to him. After Herag washed up briefly, Chadiya asked, "Sir, are you hungry? Shall I make you some noodles?" Recently, Chadiya had figured out how to make noodles, largely thanks to Herag's guidance. With no shortage of flour, it didn't take long for Chadiya to start making noodles. Herag tried them a few times, had Chadiya tweak them. Now the noodles were good enough to eat, comparable to those from his past life. Usually, he had noodles or pastries for breakfast. Herag shook his head and said, "No noodles today. Let's have your buns, I want to see how they taste." Yesterday, Chadiya had just learned to make some buns, and Herag hadn't tasted them yet. It had been an extremely long time since he had eaten such things. "All right, sir, I'll steam the buns right away," Chadiya said efficiently, never dawdling. While Herag was having breakfast, Blake arrived. "Mr. Blake, is there something you need?" Herag asked. Blake looked serious, hesitating to speak. Herag sensed something amiss and asked, "Is there something going on?" If it made Blake this tense, it certainly wasn't a simple matter. Blake sighed and said, "There is something, but I don't know if it's a good thing for you." "What is it?" Herag asked, puzzled. Blake explained, "The Land of Dawn is recruiting people, requiring official wizards under the age of 60. Herag was stunned, never expecting it to be this news. The Land of Dawn recruiting. Herag wondered if this news was fake. Why would the Land of Dawn come to the barren land to recruit? Seeing Harag's shock, Blake added, "When I first heard this, I was also incredulous, so I specifically inquired about it. The Land of Dawn is preparing a major invasion of the Elf Plane and will need a lot of manpower at that time. Since invading a plane is a long-term endeavor, requiring as many people as possible, they've come to the barren land to recruit." Harag pondered. Why is there an age restriction for official wizards under 60? Wouldn't directly recruiting crystallization wizards enhance combat strength more? Official wizards under 60 are usually at most in the liquefaction stage, and it's rare to find crystallization wizards under 60. This requirement from the Land of Dawn effectively excludes all crystallization wizards from the barren land. And the combat strength of crystallization wizards is surely much higher than that of gaseous or liquidation wizards. Infiltrating the elf plane, the more powerful the participants, the better. The restriction from the Land of Dawn seems somewhat strange. Blake explained, "Wizards like me, who are crystallization wizards, are basically high-ranking leaders of various forces. We can't go, because if we go, many organizations in the barren land will lose a lot of members. Moreover, the Land of Dawn is recruiting mainly for the long term this time. Official wizards under 60 are young enough and have time to grow. Many older wizards have little potential left." Harag questioned, "Wasn't there a strict ban on wizards from the barren land entering the Land of Dawn before? Why is there an exception this time? Could there be something fishy?" Harag thought about the Death Swamp ruins, and from the witch array sealing the plane crack, it seemed that the Land of Dawn purely used the wizards from the barren land as tools. While it's true that invading the elf plane requires many people, it also presents huge opportunities. Whole plane's resources are unimaginably abundant. Such a good thing would hardly fall to the wizards of the barren land. Harag immediately felt skeptical, doubting that the wizards of the Land of Dawn could be so kind-hearted. Blake nodded and said, "Things indeed seem strange, but in the face of such temptation, many people will go even if they know there's a problem." Blake was right. Wizards in the barren land must know there's a catch. But there's no choice. How tempting is it to join the Land of Dawn? Once you join the Land of Dawn, you no longer need to worry about being stuck at the crystallization stage for life, and there's a chance to advance to level 2 wizard. Joining only involves taking some risks, but as an official wizard, haven't they faced enough risks in their lives? For them, this is definitely something worth taking a risk on. There may be only this one chance in a lifetime to join. The Land of Dawn. The Land of Dawn is now pioneering the elf plane, exactly when they need a large number of people. Once they've completely conquered the elf plane, the strength gap between the Land of Dawn and the barren land will widen dramatically. By that time, there might not be another chance to join the Land of Dawn. "Have many people signed up?" Harag asked. "That's right, almost everyone who meets the criteria has signed up," Blake replied. Harag's mind raced with many thoughts, and he continued asking, "Is it really just being under 60? No other conditions?" He was still very puzzled, as the Land of Dawn had always strictly limited people from the barren land going over. There are quite a few official wizards under 60 in every wizard organization who meet this condition. If that's all it takes to join, doesn't it mean that you just need to become an official wizard to join the Land of Dawn? Then who would remain in the wizard organizations of the barren land? Everyone would rush over if they could. Blake said, "Signing up doesn't mean you can directly join. Aside from identity verification, there's also a test." "A test? What kind of test?" Harag asked. Blake shook his head. "The specifics haven't been revealed yet. We just learned about it recently, and Augustus Academy hasn't disclosed the details. With such few restrictions on the sign-up criteria, this test certainly won't be easy," Harag quickly concluded. He's certain that the Land of Dawn definitely won't let that many people from the barren land join. But the sign-up criteria are very simple, with almost no restrictions. So the screening phase must be in the testing process. This test surely won't be simple, and it's bound to eliminate many people at the testing stage. Blake nodded. "That's also our speculation. I came here this time to ask if you want to sign up. If you want to, our Checky family can help you register. With us, you won't have any problems with the identity verification." Harag directly said, "Help me sign up." Like everyone else, Hereg couldn't possibly pass up this opportunity. Even knowing there's something fishy about it, knowing things wouldn't be so simple. But there's no choice. If Hereg wants to grow stronger quickly, joining the Land of Dawn is the best option. In the past, he had virtually no way to get into the Land of Dawn. Now, with such an opportunity right in front of him, Hereg naturally wouldn't let it go. Moreover, Hereg knows there's a hidden danger at the Death Swamp ruins. The time left for him is limited, and he must become stronger quickly. If something goes wrong at the Plane Rift, and he's still struggling as a level 1 wizard, he might not even be able to protect himself. Hereg speculated that while the test might be difficult, it wouldn't intentionally trap or kill these wizards from the Barren Land. Those who can sign up are young wizards from the Barren Land, and there is no reason for the Land of Dawn to wipe out all these new forces. The Land of Dawn only wants to control the stability of the Barren Land. If all these young wizards like Hereg were to die, then the Barren Land would be in a situation with no one usable for a long time afterward. All the major wizard organizations in the Barren Land need new talent to keep running. The Death Swamp ruins also require someone to be a sacrifice every 10 years, and if everyone was gone, the Witch Array wouldn't be able to keep operating. So this test will be tough, but the purpose is definitely not to trap and kill them. Hereg quickly turned his thoughts over and came to the conclusion that the test would definitely not be a death trap. As long as it's not certain death, he has hope of passing the test and thus decides to sign up. Blake sighed, "I knew you wouldn't miss this opportunity. I just don't know if telling you about it is a good thing." Hereg smiled. "Mr. Blake, rest assured I will act cautiously." "Yes, if you can join. In the future our entire Checky family will rely on you," Blake lamented. Hereg nodded. "If I really can join, I'll definitely help you as much as I can." From a mutual benefit perspective, the Checky family definitely hopes Hereg can join the Land of Dawn. As long as Hereg can enter the Land of Dawn, it means the Checky family has established a connection with the Land of Dawn. This alone is invaluable. The Checky family's concern is that if Hereg dies in the testing process, then the investments made in Hereg over the past 2 years will have been in vain. Although Hereg didn't sign a pact with the Checky family, he would typically spend a considerable amount of time working there in the future. If nothing unexpected happened, Hereg would certainly stay in Black Rock Valley for quite a while. Being a talented official wizard skilled in potion making, Hereg staying with the Checky family would naturally generate significant profits. But if he got killed outside before even staying for 2 years, it would indeed be a tremendous loss for the Checky family. Nevertheless, Blake still came to inform Hereg of this news, leaving the decision in Herreg's hands. The Checky family was also taking a gamble, betting that Hereg could join the forces of the Land of Dawn. As long as Hereg could get in, it would be a huge aid to the entire Checky family. After signing up, the test is said to be held at Augustus Academy. "Once arrangements are made, we will escort you there," Blake said. Now that Hereg had decided to sign up, his value to the Checky family increased once again, and they had to ensure his safety. Other wizards from the Checky family also signed up, but their potential and talent could not compare to Hereg's. They feared something might happen to Hereg on the way to Augustus Academy, so they planned to escort him all the way there. Even though Hereg knew he wasn't very afraid of Malcolm anymore, there was no need to take risks. Having an escort was certainly better. Hereg was sitting in the Checky family's carriage, about to arrive at Augustus Academy. Aside from him, Blake was accompanying him, as well as 2 other official wizards from the Checky family, with Lennon driving the carriage. The registration lasted for a month, and after the month ended, the testing phase would begin. This month also allowed wizards from far away to make their way there. Some wizards were quite far away, but Augustus Academy didn't care, as anyone not arriving on time would be considered to have forfeited automatically. During this month, Hereg had learned a lot from Chadia about the elf plane and had gained a fairly detailed understanding of it. He felt that the Land of Dawn's test might be related to these things. Because the recruitment by the Land of Dawn was primarily for the purpose of pioneering the elf plane. The carriage gradually came to a stop, and Hereg heard the bustling noise outside the vehicle before he even got off. Upon disembarking, before him lay a vast plaza, paved entirely with white stone slabs. Carriages were stationed everywhere, suggesting that the people had come from afar to take part in the test. The wizards of Augustus Academy were easily identifiable, as they all wore long robes interwoven with white and gold. The designs for official wizards and wizard apprentices differed slightly, but the overall color scheme was similar. Herag, a blonde beauty in the distance, waved in their direction. Herag looked up and recognized Lillian. He had informed Lillian of his arrival time in advance, and Lillian had volunteered to greet him on time. Lillian, after several years apart, had matured considerably. Not only had her figure improved, but the girlish innocence on her face had also diminished. She had gone from a young beauty to a stunning woman. Herag smiled and said, "Long time no see, Lillian." Lillian also felt a bit emotional, smiling slightly. "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to advance to official wizard so quickly. It's quite impressive." Not having seen each other for a long time, there was still a sense of unfamiliarity between them. Lillian glanced at Blake and smiled. "It must be Mr. Blake, right? The Academy arranged for me to guide your Checky family." Blake nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Lillian." This way, Lillian led them towards the east side of the plaza, where there was a gigantic stone arch. "Herag, you must be careful during this test. I heard from my teacher that it can be dangerous and not easy," Lillian warned. Herag nodded and said, "Yes, I will be careful. There's no choice, some risks must be taken to enter the Land of Dawn." Lillian hadn't registered because she planned to enter the Land of Dawn through Augustus Academy's channels, so she wasn't participating in this test. After passing through the stone arch, they found rows of tables in front of them, each with a wizard wearing an Augustus Academy robe seated behind it. In front of the tables, wizards were lining up. This appeared to be a place to fill out some information. "Mr. Blake, your Checky family needs to register here, equivalent to signing in," Lillian explained. Blake nodded and then approached an empty table, picked up a piece of paper, and began filling out information. "How many people signed up?" Herag asked. Lillian shook her head. "I'm not quite sure, but I heard it's about 300 to 400. 300 to 400 doesn't sound like much, but one must remember that these are all official wizards. These 300 to 400 came from various wizard organizations and wizard families from the Barren Land, and they were the potential seeds or core forces of those factions. The test might be quite difficult this time. There's no way so many people can all enter the Land of Dawn," Herag pondered. Lillian said, "It will definitely be hard, but the difficulty shouldn't be too high. The Land of Dawn is simply in need of people, or they want to select some potential individuals from us. This is indeed a great opportunity for the wizards from the Barren Land." Herag had previously inquired with Lillian, and from Lillian's information channels, it seemed that there wasn't much subterfuge in this recruitment. Although Lillian's information channels might not be entirely accurate, they were still more reliable than others. Herag could basically conclude that this was not an intentional trap by the Land of Dawn, but rather a genuine desire to incorporate more fresh blood. Blake quickly finished filling out the information and handed it over to the wizard on the other side of the table. "Mr. Blake, I'll take you to the accommodations," Lillian said as she led the way. Herag and the others would be staying in a relatively quiet area for the night, with few people moving around, and they all stayed in one house. Lillian handed a set of keys to Blake and said, "I carefully selected this house for you to rest assured. If there's nothing else, Mr. Blake, I'll take Herag to explore a bit." Blake smiled and said, "Go ahead, don't let me take up your young people's time." After saying that, he winked at Herag. Herag laughed helplessly and turned to follow Lillian out. "How's the necklace I gave you? Why aren't you wearing it?" Herag asked. Lillian raised her hand and a wooden box appeared in it. When she opened it, it was indeed the Heart of the Ocean necklace. "Such a precious item isn't worn every day. That would be too ostentatious," Lillian said, though she still took the necklace out of the wooden box and put it on herself. Herag looked at it and thought it was quite fitting and matched her well. The Heart of the Ocean necklace indeed looked a bit extravagant, not just the large gemstone, but the other gem decorations were also luxurious. Such a luxurious necklace can hardly be pulled off without a certain air and appearance. Lillian wore it perfectly. Her own looks and demeanor fully supported the necklace, ensuring it wouldn't overshadow her. The heart of the ocean seemed like a mere accessory on Lillian. Not bad. By the way, here's the 500 gold coins I borrowed back then. I'm returning it to you with 5 magic stones. Herag took out the pouch that originally held the gold coins, now containing 5 magic stones. Lillian rolled her eyes at him. You can keep them. Do you dislike my things this much? I've been using this pouch since I was little. Herag immediately put the pouch away, smiling. Got it. I didn't expect you could be promoted without relying on Moonlight Forest. That's quite impressive, Lillian said. Herag replied, mainly with Mr. Larry's help. I couldn't have done it without him. He was telling the truth. Without Larry's help, he might have perished in the war with Green Cottage. Lillian nodded. You've met a good teacher. By the way, has Malcolm been giving you trouble again? Herag shook his head. Haven't run into him for now with Mr. Blake and others' protection. There's no need to worry about that. As they walked along a small path at Augustus Academy, wizard apprentices holding books came and went everywhere. The place looked much like a college campus of his previous life, with many benches along the roads where people were reading and couples were chatting together. Lillian moved closer, saying, Rest assured, I've already had the teacher warn Malcolm. If he dares to trouble you again, I won't spare him. As she said this, Lillian's tone was a bit domineering, exuding confidence in handling Malcolm. Thank you, Princess Lillian. But what if I'm the one giving him trouble? Herag joked. Lillian was speechless. You trouble him. If you're rushing to die, then there's nothing I can do. Herag chuckled without explaining. With his current strength, he was indeed a little lacking in challenging Malcolm, but give it some time and that might not be the case. Herag and Lillian strolled around, briefly re-evaluating the campus atmosphere. While wandering, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man approached, exuding a noble aura. Upon seeing Lillian, he excitedly called, Lillian. Lillian turned and glanced back, saying, What is it, Cross? Cross jogged over. Haven't seen you for a while. Since you got promoted to official wizard, you've seldom attended classes. I've been adjusting lately, so I've attended fewer classes, Lillian replied. And who is this? Cross noticed Herag and asked politely. This is my friend. No need to ask more. Lillian seemed unwilling to let Herag get into trouble because of her, so she didn't even introduce him to Cross. Cross nodded gentlemanly. I see. Must be a friend from another wizard organization. I've never seen him before. Why are you asking so much? Does it concern you? Lillian grew a bit angry. Seeing this, Cross quickly bowed his head. My mistake, sorry for the disturbance. After apologizing with a bow, he quickly departed. Lillian, speechless, said, He's so annoying. Every time I take a class, no matter what subject I enroll in, he follows me to class and just won't leave. Isn't that just a sycophant? Herag joked. Lillian looked puzzled. Sycophant, what does that mean? Herag awkwardly said, It doesn't mean much. It's basically another word for a pursuer. Lillian hurriedly waved her hand. Forget it, their entire family is just abnormal. Abnormal? Herag asked, perplexed. Lillian glanced around, then cast a sound insulation spell and whispered in Herag's ear. They have a lot of offspring, but the relationships are. After hearing, Herag was dumbfounded, feeling his worldview shattered. These people were practically inhuman in their pursuit of pureblood, an entire family of abnormalities. No wonder Lillian seemed so disgusted. Even thinking about it made Herag feel a bit nauseous. He quickly wiped his hands, grateful he hadn't shaken hands with that person. After the experiences of the past few years, Herag felt that many wizards needed psychological treatment, with quite a few having psychological issues. Herag and Lillian continued to walk and soon saw another familiar face. So you came too? Malcolm smiled, his freckles apparent. Herag never expected to see Malcolm again at Augustus Academy. Why are you here? Herag asked. He wasn't afraid of Malcolm at all now. In terms of power, he could outlast him. Besides, this was Augustus Academy. Even if given 100 courage, Malcolm wouldn't dare make a move. Malcolm shrugged. I'm here to register for the test. Herag was puzzled. You're not yet 60. Of course not, I'm only 55 this year, Malcolm replied. Herag was a bit shocked. Never did he expect Malcolm to be so young. At only 55 years old, he was already a crystallization wizard, and quite powerful at that. He didn't show his surprise outwardly, instead musing, If Loon was still alive, he might also be here for the test now. What a pity. The moment Harag said this, Malcolm's smile disappeared, his face immediately cold. You looking for death? Malcolm said through gritted teeth. Yeah, I'm looking for death. Why don't you try and kill me, bastard? Harag spread his hands, acting roguish. Malcolm was so infuriated his lungs were about to burst, his face turning red as the magical energy around him began to fluctuate. Lillian directly scolded, "Do you want to die?" At her words, Malcolm immediately calmed down, realizing where they were. I warn you, if anything happens to Harag during the test phase, whether he falls on his own or is hurt by someone else, I'll hold you responsible. If you dare touch my friend, I'll kill you, Lillian threatened. Malcolm struggled to control his emotions, biting his teeth and turning to leave without a word. By this time, many wizards from Augustus Academy had gathered, all standing near Lillian. Judging by their posture, it seemed that if Malcolm made even the slightest move, they would act immediately. In the barren land, no one could bully people from Augustus Academy, let alone inside Augustus Academy itself. Lillian was quite famous at Augustus Academy, mainly because of her beauty and exceptional temperament. In addition to her great talent as a student of Professor Nina, she had many admirers, among whom Cross was just one. At this moment, seeing someone having a conflict with Lillian, people from Augustus Academy certainly wouldn't ignore it. They all came over, ready to help. Malcolm slunk away without daring to say a word. Seeing him leave, Lillian pulled Harag out of the crowd first. Why did you deliberately provoke him? You're going to take the test together, and I'm afraid he'll be unfavorable to you, Lillian complained worriedly. Harag didn't answer the question but said, I didn't expect you to be so imposing when you're fierce. Now that's more like a princess. Lillian tugged at him and said, I'm serious. He's a crystallization wizard with strong combat abilities, so be extra careful when you go in. Harag nodded and said, I know, I provoked him on purpose. Would he spare me if I didn't provoke him? Besides, last time Malcolm almost killed me. I've always remembered that debt. What he did to me then, I will repay 100-fold one day. I believe in you, Lillian smiled sweetly. The two continued wandering around Augustus Academy, with Lillian showing Harag some iconic buildings and taking him to classic spots. They talked about many things along the way, not just the experiences of the past few years, but even the events of the Colson continent. Before they knew it, it was late at night. After parting ways with Lillian, Harag returned to the house. This time, a total of 3 people from the Checky family signed up besides him. There was 1 man and 1 woman, both gaseous wizards. The man was named David, with a strong build and few words. The woman was named Reese, with a great figure, described in a previous life as having a curvy body. Both of them were direct descendants of the Checky family, with Reese being Larry's cousin by rank. Mr. Blake saw Harag return and called the 3 of them together, instructing, once you enter the test, if you can cooperate, then help each other, you understand. If problems arise, let Harag decide. Although he's young, his experience is far richer than yours. Mr. Blake specifically told Reese and David, you 2 grew up under the family's protection and lack a lot of experience. In crucial moments, listen more to Harag. Understood. Understood, David and Reese both nodded seriously. They weren't the type of rich kids who would otherwise not be selected to sign up. They had no dissatisfaction towards Harag, as the matter of Harag single-handedly driving Carl away and preserving Black Rock Valley was well known in the family. All right, anyway, act cautiously. The most important thing is to stay alive. Even if you can't pass the test, it doesn't matter. Mr. Blake reminded them again. Don't worry, Mr. Blake. Harag nodded, saying no more. Rest first, tomorrow you'll be entering the test phase. Mr. Blake was most assured of Harag, having him gave him confidence. Early the next day, Lillian led the group to outside a hall. Those registered can enter, others cannot, Lillian said, standing outside the door. Thank you, Miss Lillian. Mr. Blake expressed his gratitude. I'm going in now, Harag said, looking at Lillian. Lillian met his gaze. Good luck. Harag nodded and led David and Reese into the hall. Passing through the hall, they continued forward to a large auditorium. At this moment, there were already many people in the auditorium, with several people standing at the furthest point inside. When Harag saw these people, he instinctively felt a great threat. Level 2, no, maybe even level 3 wizards, Harag quickly judged in his mind. At the furthest point in the auditorium was a man wearing a high-top hat, with a monocle over his left eye, looking around 30 years old. This man gave Harag the greatest sense of threat, clearly having no visible magic power fluctuation, yet Harag inexplicably felt his strength. The man seemed aware of this, glanced at Harag and smiled slightly. Harag immediately politely bowed in salute. As this was a big figure, he couldn't offend. Half an hour later, the people were all there. The man with the top hat walked to the front and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Bannings, the main person in charge of this operation. I believe everyone already knows that today we're conducting the test phase. But to be accurate, today we're actually just introducing the test situation, and you'll have the chance to opt out." With these words, the people below were puzzled. Introducing the test situation. Wasn't today supposed to be the test phase, so does it mean that no test is happening today? And what does it mean to have the chance to opt out? If they were willing to sign up, they must be able to take on the risk. Bannings glanced below and continued, "Our test is quite unique, requiring all of you to go to the elf plane for a year-long colonization war. During that year, you must follow arrangements to complete tasks. A year later, those who are still alive and without significant errors will be granted permanent residency in the Land of Dawn." After these words, there was a moment of silence in the auditorium, and then many people started to discuss in low voices. Bannings adjusted the monocle without interrupting the discussion below, giving them some time to absorb the information. Harag was also very surprised, indeed not expecting the so-called test environment to be like this. He originally thought it would be some conventional tests, possibly involving some combat or something. But unexpectedly, the test was actually to directly enter the elf plane to participate in the colonization war. And it's for a year, meaning they have to stay in the elf plane for the entire year. The inherent danger of this doesn't need to be said. The plane's colonization war implies absolute bloodshed and ruthlessness. Whether in the elf plane or the wizard plane, to initiate a colonization war means countless lives will be lost. The wizard plane, as the invader, would surely face fierce resistance when invading the elf plane on a large scale. Now is the early stage of the colonization war, also when the elf plane is at its strongest, which also means it's the most dangerous time to enter. Many people started to reconsider, but were reluctant to give up this opportunity. As long as they stayed for a year, they could obtain permanent residency in the Land of Dawn. This permanent residency carries significant meaning. It means one becomes a member of the Land of Dawn, no longer needing to remain in the barren land. Moreover, the resident status means their family can also move to the Land of Dawn, as long as they are direct relatives or spouses. After waiting for a while, Bannings felt they should have considered enough. He waved his hand, and the large door at the back of the hall automatically opened, saying, "Now, those who wish to leave can do so. You have half an hour to decide. After half an hour, the door will close, and you won't have another chance to refuse. Leave or stay." Most people already had the answer in their hearts. "David Reese, what are your thoughts?" Harag asked. David answered directly, "I'll stay." Reese nodded, "Me too. This is an opportunity to revitalize the family. We can't back down." The wizards in the hall mostly came from various factions, each bearing some kind of mission and responsibility. If they retreated now, it would be betraying the expectations of the forces behind them. David and Reese represented the new generation of the Checky family, carrying the hopes of the Checky family on their shoulders. At this moment, it was impossible to abandon leaving. Opening up a war is indeed dangerous, but as long as they succeed, it would mean the rise of the entire family. No one would reject such a temptation. Even knowing the road ahead is difficult. They must forge ahead fearlessly. Harag nodded, "I'll stay too." Others might be doing it more for the forces behind them, but Harag was entirely fighting for himself. He considered that if he gave up now, it might be very hard to have the opportunity to enter the Land of Dawn in the future. If he couldn't enter the Land of Dawn, Harag might just end like old Lady Callan, stopping at the crystallization wizard stage for a lifetime. Half an hour later, no one left. Bannings waved his hand again, closing the hall door. Excellent, the wizards of the barren land are braver than I imagined. Congratulations, from now on, you are members of the Wizard Plane Expedition Team. After joining the expedition team, you aren't allowed to withdraw within a year. After a year, you may choose to leave or stay, depending on your choice. Expedition Team. Herag heard the name for the first time, seeming to be an organization from the Land of Dawn. Bannings explained, the Expedition Team is a collective term for one of our organizations in the Land of Dawn. Members are all wizards from the Land of Dawn, primarily aiming to open and conquer various planes, seizing resources. You are joining the Expedition Team for the Elf Plane this time. The Elf Plane has just been opened, so it needs people urgently. Perform well. This is actually a very good opportunity. If you perform exceptionally, you might be noticed by the wizard influence in the Land of Dawn. The expedition team includes many high-level people from various factions in the Land of Dawn. In 7 days, you will enter the Elf Plane for a year-long testing phase. So please prepare and your affairs well in the coming days. If anyone has questions now, feel free to ask. I will try to answer as much as possible. Very quickly, someone raised a hand to ask. Master Bannings, we are all level 1 wizards. Surely many strong beings exist in the Elf Plane. Will the expedition team send us to deal with these strong beings? His question was also the question in many people's minds. In plane wars at this level, level 1 wizards are hardly enough, almost the most basic soldiers. The Elf Plane certainly has many strong beings. Sending them against those beings would be nothing, but sending them to die. Banning smiled and said, Rest assured, the tasks assigned will suit your strength. In plane wars, everyone is a precious entity. Your lives won't be wasted senselessly. Of course, everyone must be mentally prepared. Once you enter the Elf Plane, anything might happen. No one can guarantee your safety. War is always cruel. I can only hope you all have good luck. Then someone else asked, Master Bannings, if we make meritorious deeds in the opening war, can we receive the same treatment as the wizards from the Land of Dawn? His question was actually concerning fairness. Wizards from the barren land are naturally one class. Lower if they can't gain adequate returns for their merits in the opening war. It would be terribly unfair. That is precisely what they fear. Bannings nodded. Rest assured, in the opening war, everyone is treated equally. If you make merits, you will definitely receive the corresponding rewards. It won't be taken away or reduced just because you are from the barren land. Bannings then answered many more questions, patiently responding to each one. An hour later, everyone dispersed. Blake and Lillian had been waiting at the door all along. Herag briefly explained the specific situation of the test. This wasn't confidential content, so there was no issue in sharing it. Blake pondered for a moment. I'll immediately have the family send over a batch of magic potion. I'll also prepare some other resources for you all. Time is tight, so I'll go contact them now. After saying this, Blake left to quickly transfer resources over, preparing for the opening war when Herag and the others enter the Elf Plane. They can't offer much help. All they can do is ensure sufficient resources. I'll go to the teacher and gather some information on the Elf Plane for you, Lillian said. She wanted Herag to have enough understanding of the Elf Plane. Information and intelligence are critical. Sometimes, given different information, completely different decisions can be made. These decisions often involve matters of life and death. Augustus Academy houses an ancient arena, which covers a vast area and can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators for gladiatorial shows. However, the arena has lost its previous function, as Augustus Academy generally uses it to host various grand events. Since the arrival of the expedition team from the Land of Dawn, they modified it into a teleportation place for planes. In the large arena, a giant door stands, through which an emerald green light emanates. Herag and others had already arrived before the door, and Banning stood in front of it. Next, begin entering the teleportation gate according to the order of names called. Based on the information you filled out when signing up, we'll try to assign people from the same forces to the same base. Our expedition team currently has 30 bases in the Elf Plane, each located in different places. You will be assigned to these bases. Herag sensed someone watching him. He turned to see Malcolm, who was looking at him with a cruel smile. Herag understood the meaning of the smile. Malcolm seemed very hopeful that they would end up at the same base. Banning soon began calling names from the roster. Those called would walk to the light gate. Once 2 or 3 or sometimes 5 people gathered, they entered the portal for teleportation. Malcolm and 3 other wizards from Green Cottage entered the light gate together. It wasn't yet Harag's turn, though it seemed they would not be assigned to the same base. Harag, David, Reese. Bannings called out the names of the 3. The trio came before the light gate. "Just walk in, no need to be nervous," Bannings prompted. Harag nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the light gate, followed closely by David and Reese. As soon as Harag entered the light gate, he felt a strong pull drawing him in. Ahead seemed like an endless abyss, pulling him continuously forward. A force behind also tried to drag him back. But under the influence of the light gate, the pull ahead was stronger, pulling him completely forward. In an instant, a bright light filled Harag's eyes, and he found himself upon a stone array surrounded by wooden huts. "Welcome to Expedition Team Base 27. Harag turned his head at the voice, discovering it was a tall, large man speaking, who looked to be about 500 pounds. "You 3 must be the newcomers from the barren land," the large man asked. Harag nodded. "Yes, my lord, I'm Harag, this is David, and that's Reese." The large man patted his belly, saying, "I'm Parker, the expedition leader of Base 27. I'm glad you could join us." Parker's aura was similar to Banning's, leading Harag to guess he might also be a level 3 wizard. Parker appeared honest and straightforward, always wearing a simple smile on his face. "Come, let's talk as we walk. I'll introduce you to the situation here." Parker's massive figure led the way, akin to a small mountain. The 3 quickly followed behind. Nearby, tall walls made of wood and stone surrounded them, with a magical barrier hovering above. Base 27 was only established a little over 3 years ago. Base numbers are sequential. The earlier they were established, the lower the number, Parker explained. Currently, Base 27 remains hidden, undiscovered by nearby elves or the human race, thanks to the concealment of the array over the entire base. Parker slowly introduced the scene. The elf plane isn't solely inhabited by the elf race, although they are the ruling power. Like other planes, the elf plane hosts various species, even numerous human kingdoms. Except for differences in customs, language, and such things unlike humans from the wizard plane, they are really not much different, just ordinary humans. In fact, this place also has giant dragons and giants, among many other races. To completely conquer this place from the wizard plane would actually be quite difficult, with time measured in centuries. This is only the initial phase of warfare. There are just over 70 people at Base 27, including those responsible for logistics, defense and combat, and exploration. Parker introduced the personnel composition of the base. Base 27 has rows of small wooden huts intended for accommodation. Harag and his companions each had a small wooden hut, all adjacent to each other. Parker knew that arrivals usually came from the same faction, so houses were typically arranged next to one another. People who know each other from the same faction certainly cooperate better. Parker took the group on a tour of Base 27, familiarizing them with the environment and explaining the functions of various areas. They saw many other wizards engaged in activities throughout the base during the tour. The entrance and exit to Base 27 is a wooden gate. The entire base is protected by a witch array, not just one but several. Some arrays were still being set up. There are defensive, offensive, and concealing arrays, all serving different purposes. Familiarize yourselves with the environment and our basic requirements and rules. In a few days, you'll be given tasks, Parker said, and handed them a small booklet. The booklet contained the various requirements and rules within the base, as well as some guidelines for rewards and penalties. Harag and his companions memorized the booklet's contents. Returning to their huts, Harag looked at the interior arrangement. Simple but sufficient for daily needs, without any extra furnishings. Parker brought a thin, elderly man, introducing him. "This is Kane, a level 2 wizard. For a while, he will guide you in completing some tasks." "Mr. Kane," the 3 quickly greeted. Kane nodded. "You're lucky to be assigned to this base. While construction isn't complete, this also means we're hidden from outsiders and not in great danger. For now, our main task is to survey the surroundings, map the area, and record the distribution of forces and populations for future reference. The short establishment time of Base 27 keeps the elf and human races unaware, preventing immediate attacks. Task outings are less likely to face ambushes. Many established bases have already been discovered. Task assignments outside can be perilous. You never know when you'll walk into an ambush with high levels of danger. The top priority for Base 27 is concealment. Be cautious during tasks and don't reveal your identity. We'll provide you with some clothing, and you should learn the local human language promptly. Upon encountering locals, remain calm and don't reveal your true identity. Cain handed out 2 books of this world's human common language. Herag had already familiarized himself with the local customs and culture, but had not yet learned the language. For him, learning the language posed no difficulty. Although David and Reese didn't have Shenlin assistance in learning, both were official wizards, facing no difficulty in learning a simple human language. The local language isn't vastly different from that of the wizard plane, making it easy to master. From today, Herag and his companions must stop wearing their old clothes and switch to local human attire. Cain was to help them quickly master the language and human customs here before they could undertake tasks. In short, they were in a training phase. The trio needed a bit more time to become familiar with the rules to contribute to Base 27. The trio fully understood the language and donned local attire. Cain stood in the small square of the base. Though calling it a square was an exaggeration, it was merely a small flat area. In front of him stood Herag and 2 others. In the past few days, everyone should be quite familiar with the situation here. Today we leave the base and complete the first task. Cain produced a map. The shape was quite irregular. With the base at the center, many unexplored regions surrounded it, appearing as blank spaces on the map. Cain said, "What we need to do today is perfect the terrain in the southeast direction. The task is simple, and the likelihood of danger is relatively low." Base 27 was situated deep in the mountains, surrounded by desolation, even lacking small paths on the mountains. Herag and the 2 others followed Cain out of the base's main gate, encountering dense jungle. Since no traces could be revealed for the time being, no paths were opened up, making the mountains and forests hard to traverse. Herag and the others directly traversed the primitive forests. Fortunately, all were official wizards, so they did not move too slowly. Shenlin, activate environment detection. Herag promptly activated Shenlin's environment detection, constantly observing the surroundings. The concentration of energy particles here was much thicker than on the wizard plane, perhaps thicker than in the barren land. In the elf plane, and similar to the abyss plane, the operation of wizard magic was less fluid than on the wizard plane. The magic didn't flow as smoothly, and various spells' effects was somewhat reduced. This was the result of the elf plane's world will suppression, though not as severe as in the abyss plane. In recent days, Herag attempted to sense the bloodline mark, which here was still being suppressed. However, since the bloodline mark contained the aura of the royal elf bloodline, it seemed capable of exerting that portion of the royal elf bloodline power. Herag never truly activated it because, within the base, monitored by the witch array, he couldn't act recklessly. Unlike before in the abyss plane, after arriving in the elf plane, Herag felt particularly good, with his magic operation not becoming dull but rather smoother. It appears it's due to the royal elf bloodline. Herag speculated in his heart. After absorbing Chadia's royal elf bloodline, arriving in the elf plane felt like coming home. The world will here didn't suppress his magic operation. Aside from the suppression of the thunder god ancestral bloodline power from the abyss plane, no other powers were suppressed. Herag and the others traversed mountains, arriving in the large mountain area in the southeast direction. Upon arriving, they began using magical perception to detect the surrounding terrain and draw it onto the map. The work was monotonous, but its simplicity made it less daunting. Cain led the 3, drawing the surrounding map as they moved. In Herag's mind, a broader, larger map was forming. Shenlin's environment detection range was much larger than this spell of magical perception. Herag was also releasing magical perception, working conscientiously on the map. Though his perception had already grasped what the broader terrain looked like, he still drew the map slowly, following the range of magical perception. It was impossible for him to present Kane with the map detected in full. The magic perception range of a level 1 gaseous wizard generally spanned 100 to 200 meters. Shenlon's environment detection range was 1,500 meters, far exceeding the magic perception range. At their current pace, estimating a month's time was needed to complete the map of this southeast region. If gauging by Shenlon's range, it could be completed in 7 or 8 days. Such tasks could afford some delays if possible. Completing them too quickly might result in new tasks. Herag would struggle to explain how he detected such an extensive range. Herag just followed normal progress, slowly drawing the map. While advancing through the mountain forest, Herag also documented the various plants encountered along the way. Many of the plants here weren't found on the wizard plane, and Herag had Shenlon record each one. While Herag and companions were mapping, across the mountains, another group was trudging through the forest. These people wore light armor, carrying bows, arrows, and packs. They were border soldiers from the known kingdom, responsible for patrolling this mountainous region. Kalot was a veteran at the border, having served here for 10 years. Patrolling the mountains was tough work, meant to prevent illegal smuggling, as well as ensuring immediate alertness to any movements by enemy nations. Kalot's group consisted of 13, having been in the mountains for 5 months. With 1 more month of patrolling, they could return to their military camps at the border for much-needed rest. Life in the mountains was truly harsh. Apart from the difficult paths, they also faced various poisonous insects and beasts. Beasts were manageable, as several were official knights in the group. Handling beasts wasn't difficult. Ordinary beasts didn't dare approach with so many people around. After making noise in the mountains, clever beasts kept a safe distance. In the mountains, the real trouble was those poisonous insects. With myriad little bugs impossible to guard against. Laps could see them crawling down necks or into pant legs. Getting bitten a few times was bearable, but many were poisonous. If bitten by a bug, failing to treat it timely could mean losing an arm or leg. The only fortunate aspect was the lack of warfare recently, keeping the border relatively tranquil. Mountain patrolling soldiers didn't encounter enemy troops, at least avoiding large-scale casualties. As long as lives were preserved, suffering was tolerable, at least without threat to life. Kalot brushed off a black bug from his calf, applied some ointment, and continued the journey. This patrolled area today was one they hadn't been to before, an uninhabited area. Kalot held a telescope, ready to view the landscape. He looked through the telescope for a while, suddenly spotting 4 people in action in the distance. "Come quickly, there's someone over there." Other members took turns looking through the telescope, discovering Herag's group. "What are these people doing? Why are they here?" Kalot was puzzled. Seeing Herag's group dressed like commoners, devoid of weapons. Yet this was an uninhabited mountain. What kind of people could arrive here without any weapons? Kalot decided to approach and inquire, fulfilling their duty as border patrol soldiers. By then Herag had noticed the squad too, but he couldn't say anything. Kane, a level 2 wizard, hadn't noticed. How could he? A level 1 gaseous wizard have noticed. At this moment, Kane stopped in his tracks and glanced back over his shoulder. "It seems like we've been discovered by someone. I felt like we were being watched just now," Kane murmured. The keen senses of a level 2 wizard still allowed him to notice something unusual. Herag sensed that the group was quickly approaching, so he spoke up. "Mr. Kane, should we leave first?" Kane nodded. "Yes, let's head back for now. It's best to avoid being spotted and reduce contact with the locals here." Of course, it wasn't that he feared losing a fight, he just didn't want to complicate matters. Base 27 had just been established, and the most crucial thing was to remain hidden, minimizing the risk of exposure. The group then turned around and temporarily halted their map, making work for the day. On the way back, Herag suddenly sensed something up ahead but said nothing. Soon, Kane also became aware of the situation in front of them. 2 border patrol soldiers had already circled ahead. This group was acting separately, closing in from all directions. As things stood, it seemed they couldn't avoid a confrontation with them. Herag thought for a moment and then took out a basket from his space ring, casually putting some ordinary herbs inside, and slung it over his back. Soon, soldiers were standing both in front of and behind Herag's group of 4. Kalot scrutinized the 4 with an assessing gaze and then asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Where did you come from?" Cain chuckled, "Hello, officers. We are here to gather herbs in the mountains." Gathering herbs, Kalot's face showed suspicion. Herag placed the basket on the ground and showed it to Kalot's group. "These are the herbs we gathered from the mountains." The 4 of them didn't want to resort to force for now. Killing these people would be easy. The trouble lay in the aftermath. These border patrol soldiers were not very strong, but if they were killed, it would surely lead to an investigation. A whole squad of soldiers disappearing undoubtedly would be a significant event. Plus, it was on the border, where the known kingdom would certainly send more people to investigate. Therefore, it was best not to kill this group, avoiding conflict if possible. Kalot carefully examined the herbs in the basket and asked, "Gathering herbs? If you are indeed gatherers, why is there not a speck of dirt on your hands, clothes, or pant legs, nor any signs of wear from being scraped?" During their journey, Herag's group used magic power to keep insects and bushes at bay, making their passage easier. Indeed, there were no traces on them to suggest they had been traversing through the jungle. This made Kalot and the soldiers feel something was very off. Having lived and patrolled the border for years, they naturally knew how someone who had walked through the mountains should appear. They immediately noticed the peculiarity about Herag's group of 4. Herag grinned foolishly. "We just have a few little tricks to make it easier to walk in the woods." "Little tricks? What kind of tricks?" Kalot inquired skeptically. "There's no need for you to ask, sir. Too many questions will only bring you trouble." Herag had already seen the cold gleam in Cain's eyes. Since these soldiers had already grown suspicious, they couldn't be left alone now. Kalot drew his longsword, and the others around him readied their longbows, aiming at Herag's group of 4. "Now, please come with us. After we get back and clear things up, then you can leave." In Kalot's mind, these 4 were far too suspicious, with clues pointing to misconduct all over them. His many years of border experience signaled that these 4 must have major issues. They had to be taken back for thorough questioning. There was a chance they were spies from an enemy nation. In Kalot's eyes, only David and Herag posed a substantial threat. Those 2 seemed very strong. The other 2, an old man and a woman, didn't seem to possess much combat prowess. Kalot kept his primary attention on Herag and David, his eyes filled with caution. The others kept their bows trained on the 4, ready to shoot them into porcupines at the slightest resistance. Both Herag and David were robust individuals with strong physical power. Having served in the military for years, Kalot was keenly aware of people like them. To him, it was likely that those 2 were the strongest here. Kalot himself was not confident he could defeat Herag and David. But that didn't matter. In warfare, individual bravery never won battles alone. They had numbers, bows, and even night-level experts. Surely he could take these 2 down. Cain felt somewhat ignored. No one paying attention to him, so he chuckled dryly and raised his right hand. Opening his palm, he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist. Immediately, Kalot and the others held their hearts, spat blood, and fell to the ground one after another. Kalot fell to the ground, his consciousness not fully gone yet. He stared hard at the 4 of them, countless thoughts racing through his mind, wanting desperately to relay the news back. But alas, there was no longer a chance nor time. Kalot realized that the old man before him was an evil wizard wielding evil magic. An evil wizard. An entity capable of easily destroying a city. To the entire known kingdom, such an existence was a monumental disaster. Kalot could never have imagined encountering a wizard in this place. According to the propaganda in the known kingdom, one should always relay information if they encounter a wizard. The kingdom would then request the powerful elf race to come forth, eliminate the wizard, and protect ordinary people. Must go back, must go back. Kalot tried to control his body, wanting to crawl back. But his limbs were not obeying him, and his body grew colder by the second. Despair deepened in his heart, not from the looming death, but from the inability to send the news back. Straining, Kalot glanced in the direction of the known kingdom. It was his homeland, where his family and friends were, the place he had always defended. Kalot felt his eyelids getting heavier, and after closing his eyes, his consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Kane glanced at the corpses strewn about and extended his hand, murmuring, "Coffin of the dead." In front of him, energy particles quickly gathered, and a black coffin soon appeared. With a wave of his hand, all the surrounding corpses and the blood on the ground floated up. Once the lid of the black coffin automatically opened, these bodies floated inside. Though the coffin seemed not large, it could accommodate this many corpses. "Let's go back for now," Kane said after dealing with the traces at the scene. For Kane, this was a trivial matter, effortlessly handled. The bigger issue lay ahead, with some troublesome matters likely needing attention in the future. Once the disappearance of this squad drew attention, the known kingdom undoubtedly would continue to send people over. Known kingdom border. Tyrion is the border commander, responsible for governing and managing 50,000 border troops. Tyrion has always been very responsible for managing the army, personally inquiring about many matters. A month ago, the mountain patrol team, which was supposed to return on time, has yet to come back. An entire month has passed, and there's been no news from this team. Originally, this was just a patrol team, not significant enough to be reported to someone of Tyrion's level. However, due to Tyrion's keen interest in these matters, he also learned about the disappearance of a mountain patrol team. Strange, Riley Kingdom hasn't made any moves lately. So why has an entire team vanished? Tyrion keenly sensed something unusual about the situation. Outside the border in the mountains, there are rarely any powerful demons appearing. Even if there are demons, the team has several night-level members. Even if they can't win, surely 1 or 2 out of a dozen people can escape. If it were an attack by a neighboring country, a force of at least dozens or hundreds would be needed to completely wipe out a dozen people. That is, in the mountains, escaping into the woods makes pursuit difficult. But now, this mountain patrol team has been missing for a whole month. He pondered, then called his order officer over. "Dispatch a 100-man team, divided into 10 squads, into that mountain range to search for the missing team." The order officer questioned, "Commander, is it necessary to send so many people? They might just be lost." "No, it's not that simple. Remember to instruct them not to be too far apart, ensuring they can support each other if needed." Tyrion shook his head, insisting on sending a 100-man team into the mountains. This 100-man team will head into the mountain range to search within the patrol range of the missing mountain patrol team. After Tyrion personally gave the order, the 100-man team quickly assembled. This 100-man team consisted of elite soldiers, not only having many night-level warriors, but also 3 great night-level powerhouses in command. 100 men set off for the mountain range, determined to find the missing team's whereabouts. Alive to see the person, dead to see the corpse. Since encountering that mountain patrol team 2 months ago, Hereg and his 2 companions have had an additional task besides exploring and mapping. That is patrolling and reconnaissance. Hereg and the other 2 would go out on patrol every few days to check if anyone was approaching. For the past 2 months, it has been very calm with no other humans coming close. Hereg and the others painstakingly drew maps and completed patrol tasks. Life at Base 27, generally speaking, is quite dull and boring, with no entertainment facilities or activities. However, wizards are those who can withstand loneliness, so they have little need for such things. Those who come here to participate in pioneering warfare are eager to go further, not concerned with trivial matters like these. Hereg, as usual, stood on a hill, staying alert to the surroundings. The map drawing work is almost complete, with most of the mountain covered. The patrol task is, generally, also rather boring. The mountain scenery is nice, but even the most beautiful view becomes tedious if seen every day. Hereg peered forward, suddenly crouching down. Someone is coming ahead. Upon hearing this, David and Reese came over, crouching down as well, hiding behind the trees in front of them. Standing atop the mountain, they could see a group climbing at the base, far below. The group was sizable, likely numbering over 100. Hereg took out a telescope to observe closely. They wore the same standard light armor as the mountain patrol team encountered earlier. It seems they're the known kingdom troops, probably here for the missing mountain patrol team. Let's report back to Mr. Kane and Lord Parker. Hereg stooped low, retreating silently with David and Reese nodding and following behind. They quickly returned to Base 27, informing Parker and Kane of the situation. 100-man team, Parker pondered, then said, Kane, advise everyone to stay inside during this period. Understood, Lord Parker. Kane quickly went down to give instructions to everyone in the base. Parker continued, if it's just the border army, there's no need to worry, they won't find Base 27. We just need to see if there are any casters among them. Casters, you mean wizards? Herag asked. Parker nodded, pretty much, just different terminology. The search operation by the 100-man team soon commenced, with everyone in Base 27 staying indoors during this time. All remained inside, with none venturing out. Base 27 is protected by a concealing witch array. This 100-man team, even with some great night-level warriors, has no clue about such arrays. Even searching for 100 years wouldn't reveal Base 27 presence to them. The 100-man army search operation quickly commenced. Once inside the mountain range, 100 men seemed insufficient. The mountain range was vast, making it impossible to scour every single location. However, they were able to traverse most areas. Several times, they passed right by the entrance of Base 27. Yet they completely failed to detect the existence of Base 27. To them, it appeared as a solid rock face from which a mountain spring flowed. Thirsty soldiers even drank a few sips while resting against the rock face. In such scenarios, one couldn't know that behind the rock face lay a base. This 100-man team finally withdrew. Commander, we've searched that mountain range for a long time without finding any trace of the missing team. However, we did find some traces of human activity, though we can't confirm who they belong to. The leader of the 100-man team began his report. After a whole month, they hadn't found the whereabouts of the lost patrol team. Tyrion frowned. Things are indeed not simple. Since you can't find them despite so many people looking, searching further would be pointless. He turned to the order officer and said, go to the Adventurers Guild and issue a task. Search the mountain range for any suspicious traces. I think perhaps only the casters might find some clues. There are very few casters, and they hold uncommon statuses in the military, so commanders can't just order them into the mountains to search. Instead, the task is entrusted to adventurers from the Adventurers Guild. They only require payment. There are many capable individuals in the Adventurers Guild. Tyrion does not underestimate them. In fact, the military frequently collaborates with these adventurers, and this isn't the first task they've commissioned. There are many tasks the military isn't suited or appropriate to handle. These adventurers are free-spirited, skilled, and not bound by many constraints. Often, they get things done more efficiently and swiftly. The order officer nodded. I'll handle it right away. Oberstein is a border city of the known kingdom, where 50,000 kingdom army troops are stationed. Suna grew up in Oberstein and was taken in as an apprentice by an old caster due to her talent in magic. However, within a few years, her teacher passed away. Suna then started to make a living by taking on missions at the Adventurers Guild, using the skills she had learned. Over the years, Asuna has become a very powerful caster apprentice, not far from becoming an initial tier caster. Once she becomes an initial tier caster, Asuna will be able to earn more money and provide a better life for herself and her brother. At night, Asuna had just returned from completing an escort mission in a distant location. After an intense battle, her spirit was a bit exhausted. She bought some pastries on the way home, which her brother liked to eat. When she returned home and opened the door, the house was empty. Where has Linz gone again? Asuna sighed and placed the pastries on the table. She wants Linz to study at the Imperial Academy of the Known Kingdom, to learn and live a stable life as an official in the future. Linz doesn't have the talent of a caster, and his knight talent is quite ordinary as well, so studying to become an official is the best choice. But Linz doesn't think that way. He doesn't like his sister arranging his life and has always wanted to become a knight. Late at night, Linz returned home exhausted, holding a longsword. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Asuna sitting in the living room. Did you go for knight training again? Asuna questioned. Linz showed displeasure and retorted, what does it have to do with you? I'm not stopping you from knight training, but you should at least study those books. I even paid for a teacher to tutor you. Can you be a little more attentive? Asuna scolded. Mind your own business. I'm grown up now, and I'll decide my own life. Linz shouted angrily. Linz was furious, storming into his room and slamming the door shut hard. Asuna was infuriated by him, not knowing how to handle her brother. She has worked hard for years to earn money, hoping to provide a better life for both herself and her brother. Even if Linz becomes a knight, he is destined to live an unstable life. Asuna, being an adventurer, knows well that even knights face many dangers. Linz always thinks that knights live a carefree and adventurous life, free to roam the world. But few knights truly enjoy a life of wandering. Most want to earn enough money to settle down and live out the rest of their lives in stability. No one wants to live a life of constant wandering, with their lives hanging by a thread. It's truly a difficult existence. The next morning, Asuna prepared to go out and return to the Adventurers Guild to take on more missions. She took out a purse containing 10 gold coins, the reward for her last mission. Asuna placed the purse on the table next to the pastries. Seeing that Linz was still asleep, she didn't wake him but instead wrote a note. Eat the pastries early, they spoil quickly in warm weather. After placing the note under the purse, Asuna gently closed the door and headed towards the Adventurers Guild. Asuna, a girl in leather armor, waved at Asuna. This was Asuna's adventurer companion, Shadi, an excellent thief with great agility. Aside from Shadi, there was also a knight who used a sword and shield, and a holy mage who had studied at the church. Their 4-person team had completed many missions together, and was quite famous among the adventurers in the vicinity. Asuna and these people had known each other since childhood, and their feelings were almost like family. Because of this, they had enough trust in each other during dangerous times to rely on one another. So early Shadi, Asuna smiled. Shadi linked arms with her as they walked into the hall of the Adventurers Guild, chatting as they went. I hope we can find some good missions today, Shadi murmured. Asuna nodded, hopefully. After completing 2 more missions, I should have enough gold coins to study higher tier skills. I might break through to become an initial tier caster. Shadi looked at Asuna with admiration. Asuna, you're always so amazing. Thanks to you, we were able to survive all these years and even save some money. Being an adventurer is always a bit dangerous. I hope to earn more money after breaking through to be an initial tier caster, so that you all won't have to accompany me on adventures every day. By then, we could buy a little garden in a small town and do some small business or whatever. Asuna had always been planning for their future, knowing that being an adventurer was not a long-term career. One cannot be an adventurer forever. The profession is too dangerous and full of uncertainties. Once she saves enough money, she plans to leave the industry with her companions. As for her brother, he continues to want to become a knight and join the adventurer industry. This gave Asuna quite a headache. She has been an adventurer for many years and doesn't want Linz to become one. But now that her brother has grown up, he doesn't listen to her anymore. Asuna, what's wrong? Shadi noticed that Asuna seemed a bit off, as if she was troubled. Asuna shook her head. Nothing, it's just that Linz still wants to become a knight and then an adventurer. Shadi patted her chest. Don't worry, I'll try to persuade him later. He usually listens to what I say. Asuna smiled. Okay, I'll trouble you with it. It's clear that he really likes you. Shadi winked. Maybe we'll be family in the future. Aren't we family already? Asuna laughed. They waited in the Adventurers Guild Hall for a while until the other 2 arrived. Together, they approached the task bulletin board to browse through suitable missions. Search for the traces of a missing team in the Lime Mountain Range. Oh, the mission issuer is the Kingdom Army of Oberstein. Asuna immediately noticed the mission. A mission issued by the Kingdom Army. Check it out quickly. If possible, take it. Shadi and the others were excited to hear it was issued by the Kingdom Army. Because the Kingdom Army has a lot of money and good credit. The missions they issue usually have high rewards, and the payment is prompt without any delay. Adventurers fear nothing more than mission issuers, using various excuses to delay or withhold payments. Asuna and her team have encountered many such cases during their years as adventurers. But the Kingdom Army is different. Their credibility has always been guaranteed. This mission has no restrictions on the number of participants. As long as the mission is completed, there's no rush to compete for it. Asuna looked over the mission requirements and didn't rush to take it. As the leader of this adventurer team and its core member, she needed to be responsible for Shadi and the others. Every time Asuna takes on a mission, she thoroughly understands the details to confirm that her team can handle it. Task notice board. You can't really get much information. Asuna approached a window, took out 2 silver coins and handed them over. Behind the window was a skinny man who skillfully pocketed the 2 silver coins with a touch. He then chuckled and said, "So, what news are you seeking this time?" "The task released by the Kingdom Army, the one about finding the missing mountain patrol team. I'd like to know the details," Asuna replied. She was already quite familiar with this person, frequently coming to buy intel. Those inside the Adventurers Guild often have more reliable sources, and through their channels, Asuna can often obtain valuable information. Information and intelligence are always paramount. Strategize before acting. The skinny man smiled and said, "Oh, that task. I don't know much either. The only thing I know is that the commander sent over 100 people to search there for a month, but they found nothing." "Did they have any casualties during the search?" Asuna continued to ask. "No, at least I haven't heard of any. 100 people searched there for a month and then returned," the skinny man answered. Asuna thought for a moment, then asked, "What is the strength of the missing team?" "How would I know? But generally, a mountain patrol team would have about 2 to 3 night-level members." Asuna proceeded to ask a series of questions about the disappearance timing of the mountain patrol team, gaining a detailed understanding of the task. "Asuna, how is it?" Shadi saw Asuna returning and knew she had found out. Asuna contemplated and said, "We can take it, but there might be some risk involved." Risk? Shadi was uncertain about the extent of the danger Asuna meant. Asuna explained, "A mountain patrol team disappeared in that mountain range, and even a 100-man army couldn't find their whereabouts. I'm just thinking, what kind of situation could cause a team to completely vanish? I suspect they encountered a caster. Only a caster could make a mountain patrol team, with 2 or 3 night-level members, disappear without a trace. This might also be why the Kingdom Army issued the task. They want us adventurers to see if we can find some clues. The fact that 100 people didn't find any traces suggests that special means might be necessary to see some signs. If we're only searching for clues during this task, the danger shouldn't be too high, as long as we don't directly confront any possible casters." Shadi leaned against Asuna's shoulder and said, "Then why wait? Let's go. The task reward is a whole 100 gold coins. Just needing to find related clues without having to find people can earn them 100 gold coins." This was an irresistible temptation for Asuna and her group. On their previous task, they worked tirelessly for a month escorting, earning just 30 gold coins. Asuna took the majority, getting 10 gold coins, while the other 3 split 20 gold coins. Moreover, this escort task was considered a high-paying task. 100 gold coin task is rare, and even when there is one, others quickly seize it. The Kingdom Army's task has no limit on the number of people, just provide valuable clues. This task is more like a timed challenge. Whoever completes it first gets the bounty. "Asuna, let's depart quickly. If we're slow, others will take it," Shadi urged eagerly. "This is a whole 100 gold coins. If they don't seize the time, someone else will beat them to it." Asuna nodded, planned to purchase some basic supplies, and set off immediately. After registering the task at the Adventurers Guild, the 4 bought some water and food in the city and then crossed the border. When Asuna was registering to cross the border, she noticed quite a few adventurer-looking individuals also preparing to leave. Border quests are rare, so most of those heading out are likely aiming for the same task. Among these adventurers are quite a few powerful individuals, adding pressure and urgency to Asuna. She had confidence in this task, but seeing so many strong competitors, she quickened her pace. Asuna possesses an innate talent that allows her to sense these energies such as magic power, life energy, and bloodline power. Just a glance, and she can discern others' strengths and weaknesses. Using this talent ability, Asuna has repeatedly escaped peril in her adventuring career. This ability was why she could travel so far. While at the border, Asuna discovered several casters stronger than herself. Their magic power neared initial tier caster levels. Suna rode her horse, looking at the endless mountains in the distance. She tightened the reins. After the 100-man search party from known kingdom left Base 27, resumed normal operations. Parker reckoned these people wouldn't give up and would surely send more over. Herag and the other two continued executing patrol and alert tasks, and besides them, over a dozen others were patrolling around Base 27. They lurked in the mountains, constantly on guard with various methods. Herag sat upright under a tree, eyes closed in meditation. Shenlan's environmental detection had started, replacing his vigilance around. David and Reese were each on one side, seeming like they were on alert but more like guarding Herag. Having been in the elf plane for 4 months, they hadn't encountered much danger yet. But Herag and his team were not relaxing their vigilance. They knew this was because Base 27 had not been exposed. Should Base 27 be exposed to the elf plane, they would surely face a thunderous assault. The elf race harbors deep-seated hatred against these invaders from the wizard plane, an unresolvable blood feud. Currently, Base 27 isn't strong enough to withstand the elven assault upon exposure, so they must act cautiously. Someone's coming. Herag suddenly stood, looking towards the distance. Several adventurers carrying swords and weapons were riding. Horses heading over, followed by scattered small black dots. These were humans also rushing over. David and Reese cautiously looked ahead. Took a while to notice those black dot-like individuals in the distance. They could barely distinguish that these were humans by sight compared to Herag, who had Shenlan, seeing the weapons these people carried clearly. Herag continued observing for a bit, discovering casters among these people. Judging by the magic power aura, it was around the level of 3rd-class wizard apprentice. As for official wizard level, none had been found yet. This made Herag frown if casters came. Base 27 risked being exposed. Although the strongest of these casters is just a 3rd-class wizard apprentice. But who knows if these casters have any special means? As long as there is the slightest possibility of Base 27 being exposed, it is a significant risk. Herag turned and left. Go, we must report quickly. When they returned to Base 27, they found that other patrolling wizards from different districts had also returned. Apparently, they had also discovered the tracks of that group of adventurers. Parker quickly received the news and began contemplating a solution. The foremost certainty is that these adventurers, at least the casters among them, cannot be allowed to approach Base 27. Although there is a concealing witch array, Parker and his team are all experienced senior wizards. They naturally know that many methods are actually unrelated to strength. The simplest way to prevent these adventurers from approaching Base 27 is, of course, to kill them all. The problem lies in how to kill them, as these adventurers operate independently, forming small groups of 3 to 5 people scattered throughout the mountains. If they make a move, they must ensure that not a single one escapes. More adventurers are arriving, and Parker said, "First, open the way and let them in. This mountain range is large enough. We are deep within it, so for now, we don't have to worry about anyone getting close. Once these adventurers have all entered, guard the mountain pass in all directions, then strike to capture them all." Herag asked, "But, Master Parker, if we do this, won't the deaths of all these adventurers in this mountain range draw attention?" Parker explained, "Every base is destined to be exposed. We can only try to delay the exposure. Once the base is fully constructed, it won't matter if it's exposed. We will proactively do some things then. The death of just a group of adventurers won't cause much of a stir. At least to the elf race, it's merely some adventurers perishing on an adventure, far from enough to garner their attention. Our most important enemy is the elf race. Near Base 27, there is no world tree or elven settlement. Having a conflict with the human kingdom is still within acceptable limits. Base 27, as one of the invasion points of the wizard plane, is bound to be exposed in the future. When they make significant moves to the outside world, they will inevitably be noticed, which is unavoidable. The adventuring line of work is inherently filled with high risk. Every day, countless adventurers die. It's just that a massive number of adventurers dying while exploring an area is relatively rare. But such occurrences are not few, and to the upper echelons of the kingdom or the elf race, it's a trivial matter. In other words, killing all these adventurers would only cause some local unrest. But to the entire known kingdom, it's just a minor issue. Parker quickly made deployments, allocating the personnel of Base 27 throughout the Lime Mountain Range. These people together formed a pocket surrounding the adventurers. The only gap is the entrance to the Lime Mountain Range, the direction these adventurers came from. No one is stationed at the entrance yet, but once the adventurers are mostly in, Kane will personally guard the entrance to ensure no adventurer can escape. For these adventurers, whose strongest member is a third-class wizard apprentice, a level 2 wizard is an insurmountable existence. Hereg and 2 others were also assigned to guard region with the task of killing the adventurers in their respective areas upon command. If there are casters, they can be captured alive if possible. These casters have certain research value. Their casting principles and magic are valuable information. Whoever captures them alive will claim the bounty. Bannings had mentioned before coming that there would be no unfair treatment just because they are from the barren land. In the 4 months since Hereg arrived, he indeed has not faced any unfair treatment. At Base 27, only the 3 of them were from the barren land, while the others were wizards from the Land of Dawn. Their usual tasks and treatment were the same as others, with no difference. However, discrimination still existed. Others simply didn't interact with the 3 of Hereg. Even if they didn't say it, Hereg could sense their disdain towards them. This feeling reminded Hereg of when he was a groom, and how those noble lords viewed him. However, Hereg didn't care about these things, nor others' opinions of him. What he valued most was always the enhancement of his own strength. Other things are external and illusory. Hereg's hand bore a jade bracelet, a communication tool. The elf plane does not have a magic net, so a talisman stone cannot be used. This bracelet is suitable for mid-range information communication near Base 27. Hereg, along with David and Reese, hid in the forest, awaiting Parker's orders. When Asuna entered the mountain range with her 3 companions, there were already many adventurers around. Since this mountain range is quite vast, everyone dispersed after entering the mountains. Asuna glanced around, chose a direction based on intuition, and then started moving in that direction to search for clues. The warrior in the team took out a shield and a sword, leading the way at the front. It was hard to traverse through the forest, and he had to force open a path at the front. Shadi, on the other hand, guarded the rear. Her duty was to protect Asuna and the holy mage while being vigilant of the surroundings. There are so many bugs here. Shadi flicked a small blood-sucking insect off her arm with a dagger. After entering the mountain range, there were bugs everywhere. Asuna observed the situation, then took out a bag of powder which looked like some crushed herbs. After retrieving the powder, she chanted some syllables, and energy particles began to gather. Subsequently, Asuna scattered the powder, which adhered to the 4 people. Now we don't have to worry about insects anymore. This powder, combined with Asuna's magic, had an insect-repelling effect. Wherever they went, insects automatically kept their distance from Asuna's group. Asuna and her team had prior experience surviving in the jungle, so they were naturally prepared. The group slowly advanced through the forest, encountering nothing but a bear, without any unexpected incidents. What a pity! That bear pelt could have sold for a good price if we weren't pressed for time. Shadi was still thinking about the bear they encountered earlier. She originally wanted to hunt, but Asuna advised against sidetracking, urging to prioritize the mission, so Shadi had to give up. We not only have to hurry, but also try to maintain our condition. In the Lime Mountain Range, danger could arise at any moment, conflicts could happen anytime. Asuna knew Shadi was always thinking about money, so she added a few words. All right, got it. Shadi stuck her tongue out and went into the woods on the side to keep watch. Asuna sighed and took out a map to study it. The Lime Mountain Range was so vast, and with only 4 of them, it was almost impossible to search the entire area. If they wanted to quickly find some clues, they needed a method. Asuna contemplated the map, where several circles were drawn with a feather pen. One circle marked the usual patrol area of the missing mountain patrol team, while the others were calculated positions by Asuna. These positions were Asuna's estimations based on the patrol time of the mountain patrol team. providing a rough idea of where they might have gone missing. The Border Army's patrol teams all had fixed times for entering the mountains. By comparing the entry times and the approximate time of disappearance and checking the patrol routes, she could determine a few potential locations where they may have gone missing. The location of their disappearance would be where the team encountered danger, and searching such places would have a significantly higher chance of finding clues. There were several such locations, and Asuna planned to visit each one first, eliminate possibilities, and then search elsewhere for clues. The progress through the forest was slow, and it wasn't until sunset that Asuna and her group entered the interior of the Lime Mountain Range. Asuna glanced at the map again, calculating the dates. Searching all these locations would take about 7 to 8 days. It's slow, but there's no other option. In the vast mountains, a blanket search was impossible. They didn't have enough manpower or time. Asuna and the others found a sheltered spot where they planned to rest for the night. It's very dangerous to wander around the mountains at night. With the campfire lit, Asuna and the holy mage sat around the fire. Shadi was next to them, using a dagger to handle a rabbit they had just caught, while the warrior sat on the perimeter, watching for any movement outside. As she dealt with the rabbit, she said, "Asuna, we've been walking all day and found nothing. We have no idea where those people went." "I don't know either. We'll just have to see if we can find any traces tomorrow." Asuna hadn't detected any magical energy residues today, unsure if too much time had passed and it had dissipated, or if it was just undiscovered for now. The others don't seem to have found anything either. "I wonder if we can find it," Shadi said, shaking her head. During the day, they encountered several other adventurers, but no conflicts arose. Everyone was here for the same reason, to find clues about the missing team. Before there was any interest to compete over, no one would act recklessly. With the configuration of Asuna's team, ordinary adventurers wouldn't dare to provoke them. Half an hour later, while they were roasting the rabbit around the fire, Asuna suddenly stood up, looking into the distance. "Asuna, what's wrong?" Shadi asked. Everyone's expressions turned serious. If Asuna was this tense, something must have happened. Asuna's perception had always been very sharp, especially for danger far surpassing ordinary people. Now her expression was one of terror, making the others' skin crawl. Seeing Asuna with that expression meant something serious was definitely happening. Asuna took a deep breath, calming her nerves and adjusting her breathing. "Over there, there's a very strong surge of magical energy, a very potent magical aura." She pointed towards the dark, shadowy mountains in the distance, where Shadi and the others felt nothing. "Abandon this task, leave now." Asuna decisively made a decision. Abandon it?" Shadi was a bit baffled. The task promised a high reward, and giving it up was quite disheartening. Moreover, leaving now at night seemed a bit hasty and dangerous. Asuna explained that magical aura over there might belong to a middle-tier caster, or even a high-tier spellcaster, which is way beyond our ability to meddle with. The danger that missing team encountered likely exceeded everyone's imagination. "We must leave immediately, even if we encounter demons on the way back. It's better than facing a high-tier spellcaster." With that, the others quickly realized the seriousness of the issue. A high-tier spellcaster. In Shadi and the others' eyes, Asuna was already a very powerful caster. But even she was only at the caster apprentice level. They had hardly seen any official casters, let alone high-tier spellcasters. Such beings were practically legendary. Now such a presence was in the mountains, and the thought of it had Shadi and the others with their hearts in their throats, wishing they could teleport out of the Lime Mountain Range. They didn't wait for the rabbit to fully roast, immediately extinguished the campfire, packed up, and hurried back. For many years, Asuna's judgments had always been accurate. Shadi and the others never questioned Asuna's decisions, always trusting and executing them. They began to quickly trek back in the dark, moving faster than when they had come during the day. They had been leisurely before, but now they were fleeing. They were accustomed to the dark forest, finding it quite manageable to move through it. Their physical fitness was good, allowing them to see fairly clearly even at night. "Good evening, everyone." They suddenly heard a voice behind them, and when they turned around, they saw a black-haired man standing on a tree, smiling at them. Asuna's pupils dilated instantly upon seeing. Hereg, her mouth gaping in terror before she covered it tightly with her hand, displaying an extremely horrified expression. Asuna, Asuna, what's wrong? Shadi immediately noticed Asuna's abnormal behavior. The black-haired man seemed unremarkable and had done nothing, yet why would Asuna show such an expression? At that moment in Asuna's eyes, apart from the man's magical power, comparable to a middle-tier caster. Most importantly, the bloodline power within him was terrifyingly strong. Asuna could see the strength of others' bloodline power, with most people just having some red glow within their bodies. The more powerful knights would have a faint red glow enveloping their bodies. Even more powerful great knights would be surrounded by some red glow all over. The strongest bloodline power Asuna had seen belonged to an elf, who was completely shrouded in a layer of red mist, signifying extremely robust bloodline power. But compared to this black-haired man, they were insignificant. The red glow from the black-haired man could almost be described as a sea of blood, forming surging tsunamis and tidal waves. Asuna looked up and saw the red blood light covering nearly the entire night sky. And within the red glow, a black humanoid shadow, with a pair of bat-like wings only wider and larger than those of a bat. This was a spectacle Asuna had never seen, never having witnessed bloodline power manifest such phenomena. Asuna watched the terrifying scene, and deep fear rose in her heart. What kind of bloodline power could display such a scene? Hereg stood on the tree, looking at the four people in front of him, feeling a bit strange. He hadn't even done anything yet, so why was this adventurer so afraid of him? David and Reese went to the other side, where there were also a few adventurers. He came over here alone to deal with these adventurers. Cain was already guarding the entrance to the mountain, so no adventurer could escape from there. There were also wizards from base 27 in other directions, controlling every path. So Hereg wasn't in a hurry. These adventurers were like fish in a barrel doomed to die. Run, Asuna turned her head and shouted to Shadi and the others. Run quickly, this person is a monster. Asuna saw that Shadi and the others hadn't moved, so she continued to shout. Hereg touched his nose. Miss, it's not very polite to call someone a monster to their face. Asuna mustered the courage to stand in front, saying to the three behind her, go quickly. Shadi understood now. This black-haired man seemed very strong, which was why Asuna acted this way. Under such circumstances, she couldn't leave either. Shadi went to Asuna's side. How could we let you stay here alone? The warrior and the holy mage also approached proactively, guarding Asuna. All these years, they had relied on unity to come this far. Asuna was very moved but felt powerless, a bit of despair in her eyes. You should go. The bloodline power of this person before us is akin to that of gods, beyond our capability to fight. You leave, and I'll try to delay him, even for just a second. At these words, the others looked at Hereg. Akin to gods, what kind of evaluation was this? At this moment, Shadi was instead very calm, holding Asuna's hand and saying, since that's the case, why should we run? When we became adventurers, we anticipated a day like this. Dying together with Asuna isn't necessarily a bad thing. Bloodline power? You can see the bloodline power within me. Hereg was somewhat surprised. The woman before him could actually see that the bloodline power within him was godlike. The bloodline power of the thunder god ancestor was naturally the highest level bloodline power. Hereg understood that the ancestor represented the ultimate level of all power and the origin of everything. Information about the ancestor was very scarce, and all relevant materials that Hereg had found were merely a few notes. Comparing gods to the ancestor wasn't even adequate. Strictly speaking, gods were below the level of the ancestor. But Asuna didn't know. In her understanding, the highest level of power was that of gods. Asuna took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She must do her best to preserve Shadi and the others' lives. Asuna had now regained her composure, knowing she couldn't give up. If even she had despaired and given up, then Shadi and the others would surely die. Asuna started to quickly think of solutions. Fighting was definitely not an option. She had to think of another way. Asuna noticed that Hereg seemed surprised that she could perceive his bloodline power. Perhaps this could be a breakthrough point. Asuna calmly said, Sir, would you allow my friends to leave? I can stay behind and I'll answer whatever you ask. Do you have the leverage to bargain with me? Hereg asked with a smile. The current situation was not for Asuna to decide. Herag could decide their life or death at a thought, and she had no qualifications to negotiate. Asuna almost stopped breathing. She knew she had no leverage to negotiate with Herag, forced to speak up. "But I don't care, you stay and they can leave," Herag said. The area was already surrounded, and these people were doomed to die. Besides this caster, the others held no value to him. The other three were destined to die. The difference was whether by his hand or another's. Herag was more interested now in why this caster could see his own bloodline. After making the great dark heaven his talent spell, Herag could also sense the strength of the bloodline. But it was only a very vague feeling. Judging by the caster's expression, it seemed that her perception was very clear and evident. So he decided to keep this caster for more in-depth communication. As for the others, they didn't matter nor concern him. Suna, hearing that Herag would let her companions go, immediately said, "Shadi, go quickly." But Shadi and the others were still reluctant to leave. Herag was most annoyed by such time wasters, so he said, "Disappear from my sight within 3 seconds or die." "Go," Asuna gave a forceful push. Tears welled in Shadi's eyes, and after thinking about it, she left with the other two. Herag glanced at the direction they were fleeing, heading towards the mountain entrance where Cain awaited them. "All right, now tell me, how did you see the bloodline power within me?" Herag asked. Suna took a deep breath and did not answer immediately. Herag could tell she was stalling for time, hoping Shadi and the others could get further away. "Rest assured, I'm not interested in hunting them down," Herag said. Knowing her little plan had been seen through, Asuna had no choice but to say, "Since I was a child, I've had a certain ability to sense the strength and amount of magical energy, fighting Kai, and other energies within others, and I can also see the strength of others' bloodline power." "Then what did you see in my bloodline power?" Herag asked. Suna described the vision she saw completely and in detail without omitting any detail. "So that's how it is. It seems she saw the bloodline power of the thunder god ancestor. What a miraculous talent to even discern the ancestor's bloodline." Herag pondered. The ability of the caster before him should also be a type of bloodline power. To see through the thunder god ancestral bloodline, she must certainly not be simple and might hold more hidden powers. Herag thought about it and decided not to kill the caster before him for the time being, as keeping her might serve many purposes. He took out a master-servant contract and handed it to Suna. "This is a master-servant contract, drip your blood onto it." Looking at the master-servant contract, Asuna was filled with countless thoughts. Although Herag said nothing, Asuna knew that not signing meant death. She now had no choice, so she bit her finger and let the blood drip onto the master-servant contract. Herag then dripped his own blood onto the master's position, and the master-servant contract was officially established. "What's your name?" Herag asked. Suna's emotions were somewhat confused, and she answered Asuna. She didn't know what to do in the future. Now that the master-servant contract was signed, her life and death were in the hands of this black-haired man before her. "I'm Herag. Just wait here for a while. I'll investigate your talent issue after we return." Herag jumped onto a tree, watching the surroundings for any movements. He also kept an eye on his bracelet, waiting for Parker's next instruction. Inside Base 27, the sorcerers were at least level 1 official wizards, and the strongest of these adventurers were only third-class wizard apprentices. The power gap between the two sides was too vast. If Base 27 wasn't aiming to completely annihilate these adventurers, things wouldn't have escalated this much. They could send out just one person to kill them all. The only issue is that one person can't guarantee there won't be any survivors. Even one escaping constitutes a hidden threat to Base 27. Under Parker's arrangement, these adventurers had no hope of survival. Upon stepping into the Lime Mountain Range, if they didn't leave before sunset, it destined their fate to never return. After sunset, no new adventurers would come, which was a perfect time to act. They just needed to eliminate all the adventurers who entered the Lime Mountain Range. Ordinary adventurers would be killed directly. Only casters might have a chance to survive. The Wizard Plane's invasion of the Elf Plane, besides plundering resources, also involved learning many things from the Elf Plane. The power systems of these casters and the Wizard Plane may look similar, but there are still many differences. For instance, they don't need magic potions to advance to official wizards. These are issues that the wizard plane needs to research and learn about. Therefore, casters generally survive, as they carry valuable research insights. Suna looked in the direction where Shadi and the others had departed, her face full of worry. She was now completely calm. After thinking, she suddenly realized that Shadi and the others might be in danger. With the master-servant contract signed with Herag, she shouldn't be in immediate danger. Suna noticed Herag waiting for something, and also sensed various magic power fluctuations from the surroundings. So many powerful casters. Asuna's face turned deathly pale. From the surrounding magic power fluctuations, there seemed to be many powerful official casters within the Lime Mountain range. She didn't know where Herag and his group came from or which faction they belonged to. But based on the current situation, it could be deduced that Herag's faction was hiding within the Lime Mountain range to undertake a very important task. The missing mountain patrol team must have already died at the hands of these people. And once a group of adventurers entered the Lime Mountain range, Herag and his group were determined to capture them all. Suna speculated that it was because of her special talent ability that made Herag temporarily intrigued, leading him to sign the master-servant contract and let her live for now. However, Shadi and the others weren't as lucky. Why didn't Herag care about them leaving? After pondering for a moment, Asuna concluded that Shadi and the others couldn't escape. Even if they left, they would die. Herag knew long ago that their death was inevitable, so it didn't matter if he let them stay or go. At this thought, Asuna's heart suddenly filled with anxiety. She glanced at Herag sitting on a branch and slowly said, "Master, could you save Shadi and the others?" "Shadi, oh, they're your companions, right?" Herag paused before understanding. Asuna knelt on the ground, crying, "Master, please save them." Herag chuckled, jumped down from the tree, squatted beside Asuna, and used his hand to lift Asuna's chin, making her raise her head. "You must understand, you can survive because you bring value in surviving. Your 3 companions hold no value for us. From the moment they entered the mountain, their death was certain. My greatest kindness lies in not killing your friends in front of you. Moreover, I lack the ability to save them." When Herag decided to keep Asuna, he was already determined not to kill Shadi and the others. At that point, he intended to keep Asuna, a caster, for detailed research. And Shadi and the others apparently shared a good relationship with Asuna. If Herag had killed the 3 directly, it would create a permanent hurdle in Asuna's heart. Such actions would cause many troubles for him. He simply wanted to keep Asuna for research and learning. If Asuna didn't cooperate, it would require more effort. The death of Shadi and the others was inevitable. The difference was only in whether they died by his hands. Herag preferred to have a truly obedient servant rather than one who constantly thought about revenge. Letting Shadi and the others leave wouldn't cost him anything. Suna collapsed on the ground powerlessly and cried, covering her face after hearing Herag's words. This feeling of knowing your friends will die yet being powerless was one of unparalleled despair. At this moment, she suddenly felt that dying with Shadi and the 3 of them might be better than living like this. Herag noticed her unusual emotion immediately and said coldly, "Suicide or self-harm or any form of self-injury is not allowed." Suna's hand, holding the dagger, paused, and she looked up at Herag, her face covered with tears. Due to the enforced effect of the master-servant contract, Asuna's hand almost involuntarily put the dagger back. Asuna couldn't die, yet since Herag still had use for her. If Asuna committed suicide, all his efforts would be in vain. Regret flooded Asuna's heart. She regretted accepting this task. If she hadn't accepted this task, Shadi and the others wouldn't have died because of it. To her brother back home, it looked like she wouldn't return, and she didn't know what would happen to him afterward. She regretted letting Shadi and the others leave. She had thought leaving would be safe. Who would have thought the Lime Mountain range would have so many powerful casters? Suna attributed all faults to herself. Being the leader of this adventure team, she had to be responsible for the others. After giving orders against suicide, Herag did not care about Asuna, but paid attention to the surroundings. Earlier, there were many magic power fluctuations everywhere, but now they had gradually settled down, which seemed to indicate everything was resolved. It was expected. Official wizards dealing with knights and wizard apprentice level was too easy, requiring little effort. The blue light flashed on the ring on Herreg's hand, and Parker's voice came from within. After cleaning up the scene, immediately returned to the base. Suna suddenly raised her head upon hearing this voice. Looking at the ring in Herreg's hand, she couldn't understand Parker's language, but she could tell someone was issuing orders to Herreg. Herreg is already so strong, yet there's someone who can command him. Moreover, I don't have the ability to save them either. The words Herreg just spoke echoed in Asuna's mind. She suddenly realized that the forces behind Herreg might be more terrifying than she had imagined. Herreg's claim of having no ability to save them was indeed helplessness. This meant there's an existence far stronger than Herreg orchestrating this massacre from the shadows. Asuna, are not allowed to disclose any information related to my bloodline to anyone. Herreg, feeling uneasy, issued a command. Herreg's Thunder God ancestral bloodline power was something even Parker hadn't discerned. Without activating the bloodline mark, he seemed no different from an ordinary wizard. This was also a significant reason Herreg kept Asuna. Even Parker, a level 3 wizard, couldn't detect the bloodline power. Why can a third-class wizard apprentice level caster discern it? This made Herreg very curious, intending to investigate it. But the research had to wait until returning to the wizard plane. Currently at base 27. Besides having the witch array, there were also many powerful wizards, and anything he did would be sensed. He couldn't expose his secrets. During this time at base 27, he could only cultivate diligently, without showing any abnormalities. Asuna nodded, "Yes, my lord." She gleaned some information from Herreg's command. That is, Herreg's bloodline power seems to be a secret, even unknowable to the forces behind him. This made Asuna instantly think of many things. In Asuna's view, Herreg is absolutely a god-like figure. Yet his magical aura only neared the level of a middle-tier caster. This was too incongruous. Why would such a powerful bloodline power existence disguise itself as a mere caster? There must be more secrets hidden behind Herreg. In a flash, many thoughts crossed Asuna's mind. She shook her head. These didn't matter to her, uncertain about how long she could live. Asuna naturally did not know Herreg's bloodline power was indeed substantial. But that was a power usable only on the abyss plane. The stronger the power, the more suppression it faced from the world will on other planes. If a common demon from the abyss plane arrived at the elf plane or wizard plane, it would face minimal suppression, with little reduction in strength. Herreg's ancestral bloodline status was too high. Suppressed dead by the world will, unable to normally activate the bloodline mark. There came some commotion from behind Herreg, and Asuna turned back to look, spotting a man and woman. Reese glanced at Asuna, then reported to Herreg, "We've handled things on our end. Lord Parker sent word for us to return." Let's go," Herreg nodded. David and Reese also glanced at Asuna, then ignored her and turned away. Asuna gasped. The two before her were also initial tier casters with strong magical auras. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed to be Herreg's subordinates. Asuna kept her head down, silently following behind Herreg. She swept away negative emotions and made another decision. I must become stronger. For the first time, Asuna had such a strong desire for power. If she were strong enough, Shadi and others wouldn't have died. If she were strong enough, she wouldn't be in a position to be so easily slaughtered, utterly powerless to resist. Asuna realized the people before her were so powerful. Once she entered the force they were part of, there would be a chance to access great power. Asuna believed her talent was unmatched. The two before her could become powerful initial tier casters. She could too, and could travel even further. More importantly, Herreg, who had signed a master-servant contract with her, was a god-level existence disguised in human skin. Suddenly, Asuna thought maybe this was an opportunity for her. To become strong, she had to rely on Herreg. Though she didn't know what Herreg intended, by staying by his side, there would eventually be opportunities to grow stronger. From this moment, Asuna tied her own interest to Herreg's. Unknowingly, Herreg walked a distance while Asuna contemplated so much. He and David Reese, along with others, returned to base 27. Others gradually came back as well. Judging by their appearances, It seemed they had easily dealt with those adventurers. Herag even saw a bald wizard carrying a well-built woman, who upon closer inspection was dressed like an adventurer. The bald wizard felt something, turned to see Herag, then grinned. That woman was his trophy. It seemed life at base 27 had been so dull, frustrating him greatly. Parker wouldn't care if you brought people back from outside, as long as they weren't let out. Within the base, you could do as you pleased. Suna also saw that woman, then covered her mouth. She recognized that woman. She was a well-known assassin among adventurers. Night-level strength. Judging by her looks, she was still breathing, but could foresee rough days ahead. Thinking this, Asuna glanced at Herag's back. Concerned if Herag planned something against her, she'd be helpless. An hour later, Kane was the last to return. Many people stood in the plaza within the base, with Parker in the center. Kane reported, "All traces have been cleared from every place." Parker nodded, "Yes, understood." After eliminating these adventurers, stronger beings might come investigating. Everyone prepare beforehand. Parker dared to order the extermination of those adventurers, naturally prepared for the consequences. After these adventurers disappeared, stronger beings would surely come investigating. But Parker didn't care, nor did Base 27. They just needed time, and once they truly faced the elf race, Base 27 would have enough confidence. At that time, Base 27 would actively strike, no longer needing to hide as they do now. Suna stood behind Herag, looking at the group of initial tier casters, middle tier casters, and even high tier casters around. Moreover, there were some whose magical power far surpassed high tier casters. She felt a bit dizzy, wondering why so many powerful existences gathered in the Lime Mountain range. She still didn't understand the Wizard Plains language, couldn't comprehend their discussions. Suna could sense that this group was likely scheming something very important. Inside Base 27, there were many high-energy facilities, and Asuna saw numerous devices containing extremely high magical energy. But she didn't recognize them, had never seen them before, and didn't know what they were. Asuna looked around, feeling a bit strange. It seems there's no one stronger than Lord Herag. In Asuna's view, if Herag were to display his true bloodline power, he could wipe out everyone here on his own. At this moment, Asuna was even more convinced that Herag was concealing his strength for a purpose. After Parker finished speaking, he glanced around and said, "Anyone who captures a caster or captive this time needs to register. You can directly sell the casters to me, or you can keep them yourself. Note, all captives are not allowed to leave the base. It's best to sign a master-servant contract. Those without can come to me to purchase one." In the wizard plane, there are many bases on the elf plane, and at each base, wizards would catch some captives. Making elf maidens their servants was a very common thing. After Herag registered with Asuna at the base's population administrator, he took her to his room. "You should know the rules as well. Absolutely do not think about leaving here, understood?" Herag warned. Asuna nodded, "Understood, sir." Herag, David, and Reese were guarding a hidden forest within the Lime Mountain range. Yesterday, they only eliminated the first batch of adventurers that came. According to the information revealed by these adventurers, more adventurers are expected to come over the next period of time. So people still needed to be arranged to hide in various places in the Lime Mountain range, to kill whoever comes in. Their only chance was to turn back and leave at the entrance. After sunrise, more adventurers gradually arrived. No one knew what happened in the Lime Mountain range last night, nor did anyone notice anything unusual here. After all, dozens of people entering the Lime Mountain range was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without leaving a ripple. Today's adventurers were fewer than yesterday. Most had already arrived yesterday. Those who came today mostly saw the mission when they returned from outside. Herag was guarding at the mouth of a valley, watching a group of people walk into the valley. This group was not small in number, there were 7 of them. At the front was a great night-level man with a large sword on his back, and among the 6 people behind him, 2 were night level, while the others were at the ordinary level. Among the adventurers, this team was considered strong. But in front of Herag, these people were quite weak. Herag stood up and stretched. "Time to get to work, haven't moved my muscles in a while." "I can go," David offered. Hereg shook his head. I'll do it, haven't fought for a long time and my hands are itching. A colorful shield appeared around Hereg's body. Blood Python's Fury. Hereg took out some blood and smeared it on his palm, then cast various beneficial magic on himself. Hereg's body began to rapidly expand. His clothes instantly burst apart, leaving him standing stark naked in no time. So big, Reese's cheeks reddened, but she couldn't bear to look away, staring unblinkingly. A layer of black mist enveloped Hereg, forming a shiny black armor on his body surface. Now Hereg had transformed into a giant over 3 meters tall, donned in full black armor, exuding intense presence. You all stay here and keep an eye on the surroundings. I'll go and stretch a bit. Hereg took a glance at the distant group and walked towards them with large strides. Williams, why haven't we encountered anyone on the way? Aren't there many who came yesterday? Remarked a man dressed like an assassin. Walking in the front with a large sword on his back, Williams said in a deep voice, "The Lime Mountain range is so vast, it's normal not to run into anyone. We need to hurry. Those who came a day earlier might have already found some clues." The assassin toyed with a dagger in his hand and chuckled. "No worries, given our strength, if anyone has found clues, we'll just snatch them away." With a great knight and 2-knight level, they had every reason to make such a claim. As long as they didn't encounter casters, they could practically go unhindered. Ordinary adventurer teams would find it fortunate to have a knight level among them. They not only had 2-knight level, but also a great knight level strongman. Williams shook his head. "I don't think it's that simple. We can't be careless." "Relax, with you here, who can withstand your great sword," said one of Williams's teammates confidently in him. In past adventures, Williams was almost an invincible presence. He once faced a caster, and with his great sword he charged in and sliced the caster in half. Though the caster was already injured, that battle made Williams famous. Williams's expression remained serious. Ever since entering the Lime Mountain range, he had felt something was off. The intuition of a great knight told him that some danger was lurking here. So Williams was cautious all the way. There was an indescribable feeling lingering in his heart. Williams glanced at the map. Just past this valley would be the patrol area of the mountain patrol team. Ahead is the mountain patrol team's patrol area. Let's hurry up and get there, Williams instructed as he put the map away. The group quickened their pace, preparing to speed through the valley. "Since you're here, you might as well stay," a low voice sounded from the front. Immediately after, a giant clad in black armor emerged from ahead. The moment Williams saw Hereg, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. A sense of impending death erupted from deep within, nearly driving him to lose his mind. He, as a great knight, was highly sensitive to such feelings. It was precisely because of this that Williams had an immediate sense of Hereg's power. On the contrary, the others were just very wary of Hereg. From Hereg's towering build, they could tell he was very strong. But they didn't know just how strong Hereg really was. "My friend, we should have no grudges, right?" Williams took a deep breath to calm himself, not daring to even draw his sword now. He had a gut feeling that if he dared to draw his sword, he would certainly die. Hereg nodded. "Indeed, no grudges. But I don't need a reason to crush a few ants." Arrogant, the assassin couldn't hold back on hearing this. "Is he talking about us? This guy is too arrogant. He was a knight-level assassin. Not top-tier combat power like a great knight. But among adventurers, he was a somewhat famous assassin. When had he ever been so looked down upon?" The assassin drew out his dagger, crouched low, gave a cold glance at Hereg, and then vanished. "Maina, stop!" Williams abruptly turned back to stop his companion, but unfortunately, Maina had already disappeared from his spot. The next second, a humanoid shadow appeared behind Hereg. Upon closer inspection, it was Maina holding a dagger. He aimed the dagger at Hereg's neck, trying to stab through the gap in the black armor. Hereg stood motionless, speaking deeply. "Even when I was an ordinary person, I killed someone as weak as you." Recalling the past, Hereg remembered when he was in the Jade Mountain range. He wasn't even a knight and had no magic power. At that time, he encountered a knight-level assassin pursuit and killed him instead. Maina naturally didn't believe what Hereg said and sneered contemptuously. "An ordinary person killing a knight-level expert. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Herag's words made Maina even more disdainful, and he accelerated the dagger swiftly downward. However, Maina found his dagger stopped a few centimeters from the neck. There seemed to be something blocking his dagger. Upon closer look, it was a thin membrane shimmering with various colors. This membrane looked very transparent. If not for those colors, it would be completely invisible. Upon failing with this move, Maina felt an ominous sensation rise in his heart. Missing the attack, retreat at once. This is the conventional strategy of an assassin. Just as Maina wanted to retreat, Herag moved. Herag grabbed Maina's right hand that held the dagger, yanked hard, intending to pull all of Maina forward. Unexpectedly, he didn't pull the person over. Only an arm with blood gushing. A pained wail came from behind Maina. Herag said deeply, "Sorry, didn't expect you to be so weak, used a bit too much strength." Maina clutched his wound with his left hand, looking at Herag in horror. What kind of monster is this? With just a seemingly casual pull, he tore off Maina's entire arm. A normal person with a bit more strength might have just pulled the person over. And tearing off an entire arm can only mean this person's power has reached an extremely terrifying level. It really looked like Herag accidentally tore off the arm. This was what terrified Maina the most. The giant man before him possessed power beyond his comprehension. Seeing this scene, Williams couldn't think much and charged with his giant sword, intent on saving his companion. The broad giant sword, accompanied by a strong gust, slashed down fiercely towards Herag's head. Williams didn't know if this strike would succeed. He could only go all out. Herag seemingly slowly stretched out his hand. His large palm grasped the giant sword, and with a squeeze, the giant sword instantly deformed and twisted. Williams' pupils constricted, and seeing this scene, his face showed an expression of disbelief. His giant sword was crafted by the dwarf's craftsmanship, using meteorite mixed with dragon blood, known as a divine weapon. Williams, holding this giant sword, had cut through countless weapons. But today, this incredibly hard, invincible giant sword was easily squeezed into scrap metal by this man before him, with just a grip. Herag yanked hard, easily snatched the giant sword from Williams' hands, squeezed hard, breaking it into several pieces, muttering, "What's this?" He turned his head to glance at Williams, casually slapped over. Seeing the slap quickly approaching his face, Williams wanted to dodge, but his body wouldn't move. "What's holding me in place? Is it magic?" A doubt flashed through Williams' mind, wondering why he couldn't dodge the slap. Herag's slap landed on Williams' head, instantly separating it from the neck and sending it flying. As his head flew away, Williams suddenly realized, I wasn't immobilized, it was his speed too fast. And with that, his consciousness completely plunged into darkness. Williams' headless body crashed heavily onto the ground, making a dull sound. The scene suddenly went silent, even Maina, clutching his wound, seemed numb to the pain. At this moment, everyone looked at the corpse on the ground, then at Herag with vacant eyes. After a brief stupor, immense fear rose from the depths of their hearts. And he was slapped to death. Everyone wondered if they were dreaming. The scene shattered everyone's understanding. The great knight-level Williams was slapped to death, just like that. He died so easily, without any ability to fight back. Like a mosquito easily swatted dead by someone. I don't need a reason to step on a few ants. Herag's earlier words echoed in everyone's ears again. At this moment, they finally understood. Herag wasn't arrogant, it was themselves in his eyes who really were ants. Do you need a reason to step on an ant? Indeed, you don't, you just step on it if you want to. After the intense fear, the instinct of survival urged them to flee. At this moment, regaining some rationality, they each chose a direction to run away. So many people, going in different directions, it was just a matter of who had the bad luck. A wise choice, but it's not applicable to me, Herag said in a deep voice. Although he appeared large, giving the impression of being cumbersome. The adventurers thought the same. They had seen giants, whose strength indeed was great, but their movements were always slow. At this moment, they just wanted to run and get out of this place. Maina, having lost an arm, was the first to react, becoming invisible and starting to run frantically. Herag stomped his foot, appearing behind Maina in an instant, and swung a punch at Maina's back. Maina abruptly accelerated, flying out and crashing against a distant cliff wall. After the corpse slid down, it left a smear of blood on the cliff, like a mosquito smashed against a wall. Seeing Herag chase after Mena, a glimmer of hope rose in the others' hearts. The valley exit was just in front of them. If they could just run a bit faster, they could escape. But Herag's speed far exceeded their expectations. After punching Mena dead, Herag didn't pause at all, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with another adventurer fleeing in a different direction. This person didn't even have night-level strength, though even at night level it made no difference. With just an ordinary slap, Herag smashed this person away, leaving him lying on the ground without a sound. Herag transformed into the Grim Reaper, striking one after another, leaving these people no room to resist in front of him. In just 7 or 8 seconds, this group was completely dealt with by Herag alone. The person who ran the farthest was about 300 meters from the valley entrance. He thought he was close to the exit and would escape soon. The constant screams behind him were like omens of death. The next moment, a pain struck his chest, and before he could react, his consciousness plunged into darkness. A tremendous force crashed into him, his insides rupturing everywhere, unable to withstand such powerful stress. After dealing with these people, David and Reese jumped down from a nearby slope. Herag instructed, then relinquished his current state. "Change your clothes." Reese took out a set of clothes from the space ring, walked over to Herag, handing them over with a slight blush on her face. Herag paused for a moment. He originally had clothes ready. But since Reese had already prepared them for him, it wasn't polite to refuse. So he nodded and said, "Thank you." Now Herag had relinquished his giant transformation, returning to his original body size. Reese quickly stole a glance while Herag changed. Still so big. In the following half-month, adventurers continued to trickle in. The wizard from Base 27 was stationed throughout the mountain range, killing any adventurers who entered. Gradually, fewer adventurers came to Lime Mountain Range, making Herag and the others work much easier, beginning a leisurely time in the mountains. Oberstein, in the border camp of the known kingdom. Tyrion looked at the reporting order officer in front of him and said gravely, "Are you saying that none of the adventurers who entered the Lime Mountain Range have returned yet?" The order officer swallowed with some bitterness, nodding, "Yes, Commander. In this half-month, 200 to 300 adventurers, including many casters, went in, but so far none have come back." Tyrion closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. He knew that most of those adventurers were not coming back. As for why they couldn't return, nobody knew. "We also sent a 100-man unit back then, and there were no casualties. Why is it that these adventurers went and couldn't return?" Tyrion was a bit perplexed. The order officer thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps the other side didn't want to clash with the kingdom army, while those adventurers didn't have much backing, so they all met with misfortune after going in." Tyrion shook his head. "That shouldn't be the reason. That mountain patrol team is also missing. This explanation doesn't make sense." "Well, subordinate doesn't know either." The order officer was also puzzled. After pondering for a while, Tyrion said solemnly, "Withdraw that mission." "It's already been withdrawn, and now no one dares to take on that mission. The news of adventurers disappearing in the Lime Mountain Range has spread throughout Oberstein, and no one dares to take it on," the order officer replied. Tyrion nodded. "Make a proclamation forbidding anyone to approach the Lime Mountain Range. I will report this matter to Stone City. Until things are clarified, that area will be designated as a forbidden zone. Stone City is the capital of the known kingdom, as well as the center of power." Tyrion could no longer handle the issue there, and his intuition told him that there might be severe problems involved, necessitating reporting to the king. "Understood, I'll handle it right away." The order officer quickly drafted the proclamation and had it posted throughout Oberstein. At this time, rumors about the Lime Mountain Range had already spread across Oberstein. Indeed, there was no need for Tyrion's announcement, as even ordinary people, not to mention adventurers, dared not approach that place now. Anyone who went in vanished without a trace, and who would carelessly go there. Some bold adventurers believed that the larger the storm, the bigger the fish, and thought there might be treasures inside. Considering themselves chosen ones, extraordinarily powerful, they plunged into the Lime Mountain Range, only to disappear as well with no news. After the news of Lime Mountain Range spread, adventurers in other cities heard and began journeying there. Among them were powerful beings like initial tier casters. The existence of such levels was practically the pinnacle of adventurers' strength. They had encountered bizarre occurrences before and understood that there were many places that ordinary people could not easily tread. Only formal casters like them could explore the mysteries of such places. To ordinary adventurers, it was a dead zone, but to them, it was an opportunity. Many casters knew that such places might well be ancient ruins. The dangers within were naturally beyond what ordinary adventurers could resolve. Oberstein at Asuna's house. Lin sat inside, hands covering his face, tears streaming through his fingers, his body trembling uncontrollably. Asuna went to the Lime Mountain Range half a month ago and hasn't returned yet. Shadi hasn't come back either. Their entire adventuring team disappeared in the Lime Mountain Range. Linz didn't pay much mind initially. Asuna often took 10 days, half a month, or even a month for tasks without returning. But then the Lime Mountain Range news came out. No adventurers who entered have returned. Under such circumstances, not coming back, everyone understood what that meant. It's highly likely they would never return. Linz never anticipated this day would come. In his eyes, although Asuna was a bit annoying as an older sister, he always admired his sister, though strong, intelligent, talented, a powerful caster. Linz diligently trained as a knight, with Asuna as his role model all along. He aspired to be as strong as his sister, free from living under her shadow forever. Linz never thought that such a powerful sister would disappear in what appeared to be an ordinary Lime Mountain Range, unlikely to return. The note on the table was still there, which read, "Eat the pastries while they're fresh, they spoil easily in hot weather." The pastries remained, initially untouched out of reluctance, now because he couldn't bear to eat them. Those were the last items Asuna bought for him. The pastries had long spoiled. Linz still hadn't thrown them away and didn't even dare to touch them. At this moment, Linz was filled with endless regret and guilt. Some things are only cherished when lost, because when it was there, you never felt its presence. Linz looked at his longsword, his gaze filled with newfound determination. I want to become strong. He didn't rashly charge into the Lime Mountain Range, because even someone as powerful as his sister didn't. Return, going in recklessly meant he, too, would likely never come back. Linz grasped the longsword, his desire to become a knight growing even stronger in his heart. Growing stronger, and then venturing into the Lime Mountain Range to search for signs of Asuna became the goal Linz set for himself. Knight-level strength is not enough, at least it has to be great knight level. This is still too far off for Linz right now, but he believes that as long as he puts in enough effort, there will come a day when he achieves it. This is the imperial capital of the known kingdom, heavily guarded by troops and home to many powerful beings. Within Sea Stone City lies a caster academy, primarily established to train excellent casters and cultivate talent for the known kingdom. Sifler is over 300 years old this year, and he is the dean of Sea Stone Mage Academy as well as a powerful magic master. Those who are above high-tier spellcaster are known as magic masters, and there aren't many in the entire known kingdom. Sifler sat in his office, holding a letter in his hand. This letter is from Oberstein at the border, and the king had it sent to him for assistance. The letter was written by the border commander Tyrion, detailing the events concerning the Lime Mountain Range. From the disappearance of an initial mountain patrol team to the unsuccessful search by hundreds and the silence of the hundreds of adventurers who entered the Lime Mountain Range. Sifler carefully read through the letter, formulating some speculations in his mind. In his view, it was probable that a relic had surfaced in that area of Lime Mountain Range, and it was likely to be a magical relic. Only under such circumstances could a possibility arise that everyone who entered would disappear. Among those adventurers, quite a few were casters. No ordinary relic could trap all these casters. Based on the descriptions in the letter, not a single person managed to escape, indicating that it wasn't a simple relic. According to the information, at least initial tier casters are required to explore such a place. Sifler sighed. He needed to sit tight in Sea Stone City to protect the safety of its people and couldn't go personally. In his youth, he explored many such relics. There were naturally plenty of dangers, but also many opportunities. If he hadn't encountered so many fortuitous events in his youth, he wouldn't have reached this point. Siffler thought for a moment and called for one of his students. A long-haired man entered the office. Dressed in lavish clothes, adorned with a longsword at his waist, handsome features, and a perpetual confident smile on his face. This was Siffler's most prized student, Cole. Cole was a nobleman who demonstrated astonishing talent in the path of knight training from a young age. At the tender age of 13, he had already become a great knight. Later sent to the caster academy, he displayed incredible caster talent, catching Siffler's eye and becoming his student. At 15, Cole became an initial tier caster. The news spread, shocking the entire kingdom, and he was regarded as the future guardian of the kingdom. At 25, Cole became a middle-tier caster. Starting that year, he traveled the world, experiencing many things and meeting powerful individuals from various races. After 5 years, Cole returned to see Stone City. Teacher, Cole respectfully bowed. Siffler looked at the tall figure before him with much pride. Cole grew up under his guidance, and it was he who led him on the path of a caster. Siffler believed that Cole might be the only one in the entire known kingdom with the potential to reach the great mage level. Siffler had grown old, recognizing that his potential had reached its limit. He clearly knew that he would remain at this level for the rest of his life, unable to ever touch the threshold of becoming a great mage. But Cole was different. His talent was truly astonishing, surpassing Siffler's own youthful prospects. Siffler placed great hope in Cole. Since he couldn't become a great mage himself, nurturing a great mage would mean no regrets in this life. Yet the path to becoming a great mage is not easy. Siffler deeply understood the difficulties involved. This path is tough, filled with many hardships. Cole's journey was too smooth without facing many obstacles. Siffler considered that the situation in the Lime Mountain Range might be an excellent opportunity for training. Cole's middle-tier caster strength was perfect for a trial in the Lime Mountain Range. Siffler did not believe that Cole would perish there. If even Cole would perish there, wouldn't that mean that it would at least require a magic master to explore the relic? A magic master to explore. Siffler smiled at the thought, realizing that he was overthinking it. Oberstein was a place he visited in his youth, just a common border town with nothing particularly remarkable nearby. The relic in the Lime Mountain Range probably surfaced, because the witch array gradually failed over time. Siffler assumed that those who disappeared might not necessarily be dead. They could be trapped within the relic. Once Cole arrives, goes into the relic, and claims the fortuitous treasure, he can rescue those inside. At that time, not only would Cole gain the resources within the relic, but he would also earn immense prestige. "Teacher, what's the matter?" Cole asked upon seeing Siffler smile. Siffler concealed his smile, knowing that while he had laid the path for Cole, he couldn't appear too relaxed. Cole was still young, despite his talent and strength. He lacked experience. Relics are indeed dangerous. Cole mustn't become complacent. Siffler handed over the letter, speaking in a low voice. "Take a look at this letter." Cole took the letter and read it carefully. He looked up. "What does teacher think is the reason?" "I suspect a relic has emerged there," Siffler stated. Cole contemplated for a moment before saying, "Did teacher call me to investigate this situation?" Siffler nodded. "Correct, given your abilities, exploring these relics should be no problem. My only concern is your lack of experience, which could put you at a disadvantage amid the various complexities of a relic. Rest assured, teacher, it's precisely because I lack experience that I need to go through this, isn't it?" Cole replied with confidence. Siffler was still a little uneasy. Once you're there, you must be cautious with everything." "Teacher, I'm no longer the child I used to be. I'm already a middle-tier caster now. Even if I can't accomplish the task, do you think I'd end up trapped in a relic?" Cole asserted. Siffler considered this, even if there are dangers with the relic. With Cole's abilities, he would surely be able to escape. Relics that can trap a middle-tier caster are rare. Siffler looked at the confident young man in front of him and chuckled wryly. Yes, Cole had grown up. As one gets older, it's easy to overlook the passage of time. The little brat from back then had now turned into a strong individual capable of handling things on his own. The fledgling eagle had grown into a mighty eagle, and indeed no longer needed him to worry so much. Then you should make sure you're ready before you go and be careful in everything, Siffler advised, feeling at that moment that he was truly old. Cole flashed a bright and confident smile. I'm leaving now, teacher. Siffler nodded and said, upon your return, I will arrange a marriage for you. Cole gave a wry smile and ran off as if to escape. He didn't want to be tied down by marriage so early. The years he spent traveling had made him fall in love with the feeling of freedom. Once one steps into marriage, many things become beyond one's control. Siffler thought more about it. If Cole wanted to become a great mage, talent alone was not enough. He needed sufficient support behind him. But even the entire known kingdom didn't have the means to cultivate a great mage. The marriage Siffler mentioned was an alliance with the elf race. The elf race stood tall above everyone else, rulers of the entire world. If Cole could marry into the elf race, his future would be smooth sailing, and becoming a great mage would just be a matter of time. However, Cole has always been resistant to marriage, which troubled Siffler greatly. Siffler sighed, can't be hasty. Cole is still young, let it unfold slowly. Indeed, the alliance couldn't be rushed. The current Cole might not catch the elf race's attention. Once Cole matured further, if he could become a magic master, the marriage would likely succeed. Siffler had no doubt Cole would become a magic master. The only issue was how to convince Cole. If Cole were to marry into the elf race, his status would inevitably be lower. It was uncertain how to convince Cole to accept this. The elf race is a noble and arrogant race. Most humans don't catch their eye. Only someone as exceptional as Cole had a sliver of chance to connect with the elf race. Cole was still young and hadn't understood the importance of resources. His journey had been too smooth. Siffler hoped that this relic exploration would bring Cole some setbacks. Life should not be too smooth. A month passed, and Hereg had a relatively peaceful time. Since the adventurers entering the Lime Mountain Range were eradicated a month ago, no adventurers could be seen anymore. Base 27 still arranged for their patrols, but no one was in sight. No one dared to come anymore, making the patrol duties a bit dull. Although Hereg found it boring, such days were quite pleasant. 5 months had passed. Waiting 7 more months would complete a year. By then, returning to the wizard plane would grant him permanent resident status in the land of Dawn. So having peaceful days was naturally the best, slacking off when possible. During this period, Hereg continued to cultivate one step at a time. The austere base life hadn't affected him at all. For him, it was merely a change of cultivation location. Hereg felt the plane coordinate mark in the palm of his left hand, already filled with energy. He could activate the plane coordinate mark at any time and head to the abyss plane. But now wasn't the right time. He was still within base 27. Any action would be noticed by the wizards at the base. If Hereg dared to activate the plane coordinate mark, his disappearance would immediately catch Parker's attention. A living person disappearing out of nowhere at the base would be too unusual. When he returned from the abyss plane, he would face endless interrogation. Let's go, time to head back. Hereg glanced at the sky. Today's patrol duty was complete, and it was time for the shift change. David and Reese followed behind Hereg as they headed back to the base. Since the last time Hereg showcased his strength in the valley, David and Reese had become more convinced of his capabilities. The power and speed Hereg displayed had taken them both by surprise. For wizards, pursuing truth and adhering to the principle of might makes right. The strong naturally earn respect from others. Herag's strength bolstered the confidence of David and Reese. They were seen as a unit, always assigned tasks together. The stronger Hereg was, the safer they were. By the time Hereg and his team returned to Base 27, it was already nightfall. Base activities were numerous, with people coming and going. Recently, more newcomers had arrived at the base, all wizards from the land of Dawn. These wizards had clear factional alignments, quickly finding allies upon arrival, gathering to act together. The trio from the barren land appeared somewhat isolated. Here, fortunately, they weren't oppressed. Others simply didn't initiate contact or conversation with them. Herag and his companions remained earnest and behaved, avoiding trouble and keeping a low profile, managing not to have any conflicts with other wizards so far. All three were clear about their goals. Just getting through the year here was enough, needing to avoid any unexpected conflict. Upon returning to his cabin, Herag found Asuna engrossed in her reading. Seeing Herag return, she immediately stood up and bowed. "Master, you're back." "Shem, how's your learning going?" Herag nodded and asked. Asuna had been studying the Sivir language lately and was making rapid progress. Under Herag's orders, Asuna hadn't left the cabin at all. Whenever Herag was out on a mission, Asuna stayed in the cabin, resolutely not going out. She couldn't cause any trouble for Herag. Asuna understood profoundly that she was able to live because she still had some value to offer. If she brought trouble to Herag, her chances of survival would be none. During this time, Herag asked Asuna many questions, learning about her life from childhood. From Asuna, Herag gained more understanding of this world. Due to Chadia's high status, her insights were primarily about the internal affairs of the elf race. She knew little about the world's lower strata. Asuna, being someone who clawed her way up from the lowest levels, was thoroughly familiar with these matters. "Master, I've already grasped the basics of grammar and vocabulary," Asuna replied in the Sivir language. Herag nodded without saying much, sitting down on the bed to rest for a moment. Asuna adeptly lit a fire, brewed a pot of coffee, and then brought a basin of hot water for Herag to wash his feet. Asuna, having endured hardship since childhood, was efficient at such tasks and worked diligently. Asuna knelt down and began washing Herag's feet. Herag closed his eyes, enjoying Asuna's service, while contemplating the upcoming plans in his mind. Asuna washed for a while, glanced at Herag, wanting to speak but hesitated. Though Herag had his eyes closed, he could sense her movements and asked, "What do you want to say?" "Master, I want to take a bath," Asuna said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Since entering the Lime Mountain range, it's been more than a month already. A month without bathing was truly uncomfortable for Asuna, who loved cleanliness. She spent almost every day inside the wooden cabin, barely tolerating her own odor. But the cabin had only one room, with no partitions at all. The cabin was designed for single occupancy. During this time, Asuna had been sleeping on the ground, near Herag's bed. At first, she was worried about Herag accidentally rolling over onto her. But after a few days, she discovered that Herag was focused on meditation every night, and her concerns gradually faded away. During this period, Asuna had also been observing Herag. She found that Herag spent his days either performing tasks outside or engaged in meditation, eating without wasting any time. Even Asuna had to admire the fact that Herag was truly dedicated, focused solely on cultivation. After getting acquainted over time, Asuna found that Herag wasn't that difficult to get along with. Unlike other master-servant relationships, where servants were often beaten or verbally abused. Initially, Asuna had mentally prepared herself for such treatment, yet none of the anticipated abuse or disgrace came to pass. After understanding Herag's temperament, Asuna became aware of another issue. It was why she had been spared by Herag. Herag had been intrigued by her ability to discern the power of his bloodline. He mentioned researching it, but hadn't taken any action so far. Asuna speculated that Herag's research wouldn't be conducted at Base 27. Herag intentionally hid his strength and identity to remain unnoticed at Base 27. His research might expose information, which is likely why there hadn't been any action yet. Asuna couldn't help but think, once Herag finished the research, what value would she still hold to him? She worried that if she lost her value to Herag, she might be discarded like trash. If she wants to avoid such a fate, she must proactively increase her importance in Herag's mind. Just having a tiny bit of significance to Herag might ensure she's not discarded when she's deemed valueless. How can a woman hold some significance in a man's heart? Thinking about this, Asuna already had the answer. In fact, before Herag returned, she had been pondering over this question. While washing Herag's feet, a thought emerged, but she felt shy about expressing it. Finally, she gathered her courage and voiced her desire for a bath. Upon hearing her, Herag thought it to be a trivial matter, simply saying, "All right, heat some water yourself and bathe later. You don't have to ask me about such things in the future." In his view, it was just a bath. He never forbade her from bathing. There was a large wooden tub in the cabin, meant for bathing. The tub was spacious enough to accommodate 2 people without any issue. After finishing washing Herag's feet, Asuna tidied up and began heating the water. Before long, the wooden tub was filled with hot water, and Asuna gathered energy particles, summoning some cold water to mix into the tub. "Go ahead and bathe. I'll head out first, call me when you're done," Herag said, preparing to leave to avoid embarrassing Asuna during her bath. Blushing, Asuna quickly replied, "Master, please. Please stay here, I'm scared if you leave." Once she spoke, she steeled herself and directly removed her caster's robe, revealing her white undergarments beneath. Her agitating figure was before Herag's eyes. Herag's heart ignited upon seeing her pale skin. After removing her robe, Asuna continued to undress. Her white undergarments soon came off. She bent to raise her leg, taking off the white long socks on her legs. A few minutes later, Asuna was left without any secrets before Herag. Her face was bright red as she stepped into the tub, whispering, "Would Master like to bathe as well? Asuna can serve you." Upon saying this, her ears turned red. Never had she thought she would be able to utter such words one day. What Asuna did not know was that this was the master-servant contract subtly influencing her. Herag took a deep breath, accepting Asuna's invitation, joining her for a bath. The next morning, Asuna was still fast asleep. Herag understood the implication of Asuna's action. He never intended to kill Asuna, considering her upbringing for when they returned to the wizard plane. After all, she was a fairly talented caster and still had utility. Asuna had been overworrying and frightening herself. During this period, Herag also learned a lot about casters. The caster apprentices here didn't have specific phase distinctions, generally aligning with the stages from first-class wizard apprentice to third-class wizard apprentice. The initial tier caster corresponds to the stage of a gaseous wizard. Middle tier caster corresponds to the liquefaction wizard stage. High tier caster correlates with the crystallization wizard stage. Asuna had also mentioned that above high tier casters, there were magic masters and great mages. But those were major figures whom Asuna hadn't witnessed. Herag could only surmise that magic masters were equivalent to level 2 wizards, and great mages possibly level 3 wizards. This gave Herag a clearer understanding of the extraordinary power levels in this world. "Master, you're awake." At this moment, Asuna slowly opened her eyes, her big eyes complemented by long eyelashes, appearing very enchanting. She struggled to sit up, and as the quilt slipped off, it revealed a tempting view. "Master, I'll go prepare hot water for your face wash." Herag embraced her, letting her lie back down. "No need. You should rest well." Asuna's face reddened, feeling slightly shy, covering half her face with the quilt. She nodded. Herag continued to lie beside her, cuddling for a while before getting up to dress. The patrol duties began again, such is the hardship of a worker's life. Life within Base 27 was generally monotonous and boring. Apart from mission outings, one mostly had to remain inside the base.